players. I'm your host, Fry. I'm here to tell you how to survive, starting with a few simple rules for Season 8. Follow me! Oh man, Sanok! This is giving me flashbacks! First rule, squad up and stick together, like one happy family of death. Next, hunt down the loot truck. Or hunt down the people hunting down the loot truck. At this point, if your brains are still inside your head, remember to use them. By killing 2 birds with 1 stone, or 2 dudes with 1 grenade. Now, the most important rule. Just shoot the other people more than they shoot you. When you're out of options, use me to bash someone's skull in. Whippy! Wow, what a great reminder of the fragile and fleeting nature of human life. Anywho, that's all for today, folks. PUBG Season 8 is available now. The first piece of good news all year.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome. It's time for North American PUBG. Guys, it is the last day of play for the PCS2. My name is Toffees. I'm here to walk you through the basics as we get this thing started. I'll be joined shortly by the masterminds on the desk. But before we get there, let's talk about things like overview, format, and prize pool. The overview, what you need to know right now in terms of scheduling, is pretty gosh darn simple. It's the last day, Sunday the 9th. Day 3 of the weekend, but day 9 overall. 16 teams are listed, or I'm sorry, not 16. 16 teams are playing today. All of the teams who played are listed on the right side. Group A will be sitting, watching, and allowing B and C to hold their fate in their hands. Let's take a look at the format and how this is going to play out for today. We're going to start off with Erangel, do 3 in a row, and then wrap up on Miramar. So teams like Radiance, that is excellent news, as they're going to look forward to that map, presumably over the other. Point systems is 10 for first. 1 kill point equals 1 point, and kill points are also the tiebreaker. Keep that in the back of your head because it does matter, and it has come into play many times. Let's take a look at the actual tournament format so you know what the stakes are for these teams besides just the prize pool. Yes, it is a $50,000 grand prize for this stage, but $200,000 for the grand finals. How do you get to the grand finals? Well, you had to play through 3 groups of 8 teams in a round-robin tournament. The top 6 teams will move on, not only to play for the $200,000 in grand finals, but also straight to PCS3. The bottom 8 teams will face relegations in the North American Challenger Cup 2, where they go up against the top 8 teams coming out of the Challenger Series. And honestly, it does not look like it'll be the easiest ride in the world to get back up to the top. Now, if you do make it to the top, what you're hoping to do is take home the big money. Let's pull up the prize pool so you can see it right now. Here at this stage, it's $5,000 for first place. Congratulations, in my opinion, to STK. Everyone else currently playing for $4,000. Down to 16th place, you get $2K. Under that, it's a whole lot of nada, baby, as you just gotta hope and pray you make it back for PCS3. Bonus prizing, $500 each to the players with the highest kills, assists, knocks, and damage. Many will be Snakers. $500 to the team with the most chicken dinners. And, of course, $500 to the tournament MVP that will be selected by popular vote. Now, speaking of the popular vote, that is meaning you guys, myself, the 2 gentlemen sitting next to me, as well as all of you at home, get a chance to vote for the MVP. Make sure you get on Twitter, go to @PUBG Esports, and you will only have 24 hours after the last match played today. So if you, for some reason, can't watch, maybe you're going to sleep or something for some weird choice, make sure you set your alarms, you get your vote in, and you help get the best man a little bit of extra cash. All right, guys, let's talk about it. I'm not here by myself. I'm joined by the Porosaurus and Hip-Hawk. Guys, how are you today? Glad to have you here.
I'm fantastic, Steve, for one. I'm very excited about this final day of play, despite the fact that, STK seems to have this thing sewn up pretty well. But there's still a lot of play for it here, Hip-Hawk.
Yeah, there is. I don't know if that was just due to the conversation we were having before we went online that you decided to call me Hip-Hop.
It was. I was just playing. Sorry, his name is Hip-Hop.
We'll breeze right over it. It's fine. No, excited for the last day here. Again, things kind of wrapped up. Our eyes do lead down towards, obviously, the 16th place position. That's kind of the biggest factor now. STK, I think, have secured their win, it's safe to say.
Yeah, you'll probably hear it multiple times, and we'll say it because more people are going to be joining the chat throughout the start of the pre-show. But yeah, Oath has to get like 22-plus points per game to even touch them, essentially. That said, they can still take money out of their pocket. Yesterday, there was a joke about – it wasn't a joke. There was actually consideration of putting Terran in for the final game of the day, who's the sub for STK. And their coach said, sorry, not going to do it. The guys want to win the bonus prizes. So there is a little bit of a fight where Snakers and the guys from Oath can try very hard to take some of that cash out of STK's pocket. Now, who's playing today? It's Group B and C. The top row is B. The bottom row is C. And honestly, a couple contenders and a couple desperate teams trying to stay in the top 16, which will be primarily our focus today. That said, Poro, let's kick this off. We'll break the teams down 4 at a time. Talk to me about that first group of 4 out of Group B.
Well, there you go. 303 Esports, a team that we have been kind of talking a lot about as being have improved a lot. Carnage, meanwhile, is fighting for their spot in the top 16. They are currently in 17th, albeit by 1 point. So presumably we should see them make that top 16. And then Comets, man, every time we have groups B and C, Comets just pops off. Last week they got, 73 points. The week before they got 50. So B and C is a very nice place to be if you're a Comets fan. And then Dips Free, God love you, man. We wish you the best of luck in that Challengers Cup.
I guess that about sums that one up. Let's go to our second group of 4. So, Hypok, can you tell me a little bit more about these 4 teams who are pushing to not win, but definitely make a name for themselves in many cases?
Yeah, I mean, the 2 that stand out here, obviously, to me, are Duel and Liberate in terms of storylines today. Duel still, I mean, they had a good day yesterday, 42 points on the day. But again, it's the same thing again. Too little, too late. Maybe they're going to make a push to obviously finish top 16 today. I don't think it's out. It's highly unlikely they're going to go through to the relegations. But Liberate as well, another one for me that's kind of started impressing the last couple of weeks at least. And yeah, one that I had my eyes on at the start, but they've really started delivering for me. Veritas, another kind of a slow start really here in the group stages. I'm hoping they can kind of shake off some of this rust going into the next stage. But Zenith is one that I've found myself kind of disappointed in. They showed so much promise in PCS1. And anything else we've seen these guys over the last few months, they've looked absolutely insane. But a lot of it, PCS2 has just kind of fallen apart for them, to be honest with you. They're not in a terrible position in terms of the leaderboard, but I guess just performance-wise, it's not been there for me from Zenith.
It has been a definite mystery as to what's going on with that team. Let's take a look at Group C. Poro, walk me through the first 4.
All right, let's do it. Elusive, yet another team that we may see in Challengers Cup. I don't know. They got 108 points. They're within striking distance of the top 16. So we'll have to be keeping an eye on them today to see if they can maybe put something together in this final day and make sure that they find themselves in that grand final. Gravity, they're way down there, just 6 points above Dips Free. So I think we can see them. We can be pretty confident we're going to see them in the Challenge Cup. Oath, man, congratulations on second place. Unless, of course, Snakers, Reload, Pat Caps, Balefrost can pull off the comeback of the century and somehow manage to pull off 105 points in a single day. If they had Wolf, the leadership of Wolf, maybe they do it. But this new roster, I don't know. I'm just Kappas. Come on. Do I have to do the /S? I'm just messing with you at this point. I think that they have a good shot to gain points, but I don't think they're going to get 105 in a day. That's ridiculous. And then Orion. Another Challenger Cup team. I mean, what do you want me to say, guys? I'm sorry, you had 2 weeks and you haven't been able to do anything really so far.
I mean, Orion's a team you want to see a bunch of stars emerge, but so far, really, I think only Ranger has stood out and grabbed some real attention. Let's talk about the next 4 in Group C. Sorry, go ahead, Hypok.
I was going to say Orion's one that they've looked really good in rotations, but just time and time again, we've just seen them lose team fights. They've looked really good on a macro level, but again, we can come back to that a bit later on. These 4 teams right now, Radiance, for me, they're just going from strength to strength as far as I'm concerned. Every time we see them, and I don't know if that's just, they're going away and doing their homework, or whether or not Gaxi coming into this roster now has kind of solidified a bit more consistency. But they've really impressed me the last few days we've seen them play. Hoping, again, they deliver today. Sonics, for me, being the die-hard Sonics fan I've been disappointed. Absolutely love these guys. Again, we can talk about teething problems with Tig making his grand return to competitive, but they need to fix some of these issues coming into the PCS2, the next stage at least, if they want to make a shot for contesting SDK at the top. Because right now, they're not in that form. We see glimmers of hope. They've looked absolutely fantastic on Miramar. But, I mean, Erangel's been their downfall, to be honest with you. They're barely pulling 5 average points a game from Erangel, and that's really the issue there. Tactical 8, we talked about these guys a lot for all the wrong reasons in the first couple of weeks, and I think that's kind of just the recurring theme there. Zelot's really, really impressed me. Wimu, again, he has moments, and Steezy, I think, probably has struggled this time around getting everybody on the same page, which is, he's alluded to that himself. Obviously, we had that hot drop situation going on for 2 weeks, which was just weird to watch. And finally, Yahoo. I mean, I had big hopes for this. Shimboy, Poonage, they're 2 players that I've wanted to see kind of back competing. Microfire as well, obviously coming into this roster, and Wolf obviously with the unfortunate situation. Oathwise, this is one for me that they've under-delivered, and whether or not that's just because it's a throw-together roster at the last minute, but you look at that on paper, Shimboy is one of the most fantastic players in North America and PUBG in the last 6 to 9 months, you could say. But again, and I haven't been able to really put my finger on why it's not working. To be honest, we don't see them make it to late game all that often, so it's hard to really analyze anything outside of that.
So I think we're going to have a chance to look at some highlights here from yesterday in just a second, because I kind of remember what happened before we go into what will happen. But along those lines, you mentioned Orion and Tactical 8. We just sort of did the breakdown. And these are 2 teams that I think may be going to challengers, or very likely. But have a chance to come back because they've had moments of brilliance. And to me, and I'll probably send this to you first, Hypoc, they seem like opposites. Orion seems to have a very good macro game understanding, but can't seem to pull it together in an individual basis, whereas Tactical 8 seems to almost be on the opposite for me. They have these amazing individual moments of brilliance, but the team's just not working. So what would you tell these 2 teams to do with today and with the Challengers Cup to get themselves ready for PCS3 if they make it back?
I mean, I don't want to see Orion let off the gas. I don't want to see them switch up their game plan. They need to work a little bit on team fighting. But like I said, in terms of rotations, and one thing I've liked about Orion is this kind of rotate little and often. They position themselves early, really, really early. They're actively scouting in the mid-game, but as soon as they come up against another team, that's when things fall apart. And there's a lot of other teams, we see them kind of utilize this heavy edge gameplay, and they'll pick up kill points and stuff. That's where they've fallen apart, to be honest with you. Tactical 8, I think nail on the head. We've seen them come up in a couple of really cool highlight plays, but they've not really had the setup in terms of early game to get themselves well equipped to do that consistently. It's kind of we've seen them deliver when their back's against the wall in a team fight, not when they're in a position of rotating to win the game.
So, Poro, I gave Hypoc a very meaty question. Sorry to leave you out of that for a minute.
Hey, no,
are there any other teams that you've seen throughout this series that, in the same way as sort of Orion or Tactical 8, have shown you these great moments that you think this is a high potential or a big upside for these guys, despite maybe not getting talked about a lot?
I mean, I think all of these teams that we just kind of touched on really could benefit a lot by going back and watching the change in Liberate over the course of this split.
Fair point. Yeah,
because we talk about you got to play the position that you're dealt, right? If you're in that edge position, you can't really afford to just kind of sit there, play it safe, and wait to see what comes to you. You have to be more of a hunter, right? And we saw that from Liberate yesterday, and we saw how much they benefited from that play style. And I think that Orion, I think Tactical 8, Yahoo, Gravity, Dipstreet, all these teams could kind of benefit from that.
Just to expand on that quickly, Steve. There's a big factor with, I guess, new teams, if you want to call them newly formed teams, or players that don't necessarily have a lot of experience at kind of the top level in North America.
Keep going, Hypoc. Keep going. I'm going to pull up the leaderboard though while you're talking. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a fear factor of do we push? Oath. We see a name in the kill feed. Do we push it? And I think as soon as kind of Liberate shook that off, we saw them in situations that we wouldn't have in the first week at all. And like under no circumstances, they would have rotated away from a fight. And, you know, the couple of times we've seen them stand their ground, I think that for them has been like, oh, hang on a sec. You know, we can actually hang with these guys. Let's start taking some fights.
I think Digi's video hit the nail on the head, and I think that doesn't apply to Liberate, though, right? They've done really well. And real quick, because I want to move us down to this bottom 16. Sure. Because that's the fight, right? Shoot to kill at the top. We'll talk more about Liberate today because I think they're going to do pretty well today. But the real fight we're watching, Poro, is that fight for 15th and 16th place. Gang and Fabled have played their games.
Yep.
So what are the chances? Elusive has to get more points today than they've gotten on any other day of play in order to even just pass those two.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the highest points in one day that Elusive has gotten is 27, and they got that the last time they played on Friday. So I mean, it's definitely possible, and I think that the fact that you know they're gonna have Carnage in there, they're gonna have Rarity in there as well, that are also or not Rarity but Yaho, kind of all chasing for the same thing, and the fact that Fable and Gang they got nothing else. I mean they're done. You look at I think it's. You look back to PCS1, right? We talked about how easy it was for Shoot to Kill, or not easy, but how much better a position it is to be the one doing the chasing rather than to be the one doing the holding. And I think that's going to set up nicely for these teams, especially considering the fact that you have that hard cut line of Fabled and Gang that they can't add anything else, right? That's
yeah. It means there's two spots essentially up for grabs, right, Hypox? So even if one other team in your group does better, you still got that second shot to go after.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is what I was saying earlier about Duel. Like, they would have to, for want of a better term, shit the sheets today to obviously not make it. And, you know, some of the teams that are kind of contesting that, we haven't seen an awful lot. Again, I'm still worried about Yaho, to be honest, in terms of making up some ground. But now's not the time to let your foot off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, but I will say I have to give one more shout out. My standout team for not just yesterday, not just the weekend, but all of PCS2. I've got to go back and I've got to pick Shoot to Kill. These guys have been absolute standouts. They put up a stupid amount of points yesterday. They're so far ahead that it's going to take 21.2 points per game for the second place team to get anywhere near them. They have kill totals that are almost higher than I think the sixth place team's total points right now. So they have been absolutely wild. But I'm not going to talk more about them because honestly, we've talked about them ad nauseum, and I think we're going to when we start the finals. I want to go to you, Por, and I want you to tell me a little bit about who you think the underdog today is.
I mean, well, the underdog has to be Oath, right? I mean, you're in second place, and you feel great about things, and then you look, okay, well, how much more do we have to do to catch up to first? Fucking 105 points, man. Jesus. Like, what are you going to do? Now, is it possible? Yeah, obviously it's possible. I mean, they could average 21.2 points a game. Who knows? Anything's possible. Is it likely? No. It's definitely not likely, but I'm curious to see if Oath actually holds on to that second place spot though too, because Radiance has been playing really, really well.
Yeah.
For them to get there, there's gonna have to be an X factor that helps them. Who's your X factor? Do you think? Hypoc?
Liberate. Spoiler alert. That's based a lot on yesterday's performance, and I've wanted to see them out. I've wanted to see that out of this team. Three games placed in top 5 yesterday. The first place with 14 kills. I mean, that was a fantastic game to watch. But it's been the change in confidence for me in this team, and I think it was the Comet scenario yesterday when D-Trees landed the opening knock when they were getting pulled up on in rotation, and they literally just full force went back at them and didn't even reset, didn't even go for the res. They just went, right, okay, clear these guys, we'll reset afterwards. And that there for me is just, I mean, it's night and day from what we saw in the first week of Liberate.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I think that they got 38 the first entire weekend, 50 the entire second weekend, and then 50 in one day this weekend. So upward trajectories are a big deal. That said, I want to know predictions. I asked everyone their predictions to win this thing at the start of the weekend. So I'm going to stick with my pick because it would be absolutely ludicrous not to at this point. And I will say STK wins the weekend, takes home the $5,000 grand prize. Nothing else to say about that. Poro, do you have any surprises for us?
Do I? Going back to week 1 of group stages, I picked STK to win the whole thing, and I'm sticking with it. Obviously, now my only since that's obviously set in stone. I do have one other prediction. I do think that Yoho will make it into the top 16.
I like that. I like that. That's actually a big prediction, Hypok. Who's your prediction to win the whole thing? And if you got something like that too, let me know.
I mean, yeah, I'm blessed to be able to make my prediction on the Sunday night, right? It's got to be SDK, right?
Yeah.
And I think actually, all credit to them that they've actually played better than PCS1 this time around. We've seen them just hit an even higher gear than what they were operating on previously. I've been trying to think of something creative to kind of double down this to make this a little bit more interesting, but to be honest with you, I'm kind of following suit with Poro here. I want to see Yoho. I think that's probably the one that's most likely for us to see a success story from Sunday night here. And I want to see it. I really want to see it.
I get that you want to see Yoho, but do you think that you're going to see Yoho get on top, like above in that 16? Is that possible? I mean,
I love seeing Yoho get on top. That's just that goes without saying.
Yeah.
But obviously Wolf having a bit of a rough time on Twitter this week. I'm cheering for him.
Yeah, there was some brutality there. That said, we'll see if the brutality continues as the players get ready to drop in. 64 out of the plane, but only one can survive. Let's go to the casters who will be calling the match. It is Godspeed and Clover.
Guys, thanks so much. And as you guys heard here, this is the last day for that group stages for these teams to qualify, make it onto the grand finals. Of course, the bottom 8 teams will be relegated to the Challengers Cup next weekend. That said, once again, we're starting the day off with Erangel 3 strong, moving on to Miramar. So Godspeed, what are your thoughts now as we kind of look at the teams as far as their overall performance on this map and what we're kind of expecting from these BC teams today?
I mean, not so much as far as like this map, but I definitely think that this is they talked about it, a lot on the desk. It's really a battle for 16th. Who's actually going to qualify? STK has this tied up and wrapped in a nice little bow. It seems like they're going to be taking away the victory for the group stages. To be completely honest, they absolutely deserved it. But yeah, I'm really interested to see who's going to cling to that 16th spot, or at least in the top 16, and who's going to make it through, because there's a few teams on the cusp. I know Yoho is one that they talked about right before we started this game, and that's definitely a team I'm also looking at as far as whether or not they're gonna qualify. It's obviously been kind of a rough transition for them, kind of a thrown together roster, and I guess we'll just have to see how these first 3 Erangel games play out. I'm a little sad that it's Erangel, because I mean Miramar's kind of our thing, but it is what it is. I guess I still like this vanilla map, so to speak.
Well, and as well, I mean, some of the things that we've kind of been seeing over the weeks, right, have been some ridiculous circles. We've had some things go all the way towards Zarki. We've had quite a number of military circles, and even a few Everest. And so sometimes when we look at this map and we watch these teams play, we think, all right, this is the normal map, right? This is the one that everybody is used to, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to play fair and make things easy out for all those teams. Now, that said, this was a pretty northern flight path, so that very first circle that's going to pop is going to be pretty central, but with circles like this, we do kind of always have the river that comes into play, and so already now a couple of teams that are north of that position, but I know as the phases go a little bit later on, some of those teams need to start thinking about placement for that, but relatively speaking, this is a pretty basic circle that we shouldn't really see too much bloodshed in the early game.
Yeah, early game should be, to be honest, quite static. I mean, as far as teams fighting, I don't believe we'll see a lot of action. However, this is one of those circles, Clover, where, if it does choose that kind of ambiguous second or third phase where the center river through Roz is still in, then it's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for teams to decide whether or not, just like that, first kill is actually going to be Lamplot from Duel going down. That's not exactly the start you want to the final day going into, potentially the last couple games in the top 16 here. I don't know. That's not a good start for Duel. But yeah, as I was saying, that river that goes through Razak, if it becomes a situation where teams have to decide which side to end up being on, that's when I think we're going to see the bloodbath.
Yeah, and too, kind of for a lot of these teams that we're following on right now, right, like Liberate, Duel, Elusive, 303. These are teams that have had really good days. 303 is still in the top 16, but one of the things that kind of talked about with them is that they haven't really outperformed the level that we were expecting. They're sitting on 158 points, but they've still managed to get this far in the leaderboard without having a single chicken dinner. They're the only team, I believe so, on the entire left-hand side, and perhaps even the top 16 that hasn't even gotten a chicken yet.
That is very true, but that also does come down to the fact that even though we haven't seen like this vast improvement, this kind of night and day switch between 303, what we are seeing is very gradual, baby steps towards making sure that their gameplay is more solid, and that's exactly what we've gotten, especially with a lot of what we've talked about, you and I, as well as myself on Hypoc, is their ability to control their edge and really impose their will on the teams coming in on that side that they're playing. And I think once they really start to hone in the macro level of things, the way that they've been playing the edge has been phenomenal, and a lot of the points have been coming from kills. So if they can just tighten up the rest of their game, which is making it to the end game with 4 strong, or at least with 3, I think that's when we're going to see 303 kind of hit their final form, so to speak.
Yeah, and kind of, I guess, mirroring that right with Sonics, who we just saw for a moment. Now, this is a team that by no means is playing terribly. They have fallen to 7th place on the leaderboard, but as you kind of heard earlier from the analysis desk, they've only put down a handful of points average per Erangel match, and that's considerably lower than we would expect to see from this team. And so while at no means are they at danger of not going on to the grand finals, it kind of begs to question, how are they going to perform in the finals comparatively? When we look at what we've seen from the group stages, it kind of makes it a little bit, I guess, worrisome on what we could see performance-wise from these guys.
Sonics have it just seems like they're very disjointed. Like, it seems like they're struggling, even in team fights, which is something I never thought I would ever say. You know what I mean? When it comes to the Sonics, I mean, they're absolutely lethal when it comes to even just taking 1v1s. But something is just not clicking with the team. I think Hypoc said it best. They've just been a disappointment, and that's not that they're performing terribly. It's just not up to the level that we expect a team like Sonics to. But I'm hoping whatever kind of growing pains or whatever issues are going through here in the group stage will not transfer over to the finals. And we see the Sonics, especially with Tig, on that team now, that we really expect to see.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, Tig has been a damage and kill leader for his team throughout this series. He's been very helpful, but he's a very different style in his play compared to Profi, who we know has left the Sonics and moved on to other things now. So, as you said, a bit of a growing pains, but now is the kind of getting that short pain. Duel, another team, right, that we've kind of had those moments where we expect a little bit. Cherry, phenomenal player. Wooly, is just really great, but just for whatever reason, we see them kind of fall apart on some of these plays that we know that they should be winning.
Yeah, Duel's kind of been all over the place. I mean, it is what it is. For a team that has had experience playing, at least I know, Duel is such an anomaly to me because, again, they shouldn't be here. They shouldn't have even been in relegations in PCS1. But they were, so it still seems like that the kinks have not been worked out on that team. And then just going back also to Sonics real quick, I mean, Mime has, I feel like, been very quiet this phase, whereas he was like an absolute standout in the last phase. I mean, so many plays we saw on stream come out from Mime. He just, I don't know, he just seems a little quiet. And then moving back to Duel, they just, something just isn't working. Sometimes they have these amazing games, but other times it seems like they're just struggling and they're not really playing together. I don't know what's going on with Duel.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, of course, teams, the way that they perform in PCS1, PCS2, players move around, styles have changed, who they're playing against will change as well. But going down to the Challengers Cup for PCS1 has helped some teams, it's hurt some other teams. And now as we go into our final day, and some of these kind of teams come up across that phase of like, all right, well, we're going to get relegated. We're going to have to go down to the Challengers Cup. And it's no walk in the park going down there. You've got a lot of really good talent waiting in the Challengers Cup for some of those top 8 teams. With Virtue, you've got Battylol, Supernova, Evasion X, you've got Hambino, NHS, Nick 101. Just so many phenomenal players that have come from previous Tier 1 rosters that have kind of regrouped and restructured, finding themselves an ability to maybe come into PCS3. And Weem for TAC 8, Carnage, these are two teams, especially two that have kind of been struggling just a bit. Crawfresh joining Carnage in from Snow Patrol from the PCS1 series. So if you're these teams right now and you're near the bottom, like TAC 8 right now is in 22nd place with 92 points, and you probably don't have mathematically the hope to get out. I mean, it's not to say it's completely unheard of. You could put down 40, 50, 60 points a day. We've seen it. We've seen it this weekend alone from a lot of teams. But it's going to be a bit of a tough pull there. And Elusive and Duel.
And Duel looks like they're in a lot of trouble. I mean, both just basically in this two-story down in the kitchen, just kind of stuck there together. Vehicles going down. Danny G on his way into this massive firefight. He's going to crash the back building, but he goes in the same building. So they're all now stacked in the same building. That nade might... No, I think they all got out of the way.
I mean, really unfortunate for JLD, right? Had the nade in his hand, tried to switch back to his AR, but unfortunately the push came just too quickly and was taken out. So Elusive down to 3 players right now. As Fizzle tries to hold the angle, but Danny G gets him right there in the face. 15 HP. And these are both 2 teams, again, that we talked about that really could stand to put down as many points as possible. Duels, not as bad a position right, but Elusive, I think 35 points, 30 points right now out of the top 16. And so everyone here is going to matter. As the circle pops, they are going to be in the zone, so they can take this fight a little bit longer. But now you've got Zenith coming off from the distance, starting to third party. And so this is where things start to get a bit tricky.
And this is kind of the story of Elusive, right? Like they obviously had the compound. We didn't see if Duel had crashed that backside. Oh my goodness! And Zenith is also driving by. But yeah, I feel like Elusive just losing a member like that when they had the compound initially. That's kind of been the story of Elusive, where they'll have a decent position or a good position, and then they'll lose the fight to keep it. And I'm not saying they've lost this fight yet, but losing a member like that when Duel came in with just 2, I mean, they were already down 1 member. Lampalot died first in this game, and they weren't even able to hold 2 in the downstairs kitchen. I mean, they were trapped there. That's that's an issue for Elusive for me.
Now, of course, Oath had Pat Caps missing on Friday when they played. Pat Caps lost power due to the hurricane that hit on the East Coast. And so now that they've got Pat Caps back instead of playing with their 5th, that was Trevor, I think the story on Friday was that we didn't see quite as much from Oath as we had wanted. I mean, they did put down 32 points in the day, but they weren't the point leader for the day. And I think a part of that conversation was wondering whether or not they were hurting a bit with Pat Caps. So now we've got Pat Caps back into that. And is that going to be enough to help? That said, still, this fight going on with Elusive and Duel, kind of, I don't want to say it's a bit of a stalemate, but you've got just a little bit of hesitation for both of these teams.
Duel is making moves, though. Duel is actually trying to press this fight and clear this out. Elusive are the ones that have sat in the same 2-story. They haven't tried to relocate or get a different position. I mean, they are all just sitting in the same building. They have not moved. Duel is the one playing aggressive, and I like this from Duel. Elusive just holding their ground at this point, just waiting for Duel to kind of make a mistake. And now they've obviously slowed down, but I like the way the Duel is playing this way better than I like the way Elusive is.
And do you think that, I mean, well, I guess when we kind of look back at the way that Elusive has played, do you think that this has been a really big hindrance for them as far as the full squad has been? Because we have seen them play overly cautious. I mean, there's obviously, a time to be cautious, a time to not throw everything away on a high risk, but then there's a kind of the problem of becoming too cautious.
I mean, when you have Duel crashing your compound with just 2, and granted, maybe maybe Elusive didn't know it was just 2, and they're relegated to 1 building. I mean, they basically just left their 1 player in that building, and then he kind of fended for himself. Sure, the other members had cover, or had at least some of the windows covered, but I mean, it was just 2 members of Duel stuck in the kitchen, and they managed to recover from that. I don't really think, for instance, if SDK was in that compound, I think it would have been a very different story for Duel, and that's kind of my point. Elusive is, they play very passive, and you just alluded to that as well, and I think that's kind of been their issue.
Yeah, now, of course, we did see Oath watching on this fight for quite some time. They are going to leave Snakers behind just a bit, while the rest of Oath working their way into the zone. Now, of course, we're finally seeing that push come in from Duel, who I think has tried to get as much information as they can onto this. T-Sock, though, waiting in the corner. It's not going to be enough. We'll find 1 knock, but immediately gets knocked and taken down. Fizzle does as well, and there you have it. Duel annihilating Elusive, and our first squad out for match number 1. Duel will lose Lampalot in this fight, but they're staying up quite well from this. I think I see a couple of bullets coming out from distance from a few other squads, but really at this point, I mean, this compound won out to Duel, and they're going to get 4 kills with that.
Yeah, I mean, they earned it. They were the ones that were the aggressor, and they took the compound for themselves, starting off that fight with just 2 until Danny came in. So well done to Duel. Honestly, that was well played, and again, that's what we know this team is capable of, but that's not always what we get, so that's I mean, even starting starting the match, they lost Lamplot immediately. So
now the circle has reshifted itself too, and now it's kind of in that Pachinki school area. And so earlier we did talk about the river and how that could be a big factor of play. Obviously now we know kind of an idea of where this circle's going. Radiance actually pushed down into this compound for apartments, was able to take out one member of Gravity, and now we see leaving 2 in the apartments, Waldo and Gaxi trying to watch us down is now Los HD and McCoy going wide trying to get an angle. Good opportunity for another team, right, that had a fantastic day earlier. I think Radiance put down, 66 points, and so an opportunity for them as well. But, looks like we're actually going to go to Rozok now as Orion rolling up here onto TAC 8, but 303 off in the distance playing the edge yet again. Orion, another team, right? 21st place. Ooh, Decimator.
Yeah, I really think I really believe that the teams that are on the bottom and just don't have a chance to qualify should just absolutely, again, I feel like we say this every single time we go into a relegation situation. The teams on the bottom should try something new. They should really try to figure out what they can do to change up their game and get more points while they have the chance with these lobbies, with these, tier 1 teams, and then take that down with them so that they can continue to build on that and then come back even stronger. Sometimes, though, that's not what we see. I mean, we see these teams kind of fall into the same habits that they've been. They'll be like, all right, we're going to get relegated. We'll just, kind of go through the motions, I guess. And I really do believe that's why a team like Liberate has gotten so much stronger, because they really did absorb all of that. You know what I mean? When they went down and came back up. And that's why I love watching Liberate, to be completely honest.
Sure. I mean, Crazy. Oh, speaking of Crazy, Shrimsy actually eliminating Duel. But, back to this fight at hand, right? Crazy is doing the exact same thing and expecting different results. And so I think for a lot of our teams that we've seen down at the bottom of the leaderboard are teams that have stagnated a bit. They're teams that have continued to try some things that haven't worked and, have really cost them time and time again. Whether it's struggling with the edge plays, maybe sitting in the center of the zone for too long and not able to capitalize on as many points. So they're getting more placement, but less for kills and even chicken dinners. When you look at some of the teams that we have talked about through the series, whether PCS 1 and 2 or, weeks 1, 2, and 3, the story is like with Liberate. It's a team that every day, every week comes back stronger, comes back more mechanically improved and evolved, and they've really shown for it, right? We see on the leaderboard, Liberate started off the weekend near the bottom and is currently in 12th place, and that was not luck by any means.
No, it wasn't, and they've been working hard at it. And it's very night and day to look at Liberate from last phase and then this one. I mean, it's almost a completely different team.
And there we go. It's now back into another fight. Carnage and Dips Free. Dips Free losing 2 players. Souk, by the way, getting knocked as well as Dragog getting infamous. There's only 1 player still standing up for Dips. And that is Skaska, who is not standing for that much longer. Found by Maji, and Carnage Gaming will pick up 4 kills here onto Dips Free as they go out in 14th. Dips Free, another kind of heartbreaking story of a team that we know will be going to relegation because they kind of haven't really done much changing, evolving, kind of anything to speak or highlight, I guess. And that sounds kind of toxic to say, and it's not to say that we don't think that they aren't great players, but when you play at this level, there's an expectation that in many cases these teams are going to be able to pull off some of these mechanics, some of these kind of higher aspects of the game, and I think it's something that we've struggled for them to see. When we go to the challengers, we go to those relegations, they do quite well, but then when we come back up to this level, they struggle a bit.
Yeah, look at this. We have actually 3 teams now vying for this north side of the circle. You have Tactical 8, Orion, as well as 303 coming on the backside of this, and Orion is about to get sandwiched, and it's not going to be a delicious one, let me tell you, because it is going to be troubled. Tactical 8 coming over. William, is he going to find anything?
I love this here. Williams got the barrel out at close range right now. Tact 8 has sent 2, but Steezy's going to get knocked first. T8 turning at just the wrong moment. Unfortunately, Steezy gets taken out by Orion. You still got 303 in this place. Really nice nade there thrown by D-Rich. Williams going to pick up 1, but unfortunately that Molotov going just too far, so Steezy and that Res will keep working on. But you can see right there, pinched in the middle, Decimator down below. Last one still standing up for Orion as Honey Badger trying to go wide. Zealot missing out here in that flash right into the face. So Tac 8, 3 up. Lush has been knocked as well, but should be safe from this angle if they can continue to hold the pressure onto 303. Here's Voxic with another nade onto William. The utility here is proving very, very advantageous for 3-3. And oh, there you have it. Another one goes down. Lush still has been knocked. And Destinator finds Honey Badger. This is huge right now.
Alive.
Nice. Perfect time here for T8 to push. Orion is eliminated. Destinator has been found, but not before getting Landoon and Honey Badger 303 eliminated as well. And TAC 8 will win out the hill and should get both of these reses off, staying 4-man strong.
That was a crazy effort from the last member of Orion and Destinator and Tactical 8 to wipe 303. I actually thought 303 was going to come in there and probably do the wiping, but they actually got eliminated. That was crazy.
Ooh, and now, of course, two other teams that we've been talking about quite a lot this week. And Comets presently in 4th place and Oath in 2nd, finding themselves at close range combat. Relo will get the knock onto Monty with a nade, a second one. Actually, vehicle explosion from the Molotov will be enough to get the flush onto Monty. And the rest of Comets are going to go ahead and send it back down the hill, trying to stay alive. We see more throwables out. That vehicle explodes. They're going to take a bit of damage, but they should have some safety to the compounds here. Meanwhile, back over on the other edge of Circle, Sonics and Zenith. Back in close range, we see Mystery trying to spot out Mime, and Tiggleton looks like he's got a bit of damage onto Tig. Hasn't found the knock just yet. Tig right over the crest of the hill. But Mystery is going to go down instead. Tig gets the knock.
Mystery whiffed a little bit at the end of that spray. He had an amazing start, but Tig able to return fire. Now it's just Roth trying to throw smokes. And a fight that should have very much...
Oath, what happened here? Oath falling apart. Throwables left and right from Yahoo. We see only Balefrost is still up. Those vehicles are all on fire. And a nice nade by Poonage. Woo! There you have it. Oath annihilated into 11th place. And Yahoo, a team that we're all kind of holding our breath to see if they can climb up to the 16th place. A good start for themselves right now.
That was craziness. That Oath wipe was craziness. And now Guabi looking for the fight. He's not going to get it. Simply Matt, the last one. And they're going to get eliminated as well. This has been a real bloodbath of a game, specifically when it started to shift south. I mean, I was not expecting this game to be this aggressive this early.
No, especially Carnage. This is a team that I think we were all kind of expecting to play a little, I would kind of say, across the middle ground for today right now in 14th place. So they've gotten quite a bit of points for them so far this game, leaping over Liberate. So Liberate will fall into 15th place. And that's it now. Radiance, 4-man up. Sending McCoy right up ahead, has spotted out Zenith. Los is going to get that knock and flush there onto Kickstart. Roth, we can see, very low in health. The last still playing player standing for Zenith. So good aggression coming out from Radiance.
I mean, Radiance has just been on a roll. These guys have been on fire, honestly. It seems like this team, this roster, with the addition of Gaxi, has we've said this to death, but they've really come together. I mean, this is the Radiance I was expecting when I saw Los, when I saw McCoy, when I saw Little Waldini. You know what I mean? On this roster, this is what I expected from these guys, to just completely be consistent and dominating. Shots coming out. Roth's going to find one knock and the flush. So rude. But yeah,
there we go. Radiance. Shots are out. Roth trying to stay up alive, but Gaxi had the angle onto this, so Radiance will prove out on top. We can see that vehicle taking quite a bit of damage now up the hill. They do have a couple of teams that have been taking shots on this angle, but back to your thought on Radiance, right? This is definitely a team that looks just so wonderful right now, and this is what we've been wanting to see from them all along. So as we kind of round out PCS2, I'm feeling confident, right? I'm feeling confident going into the finals of the performance that we might be seeing from them coming out, as we can now see McCoy is getting shots here onto Mine, getting him down to 45 HP. Smokes are out. Carfort is being built. And Radiance is not letting up on this.
I'm pretty sure Radiance will continue to improve and get better. I honestly think this is one of the strongest teams that we have now, especially if they continue this trajectory.
Ooh, Shrimsy is actually kind of coming up onto the edge of zone, trying to get a flank onto, looks like Waldo right here. So a bit of a risky send for Sonics, who still got Mime and Tiggleton down below. Waldo down to 5 HP. We can see Radiance trying to regroup to get a better angle onto this, but now Shrimsy getting up very close. Will find the knock onto Waldo, immediately picks up the flush, and now Radiance down to 2 players, McCoy and Gaxi left still standing. And I think Shrimsy's going to take that point and leave it and rejoin out his teammates. See a couple smokes come out. That's a compound for Sonics. So very interesting send indeed for Sonics. You know, again, right, kind of as you said, try some stuff new. It is the last day, regardless of whether you know you are or not going to get relegated. This is kind of your last experimental phase, so to speak, before we go into the finals.
You know, I mean, even for, again, teams that are on the bottom, like, I mean, this is kind of a coaching tip, I guess, like, put yourselves in a bad position. Like, you're going to get relegated, right? Put yourselves in a bad position, see if you can fight your way out of it. Whether it's an edge that you probably shouldn't play or something just out of necessity. It's again, this is the time that you want to kind of put your team through the paces to see what you're capable of, what you can adapt to, what you can't, what you need to change. And I think, again, Liberate is a perfect example of how to, improve and really how to grow as a team.
Yeah, I mean, practice crashing, practice the things that
100%.
Are new, right? I mean, we've talked almost ad nauseum about the vehicle meta and how the new vehicle explosion and vehicle damage mechanics have changed and evolved just a bit into the esports scene. And that's not to say in a bad way. It's actually proven to, I think, increase a lot of things, but it does change for some of these players who've been playing for quite a long time to trust, all right, can we seat swap more? Can we rotate a little bit closer? Can we take some of these chances that we wouldn't have otherwise normally? And so some of those teams that I think that we've really kind of seen a lot come out of from this series.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And I mean, I gotta say, Yahoo has made a great case as to why they want to, put themselves in the top 16. They've been fairly aggressive here. They've been really doing a good job of controlling kind of their edge. There's been a lot of movement. I see a lot of scouting coming from these guys, a good amount of kills as well. 3 from Shinboy and Punaj, young prodigies. This is kind of what they need to do to make sure that they're going into or going out of group stages and not in relegation.
And attack 8, kind of in a similar boat there, as to see Lush is going to get spotted out by Jazza. The flush comes out as well. Zealot falling to the zone, and now Steezy, the last one alive, is actually being shot at range from, it looks like, Comets. And kind of back again, right? Teams near the bottom, teams that are struggling just a bit. So you've got a lot of opportunities, and for them as well, they're going to be the ones that play next, right? We've got a bit of a break before finals, so that we can go to the Challengers Cup. So the bottom 8 teams from the PCS leaderboard will go down to face the top 8 teams from the Challenger Series, and that's going to give some of those teams that have the time off a little bit extra time to focus, to scrim, to train. But then as well, if you're these Challengers teams, you want to make sure that you're going into it ready.
To be honest, the reason I love the Challengers Cup is because I feel like the stakes are it would seem that the stakes aren't higher, right? Going out of group stages into the grand finals is huge, but I really feel like Challengers Cup is where you see some really stressful play come out, and you see a lot of really cool things happen when the teams that you expect to perform under pressure do, and that's why I like the Challengers Cup so much.
Yeah, and I think you also get a lot of teams that are, oh, there you go, Radiance falling to Yaxley at the end there, Veritas getting up a couple damage, but, back to the Challengers for a moment, you get a lot of teams that are also, it's kind of their debut into the pro scene, and with that comes a lot of creativity, maybe a lack of the chivalry that we sometimes see in esports, because the style that they're coming in with is so vastly different than what you might see from some of these pro teams that have been at it for quite some time. And that's not to say that that's bad. I think that creativity really lends itself well to a lot of that teams, but the translation, of course, comes to, if you go to Challengers, you do well, you come out of Challengers and make it into PCS3, will you be able to hold your own against teams like SDK and Sonics and Oath and Comets when you no longer have that level that you're playing at, right? We'll say from the lower the regulations, the tier 2 up to tier 1, you're not always going to be,
I really like,
I guess, as good at that. Oh, Tiggleton.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I really like Yahoo's positioning here. They just have to be careful not to get kind of sideswiped by Maji from Carnage, who's in the back. I don't know if they've cleared that angle yet, but Yahoo is in a good position here to do a lot of damage. The issue will be the shift and where it goes right before, obviously, into Phase 8 and Phase 9, but this shift is going to be very telling as far as how this game is going to play out. Veritas also are... they're in a very nice, strong position, but if they get shifted off, I think Yahoo can do a lot with this.
Yeah, now, of course, this circle is very out in the open, and we've got a lot of trees, a little bit of rocks, these shelters kind of on the edge, but now as Phase 7 comes to a close, we're going to finally see it pull away from the streets. Once again, Yahoo's positioning is looking good. Mime has been found by Punaj. Tiggleton trying to return a knock, hasn't found it just yet. Molly is out. Looks like it's not enough to take any player out there of Yahoo. So Shrimzy, meanwhile, is kind of back closer towards the circle. So Sonics might be able to back out of this and get in safely, but we all know that that's not going to necessarily be TIG's style entirely. They continue to look for some of that damage there as Poonage getting just a bit from a frag grenade, I believe, onto Tiggleton. So the utility's out right now to help the pressure. See some smokes coming in from Shrimzy to give Tiggleton a bit of a chance to crawl away. We still need to be worried about Veritas across the hill, though. They could have sight on both Shrimzy and Tig, who haven't made it in their way yet. So you just see on the minimap, Veritas taking up half of that next zone right now, positioning themselves very dangerous. But Tiggleton with a nice knock and flush there onto Poonage. Yahoo still needs to work their way into the zone. They're not in safety yet, but you've got Carnage and Comets coming in across the street behind them. Microfry looking for an angle here onto Shrimzy, and we can see off of the distance Veritas looking for an angle onto this as well.
Yeah, the issue is Yahoo is kind of playing into Sonics right now, because Sonics have to move a little sooner than Yahoo does. I mean, they could kind of hug that bottom crest. But the issue really for both these teams is Veritas. You know, Veritas has pretty much full control of the zone, and this is what Yahoo needed to do, is wait for Sonics to have to move and use whatever little cover they had in order to make sure that they would survive. And, you know, they did take a casualty out of it, but Yahoo is going to still... they're still going to make it out with at least 2 players, but this is the biggest issue for everyone else on the field. Once again, it's Veritas in this position. I don't know what Yahoo can really do, especially with a knock just like that coming out from Keenan. It looks like Veritas is going to wrap this one up. It's just going to be Microfry left.
There's only Microfry left. I mean, Shinboy has been knocked. Microfry looking for that res, but it looks like Jazza had the angle onto him. Veritas continuing to hold the high ground there in the late game. Picks up 11 kills and a chicken dinner for the first match today.
Yeah, and I think at the end, Yahoo basically realized that they were going to have to just pretty much let Sonics move first so they would get eliminated and they can secure at least second or third place, which is exactly what happened. So good on Yahoo. That's definitely the way you want to start. Sonics as well, getting very aggressive. I mean, we've kind of not seen that as much from them lately, but overall, that was a very good game.
Yeah, I mean, really good for Veritas as well. They picked up a ton of kills. You know, as you said, Yahoo, right? This is a team that's on the cusp of making the top 16. They will walk away with 8 kills, 6 placement points, and that is really going to be pretty helpful for them. Carnage as well, kind of right there on that cusp, both Zregod and Maji with 4 kills each. So that said, you know, we've got a couple more games coming up for Erangel, so a couple opportunities before we switch over to Miramar. And more opportunities, I think, for some of those teams, right, at the mid-range to try to clinch that 16th spot. Yeah,
and I mean, we kind of knew Oath, it was going to be a very, very tall order for them to be able to get, you know, 25 points or 21, whatever it is, points a game. But they're still very comfortably, I think, going to snag second place at the very least. Comets also doing a good job making it to the end game. Basically, all the teams that we expected to do well did make it. Veritas is a team that I expect a lot going out of group stages. Like once they get into the grand finals, if they continue to kind of wrap up these games the way they have, even getting second place yesterday and a very aggressive pushes, I think we'll start to see kind of the Veritas that we expected to see instead of kind of the slow starting team.
Sure. I mean, Sharpshot, Pentalil, Keenan, Jazza, all phenomenal players that we've seen in multiple iterations of multiple rosters over the years for PUBG. And kind of another one of those teams, right? We're coming out of PCS1, right there at the top with Wildcard, you know, losing that victory, of course, to kill points, to shoot to kill, I think faltering just a little bit kind of near the middle of the leaderboard here for the PCS2. But that said, I mean, grand finals, as we know, people's placements on the leaderboard for the group stages really don't hold a candle to what we expect to see during the grand finals.
We'll see. But yeah, that was a good first game, Clover. I enjoyed it. It was very action-packed.
We'll go ahead and see what our analysts and hosts had to say about that match. So go ahead and toss it back to them. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, you heard her. She wants to hear what the analysts and the hosts have to say about that one. So all I have to say about that is, Poro, how'd you feel about it?
Wow. Well, I feel like we found at least one thing out, and that is that Carnage will be making the top 16. So congratulations to them. Obviously, job not done. There's still a couple of teams that are still chasing, like Yoho. Tactical 8 still has a shot at this as well. So, you know, going to have to keep an eye on them. Kind of unfortunate for them, actually. They made it to the top 8, and then they just kind of got destroyed. Feels bad. Yeah,
that was shocking. It was shocking. Like, that Oath destruction as well was just Absolutely bananas. But Yahoo put up some big numbers. We need Yahoo to do well in order to try to get up out of this thing. Let's take a look at the highlights of the cluster. This was, as you like to say, Hypoc, a clown fiesta.
Yeah, it was a little bit. Some good trades, Cherry. I guess taking a leaf out of Dodge's playbook there, but they pretty much rolled through elusive and that, but it was short-lived afterwards, to be honest with you. This is one of my favorite areas to see fights, and I was happy to see Tactical 8 being one of the ones up here on Rod's Hill. Radiant, for me, they put themselves in a really, really good position, like Circle 4, and it kind of just got more and more difficult for them. The reposition by Sonics, actually, ended being their downfall. We saw Shrimsy make a huge play up the hill to pick up, I think it might have been McCoy or Water, I can't actually remember, but after that, it was difficult for Sonics to get back into it.
Tingleton's sprays are still ridiculous.
They're clean.
Yeah, it's the crouch while he's doing it that feels so fluid too. It's like he's incorporated it so like into his recoil control. It's mind-boggling. All right, that was a great highlight. We got to look back at it, but that's why they say he's nuts, right? As he is quite the export. That said, Luke 12 has not been getting talked about a ton in terms of OCE coverage this season, but I want to say he's still awesome too. Exactly. Who? Luke 1-2? I don't know.
Never heard of him, honestly.
Who is that guy? That said, though, as soon as the match leaderboard is ready, we're going to pull it up for you guys. Actually, I think it's on its way right now, so we'll take a look at that and see what the overall standings are. Remember, we're tracking who's going to be in the final 16. That's kind of the big deal here. We know who's at the top, and that's how you play for your share of $200,000. So let's look at the leaderboard, see which teams needed it that came out on top, and the main one, the standout for me is, Carnage. Huge points, Poro, but they've clinched their position in the top 16, in my opinion, for the most part. Yahoo puts up 14 points. That's a pretty good start for them.
Yeah. I mean, considering they needed to collect, 30 plus.
Yeah.
Starting off with double digits in your first game, that's a great start. Let's see what, and like I said, Carnage obviously now has jumped. They started off the day in 17th, 1 point behind, and now they've jumped everything. But they're up to 13th now. I don't think it's set in stone for them just yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because there's still teams that are chasing, right? And if Yahoo, if Tactical 8, if who else is chasing? I lost track
Orion
here,
is on the chase as well.
Yeah. Orion, yeah. So if those guys end up having turning things around here on Erangel or maybe popping off on Miramar, it's still not out of the bag just yet.
Hypoc, 5 names on the kill leads that we haven't seen really on the kill lead lists so far.
No, you're absolutely right. And Veritas has kind of one of their bread and butter circles there. They had the standard 2-2 split they usually take with Mini Pachinki and obviously the hangar building down just further along the road. But Keenan managing to pull out 6 kills in that previous game. And we've seen them kind of middle of the pack throughout PCS2, and I said earlier today it's been a bit of a disappointment in terms of their performance this time around. But I don't know. I don't know what the fix is this time around in terms of them and kind of repositioning, because, like I said, that's a circle that they're very well rehearsed on. But even then, they looked passive up until they had to come out of the compound.
I mean, so looking at these guys who are on the list, none of them get a lot of feature before this. They're all from teams that are either chasing or trying to secure their position in the case of Veritas. The problem that I have, guys, is this is akin to you're waking up and you got to catch the bus to get to school, and you keep hitting the snooze button. And this is the esports equivalent of grabbing a Pop-Tart and dashing for the bus. Will you make it? I don't know. And I hate that teams like Yahoo and Carnage have just sort of left it till the end, Poro. Why did they do this sooner?
Well, I think a lot of it is a byproduct of SDK. I mean, when you have one team that's just eating up that many kill points, that's eating up that much placement, and to be honest, if we're being real, eating up that much space on the damn map to where nobody wants to go near them, it has an impact on your play. It absolutely has an impact on your play and how you kind of how your metagame changes, and it feels like some of these other teams, like Veritas in particular, are kind of suffering from it because everybody is kind of avoiding shoot to kill, and that might be making spots that Veritas used to rotate through or is used to having open. Now they're not open anymore because people have gone there to avoid shoot to kill. So I don't know. I think there's definitely something to say about the butterfly effect that shoot to kill is having throughout the lobby.
Hypoc, if I'm duel or liberate in this situation, I have to take that game from Carnage as sort of a big kick in the pants, don't I? I mean, they jumped over them in one match. That means their butts are on the line now.
Yeah, it wasn't a Jules one I lent heavily on in the pregame, but I mean, they need to step up. And Carnage have kind of adopted this Rumblers-esque play style of just kind of taking the fight to anybody that's in their way. And I think that's something Duel can learn from, to be honest with you. We saw them obviously roll through Elusive there, but again, that kind of fight inside a compound when the circle's not really dictating what's going on is I mean, if your hand is forced, it's a different story.
All right, overall kills, we're going to touch on this because there is, obviously, these are the winners. If you're on top of here, you get a little bit of a bonus. Purdy's at 55. Snaker's at 52, so as long as their team doesn't continue to get wiped by grenades in a pit by their arch enemies, he'll probably take home this big money. That's it.
I mean, I was going to say, imagine just getting out-fragged by an IGO and utility only. That's crazy.
Oh, man. You hate to see it. You really
Hate to see it.
I mean, he's only 3 kills back. He should get this.
Yeah,
right?
he'll be fine. I suspect he'll be fine based on what we know that Snakers is capable of. That's not to say that, Lobes may have something to say about all this. We got damage leaders is STK. Luke's 12, but Snakers is literally inches behind that. And while Tiggleton is farther back, it is plausible that the big Tig could put up a massive day.
Plausible, for sure.
Yeah, sure. It's plausible.
Sure, why not?
Sure.
We'll throw it in there. We'll throw it in there.
End
We'll
of
start.
segment. End of
There
segment.
you go. Look, no, we're desperate for things to hype up at this point because STK has pretty much ruined everything.
It really ruined the
at least
whole
for the
thing.
group stages. So I, for one, I'm full on. Spam your Tig emotes in the chat. We're rooting for Tig to make a last second dash to supersede everybody. Even
I mean, it would be a big win for his return to competitive, right? To be able to just put up a top 5 in any of the stat lines. To be honest with you, especially again, I'm not gonna beat them down, but their group stage performance hasn't been impressive so far, and that could be that they are testing things out, they're treating it differently. But I mean, that previous game there, the way they peeled back was something we haven't seen Sonics do very often. They gave up that position at the sewer entrance, kind of playing the long game there, and usually we would see Sonics just try and take control of an area. So that's definitely a difference I'm noticing. And again, Erangel kind of has gone a bit weird, to be honest with you, for them. So maybe that's something that they're going to put into practice.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk. I think their coach said that they're using the time to try some new things out to see what works. I mean, the reality is, yesterday I made kind of an offhanded comment, but I think it was true that watching STK play in the lobby was watching Jordan play against a bunch of 7th graders. That said, Jordan is no longer on the court, and this is becoming the junior high state championship. So everyone's at the same level. They can all try to win this thing. But on the same token, next week, you got to go head-to-head with STK for your share of the $200,000. Take a little bit of time and try some things that might work, right, Poro?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's once you get down to blank slate, I mean, everybody's equal, right, off the jump. So, I just want to see people get to a point where they're not scared to go near STK. Like they're not giving them these wide chunks of land that they just kind of get to hang out without getting any fear of pressure. So I think that we're seeing a couple of teams kind of change their mindset about how they want to approach their meta. I mean, Liberate in particular, and I think some teams will see the success that Liberate had. They'll try to emulate and hopefully build off of that, and hopefully we see a little bit more confident, aggressive play style, and not just trying not to die to STK.
And that's the thing is, I hope we see it. And on a personal note, Hypoc, I hope we see it for the sake of North America on the international scene down the line. Like, if North America's training system is stay the hell away from STK,
It's not
then
doing
when
STK
STK
any
goes
favors.
somewhere, it's not going to help them.
Do you know, this is like the worst practice SDK could get for an international event,
Yes.
honestly, because there's so many things they get away with, which is and it's absolutely fair enough that they're identifying, they're able to kind of pull off these rotations and be able to be uncontested in parts of the map. But I'm not saying they're completely out of their element on an international setting, but sloppy habits can develop. I think they have the structure there to deal with that and be best prepared for it in the form of obviously Gunner helping them out. But I don't know. It's difficult to really say how many things they're learning this time around in PCS2.
Well, we'll see what the other teams are learning as the second match of the day is ready to get underway. The plane is taken to the air. It is match number 2 of the final day of PCS on Erangel with your casters, Godspeed and Clover.
That's us.
That is us. I missed you yesterday, right? I mean, yesterday you got to cast with Hypoc, which is really long time coming. You guys were phenomenal. I was like the ultimate bromance.
Thank you. You were the only person that of the talent group that didn't yell at us for casting together. Poro was over there acting like someone took his toys, man. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, either way, I mean, I'm glad to round out the weekend with you. You and I have been casting together quite a lot since PCS1, and that said, we've got 2 more games the 2 of us are going to cast tonight as we go ahead and head here into match number 2. Plane is in the air, and I love these types of flight paths, Godspeed, because they give us very fun circles.
They do. I'm not saying this is going to go military base, but this one is probably going to go military base.
We haven't seen Primorsk in a while, right?
I'm calling it now. I think it's going Millie. If I'm wrong,
and already as well, we're seeing Oath take their Millie stance, right? Typically,
sure.
Don't always see them go out in this area unless that they feel fairly confident that this could be a very southern circles. They see them out on the west coast beyond 303, as well as Yahoo taking out their presence into Primorsk. And, with that, when you kind of wait for that first circle to pop and we get an idea, I'm going to hold this thought for just a second because I think we should see the circle in just a moment. And we're going to know where it goes. It's going to be Millie. Is it Millie?
Oh!
Let's go, baby!
To be fair, if it didn't... To be fair... Okay, well, technically, this still can shift off Millie. But also, if it wasn't a Millie circle, I was just going to call that I said it wouldn't go Millie. So, I mean, I was going to win no matter what the situation was with that circle. But this is, Oath have already positioned themselves on Millie Island. That's going to be very huge for them. A team that I fully expect to take control of, that island, depending on where they want to play from. And everyone else is probably going to go for an early rotation. The plane path was fairly central, right? Everyone had a chance to go to wherever they wanted to. I know Northwest was a little cut off towards like South Sojo and Nojo, but I think
look at this.
This is going to be a very dangerous circle to play, specifically because of how much of the North is still in, which means teams may be a little more cautious or a little more careful where they cross. Lada's going to be taking a lot of damage. He went down early last game for Zenith. He's going to make it out here. But yeah, I think because of how much of the circle is still in on the north side, we may see teams cross late, and that, I think, could create a bottleneck going into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not entirely unheard of that we could see that second phase take a hard shift north, the third phase take an even harder shift north, and suddenly, when you have 14 teams on Millie Island finding themselves in a bit of an awkward situation of having to go back to the mainland, it's very rare that it happens, but it does. And so, some of those teams that are still... kind of playing on the coast, we might see continue to do that, not only as a risk, but also maybe a way to kind of pick up some kills, right? Catch some teams on those later kind of time rotations. I mean, we're only 3 minutes in. We know that typically a lot of the teams like Sonics especially will loot until about that 4 or 5 minute mark here in Pachinki. And at least for right now, Pachinki is in the circle, right? So Sonics don't necessarily have to move, but they will want to position themselves into a better spot for the next zone.
Yep, and I just want to know what Elusive's play is here. I mean, obviously they are at Sharkfin, so they're going to be able to get this boat and get across early, which is great for them. I just want to know what's the play after they get across. How are they going to attack Millie Base? Are they going to go for a position more so on the north side, which is something I think we've seen them do before? Are they potentially going to go for like a Crossroads camp or position themselves towards Crossroads underneath the mountain? I'm not sure, but Elusive needs to, I really feel like, get more aggressive in their play, especially now. I mean, I feel like they have nothing to lose by just trying to be more aggressive. Like, yes, you may not win every fight, you may be getting in more fights that you want to, but that ultimately I think is what's gonna build their chemistry even more.
Yeah, and and these are players that we have seen be aggressive, right? There's players that we know
100%.
can frag out when they have the confidence, and I'm not sure if it's maybe confidence that they're lagging to commit fully hard to the fight and kind of take away that cautious, attitude of wondering, all right, who are we up against? Is this worth continuing on the fight? Do we want to push aggressive to this compound? Do we have an idea, as we saw with Duel last game, right? Only had a 2-man push for Duel. They played a little bit too cautious. That allowed Duel the rest of the time to send the rest of their squad up for backup, then ultimately take down all of Elusive. And so now, as we see, Elusive was very quick into this rotation here. You've allowed Comets to kind of come driving past your doorstep. And so for Elusive, who we're seeing not really do much with this either. I mean, obviously, Comets are going to keep
Well, to be
going,
fair, I don't really think Elusive could have done anything about this.
Sure.
They were just coming off that. But yeah, I don't know. I think all the players actually on Elusive are all talented. I just feel like they need to be a little more proactive. That's really all it is. I just think they need to be more proactive. I'm not gonna speculate whether they are a little afraid against certain teams. I don't think that's their mindset. I don't know how their communication is, but overall, I just think the biggest thing for Elusive is they just need to be more proactive, and that's going to take a little bit of time, but I feel like that roster can definitely make it happen.
Yeah, now Comets are going to be able to loot all the compounds along the road as we kind of break back over to Veritas, who's just coming off a win there for match number 1 right now, sitting on a bridge camp here for the Eastern Bridge. A Duel, who was in Milta, we kind of saw take shots at Zenith earlier on for that rotation. They're starting to drive along the coast, so shouldn't be driving across the bridge, but I mean, we've kind of talked about this a bit as well. I think even Poro and I talked about this yesterday. When teams don't camp the bridge, we always kind of call it out. When teams do camp the bridge, we call it out. But real quick, speaking of calling out, Liberty is actually going to lose Guabi here to Dips Freeze. So Skazka right now in fight with Liberate is going to get spotted up by Ice Tech. Goes down to the Mini 14.
That was a very interesting play from Skazka. I mean, he just came around the backside in full view of Liberate, and yeah, that was just unfortunate for him. I guess he was going for a flank and it just didn't work out. Oh, and Roth's in a lot of trouble too.
Ooh. I mean, Veritas pulled off from the bridge, decided to go battle out for the crossroads. You already had Zenith that was in a position here. So Veritas pushing them back. We can see kind of in between this 2-2 split right now. Roth down. This is a little bit of help. Looks like he's gotten some help from Kickstart. He's trying to lend a hand on this. Kickstart actually getting a knock onto Keenan. That's going to be really huge to see Kickstart now taking more shots here onto Veritas. And that's going to allow Mystery an opportunity to rotate, find another angle. Meanwhile, 303 taking out Yahoo. Oh, unfortunately, this is the same spot yesterday that we saw Fabled and Houston Hardships at, right? And Fabled actually managed to come out of that on top. But
Leda.
Unfortunately, not as lucky for them. And there you have it, Leda getting the knock and flush onto Sharp Shot. Veritas struggling just a bit to hold this position. We can see Keenan was rezzed, and he's able to heal back up to full. But now you've got all of Zenith that have positioned themselves quite well around Veritas.
Yeah, this initially wasn't looking, fabulous for Zenith as Roth was kind of caught out. But this is what I love about Zenith. Sometimes they can be kind of disjointed, not necessarily on the same page, but it also, I feel like this playstyle that they have creates these awesome moments where they literally surround a team and make it seem hopeless. I mean, this is what is so great about Zenith. I just wish they could channel this type of cohesion all the time, and beautiful nades coming in. Nice shots coming out of Lady. He's going to headshot Keenan, actually. It's going to be a knock.
Pressure from Kickstart. Molotov is good. It's going to land right there on Keenan. Should maybe be enough to get the flush. We see Kickstart trying to find the angle onto this Jazza in a different building. But Pentalol will get the knock onto Kickstart, finds the flush. Roth goes down as well. All that's left is Leda. Strong push here, though. Will get the knock on Penta. It's a 1v1 between both teams now. As I see Pentalol still is down, as well as Roth. Whichever of these teams could win this might be able to get that res onto the other teammate. Leda looking for the angle. I can't quite find it just yet on Jazza. And
You saw him.
There we go. More mollies out. Ooh, that nice throwable. Jazza is on fire. Great molly. Trying to heal this off, but will it be enough? There we so we see the fire stop on it once again. And Leda going for the res right now onto Roth.
And this is about as mutually assured destruction as I've ever seen it. Jazza now going in for the push. He realizes the res was probably coming in onto Roth. And here comes the peek. He's going to find Roth, but beautiful by Leda. That was very well played, honestly, by both. I really think that was well played by both. Jazza did the best that he could. Leda with the patience, not to immediately go for the res, not even going immediately for the flush, just so he could get as much information as possible. Really love to see it. Meanwhile, though, Radiant's coming up on the other side. This is a very popular spot. They have a boat, so they can get out of here if they want to. The issue is Orion will have shots on them if they take that boat immediately.
And I think, of course, we've got that 2-2 split from Orion, so Radiance opting not to take that position after all.
Smart. Very smart.
I like this, right? Radiance, we've kind of see take the aggression when they need to, but when it's not the time, when the risk might be too high, looking for another opportunity. And so we'll pull back away. Waldo taking a bit of fire from Gwen Stacy and Potato, but we'll continue on. So Radiance keeping 4-man up, but, as we saw earlier, Elusive did take a boat from the Shark Fin, and so pickings are going to start to be a little bit slim along the coast. That said, nobody's watching the bridge. Should still be plenty of opportunities for Radiance to go in. Now, the circle did, in fact, pull all the way down to Millie Island, so the last of the teams that are on mainland all need to work their way down. That is Gravity, Orion, Carnage, and Radiance. Everybody else is already inside the zone.
Is that a 15x? It is a 15x, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, it is.
It's like my favorite scope.
McCoy.
It's it's incredibly unnecessary. Let me tell you, the 15x is incredibly unnecessary, but it was my favorite scope because I loved that when I would zoom in on someone, whether it was at a 50 meters, 100 or whatever, I could hear their thoughts because that's how much zoom that scope had.
See their pores.
It's ridiculous. I don't think it's phenomenal for comp play, specifically when you start getting into the battle circles, but it's a fun scope to use. And I'm glad that we got to see it because I haven't seen one of those in comp in a long, long time. So thank you, McCoy.
This is a tricky position right now for Liberate, who are going to lose their boat here. It has been blown up by 303, and they've pushed them all the way down out in the water. So you've got Landoon, Honey Badger, D-Rich, Voxic. At this point, they're just kind of gone fishing, right? Liberate has nowhere to go except to swim up to the island here. So 303 could sit on this for quite some time and pick up some free kills. As we can see now, Ice Tech is actually going to get spotted out by D-Rich. So really, really, really unfortunate situation. Simply Matt, the last player now up for Liberate. You hate to see it.
You do, because I really like this team. I really like Liberate and what they've been able to do over the past couple days, or the past couple weeks, I would say, with the improvement. But yeah, that's going to be a really rough position. And if they want to, I mean, the team holding them out can absolutely do that indefinitely. I mean, they're in the circle. There's no threat of them really getting picked off. So that's going to be a rough one for Liberate. We'll see if they can maybe snake their way in. But on the other side of things, here we have Orion on the north side of Millie Base, basically coming in the same side that Elusive had. But now Radiance is the one that they're going to have to contest with, especially if they continue to rotate towards the east.
Yeah, and you've got Elusive coming in the backside of Orion as well, back under Radiance. This has kind of been the story of them a lot this weekend, is finding themselves getting third-party pinched in a lot of these early rotations into the zone. So kind of the story, right, a struggle for making it out of the mid-game. But Carnage on the mainlands taking in a little bit of blue damage. Gravity and Dips Free, two other teams still inside the mainland, haven't made that transition yet either. So you take a quick look at the map. The circle is going to close in. We pull entirely away from the water. It's bad news for Simply Matt of Liberate. 303 won't be able to wait there for as long as they want. But
bad news is an understatement.
I think it's safe to say that Matt is. It would take a miracle.
You never
to
know.
See him back in the zone.
You never know, especially. But that's also kind of, I think, the one thing he has going for him right now is the fact that he is a solo. If there was multiple members on of Liberate there, it would make more sense for a team like 303 to kind of watch in the back, because that's 3 points, you know what I mean, or 3 or 4 points. But now that it's just Matt, I mean, he has a decent chance of making it back in, being a little sneaky snake. So you never know. You never know. It's possible. That's all I want to say, is it's possible.
Well, and I think a big thing, too, to help him out right now is this positioning from T8, right? They're right on the edge of zone, but this is prime location, as we can see on the minimap, 303 working their way in here. And so this should be our next fight popping off, as already Zealot and Steezy setting up for this. Bullets are coming out. Looks like Honey Badger going wide, trying to find the angles. So 303 set up for this right now. D-Rich trying to spot out what they can for T8. Look at this. I love this aggression coming from Honey Badger.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest with you. Honey Badger wasn't incredibly impressive when he was with Wildcard. However, on 303, I feel like whatever the chemistry, whatever it is, he has really been able to shine. Beautiful shots coming out. Almost knocked both.
Nice
He is going to get one. So Zealot is going to be able to kind of get away smokes here, but here comes the rest of 303.
I mean, Honey Badger did get that knock there onto Steezy, pushing up for that flush as the rest of T8 is going to get on vehicles, send it back into the zone for safety. A couple more shots coming out from Landoon at range, but already T8's moved on, but now it's driving themselves very close to Oath as they're going to start laying into them, and we can still see damage from 303 onto this here.
Just cruising,
they're
dude.
trying so hard to get this knock.
Oh, man.
Zealot. Oh, no, Balefrost is
there it
actually
is.
going to get Zealot down.
He
And we see
survived
Liam
for
gets
so
the
long.
flush onto that. So TAC 8 down to just 2
Oh,
players.
that's
Losing
bad.
a tire
Really
there.
bad.
Liam, 24 health, has nowhere to go.
Horrendously
Gets
bad.
spotted out. Voxic's actually going to be the one to get this from 303.
And it's just down to Lush now. I mean, yeah.
It's just very unfortunate for T8 that is still continuing to struggle there at the bottom of the leaderboard. You know, they'll be going to challengers. I think at this point it's mathematically safe to say that they're not going to make it into the top 16.
But this is my point, Clover. Sorry to cut you off, but this is exactly my point, is why not stay and fight? You know what? That's kind of been their biggest issue, is they run from fights or they don't finish them correctly, which is weird because in the last game we saw them really do a great job of cleaning up the fight on the north side of Roz Hill and Water Tower. In this situation, I mean, try to fight it out. See if you can get yourself out of that position. Go toe-to-toe. Yes, you had one knock initially from Honey Badger, but whether it's a bad position or not, see what you're capable of. I feel like they don't even give themselves a chance when it comes to fighting, and that's been TAC 8's biggest issue, I think, this entire PCS 1 and 2 phase.
And if we take a look at the map, where is going to hold on to military base. And you can even see with the 303 positioning, Honey Badger actually sending pretty close up to Oath. But, you know, we talk about that position, right, where TAC 8 was. And had they stayed there a little bit longer, they might have been able to fight out 303 for that positioning.
Yeah.
Another quick thing I want to bring up, Simply Matt for Liberate is still alive and has managed to make it to the mainland. So there's a chance, Godspeed. You might have been right.
There's always hope. You know, I never give up on the underdogs. But this is actually a really nice position that Zovrin and the rest of Gravity have gone into. They were holding a split on these two bunkers. It looks like they are going to consolidate into one. It's going to be the one that actually Duel is pushing up on right now.
Cherry has managed to make it up on top as the rest of Duel closing in. We can see Leda up in the distance there on the mini-map. But 303 continuing the fight right now with Oath and Carnage. If 303 could just take a little bit of a glance further north, might be able to help out Gravity there versus Oath. And even more action right now as we see Comets taking a bit of a crash onto Sonics. Mime's already picked up 1 kill so far for the day, but it's pretty much busy all throughout military compound right now.
Yeah, and this is a very claustrophobic place to fight, by the way, inside of the smokestack building. It's there's a lot of angles, but there's also a lot of corridors that cut off quite a few of those angles. Depending on where you are in the building, it can be it's kind of a puzzle to figure out how exactly you want to approach this. And I think Comets is really trying to take their time because Sonics actually has a really good setup on this.
Yeah, I really like the use of Molotovs and throwables, as you said, in close range, and that's going to push Comets back out to the corner, allowing Sonics to hold this just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, 303 coming down from the high ground and regrouping as they continue to chase Carnage out of this area. Carnage did rotate through their setup early on. We see D-Rich has actually chased Ripper all the way over here.
Ooh,
nice
he
Molotov
knows.
should spread right inside. Ripper's got nowhere to go. D-Rich picks that one up.
D-Rich.
Love to see it. 10 kills right now for 303. I mean, just insane.
Yeah, again, these guys have improved immensely. Controlling their edge is, I think, their biggest strength right now, is something they've really grown into. I mean, we saw them come into this edge initially. Circle shifted away. They immediately took the fight with TAC 8. They pushed them off. To be fair, TAC 8 just ran anyways. But I really, really love what we're seeing from 303 with D-Rich and Honey Badger. I mean, I think those are definitely the standouts from that squad. And that's not to take away from the other two members. I just think those are the ones that are really putting in the initial legwork of putting them in those positions and taking the fights and opening in the
speaking
knocks.
of putting in all that work, Gaxi for Radiance has been an absolute improvement there.
So
He's going to
good.
get the knock onto Cherry. Radiance trying to steal this position. I remember Gravity is still inside. You see Lampalot take a peek over the ridge. We'll take some damage from, I believe, Waldo. And see McCoy trying to hold this angle as well. Meanwhile, Gravity reading the situation will push out, gets a knock and flush onto Lampalot. We've got 3 squads fighting it out right here on the hill, but still other teams taking shots and close. Gaxi getting the last player of Duel. They will be eliminated, but Gravity still in this fight. See both Pankill, Sovereign, and Inland trying to spot them out. Gaxi gets the knock onto Inland, but it is traded. Sovereign getting Gaxi down as well. A nade is out by Gravity underhanded. Should be good to do some damage here. Gravity loses another there. McCoy getting one more. He's the last one still up, looking for a res right now. Well, it looks like Pankill is actually going to sit in the Dacia.
And I like Gravity's idea of potentially coming out from the bunker after they heard the fight with Duel, but they also, I feel like, did it in a very awkward way that didn't work out for them. Still, Pankill's not giving up, though, but that is going to be it. Radiance is going to wipe Gravity, and they should be able to recover here at least 3. So, well done to Radiance again. This team just continuing to become the team that I thought they would be, which is a powerhouse in this lobby.
And Radiance now will have a little bit of time to recover. Meanwhile, Sonic's just eliminated.
Oh my goodness.
Comets, and we'll get a knock there onto Balefrost. Strimsy gets one, Patcap's very low, picks up the flush very quickly. 6 kills right now for Sonics if he continue to hold the main building, but as they pushed out to check out what was going on to the teams to the south, they've allowed Elusive to backfill that position that they fought Comets so hard against. And already we see Strimsy, I think, reading that situation, realizing what's going on, and trying to investigate back out in the distance as well. Orion could walk onto this. So, Elusive, you know, another team, right?
Yeah. Sorry, real quick. I love the way that they position the Dacia in the front of that building to make it even more of a pain to get past. I mean, Sonic's
look at this.
Really smart, man.
I mean, really great setup by Elusive, but as we've already seen with Sonics quite a bit, 1 or 2 little bits of utility could be enough to break this here as Strimsy is going to come around the corner, immediately spotted and taken down by T-Sock. 2 send out, Sneak Attack gets the knock and flush onto Mime. Well, T-Sock will go down, but that's 2 players now for Sonics, not in a great place. Tiggleton's still up, but Tiggleton was holding a different angle on the building, so we can see just a bit low onto this. So Elusive will fall down to a 3-man onto this. We see more utility coming out from Tiggs. He's still got both a Molotov and a nade to work with here.
What do you got, Tig? This is your grand return, buddy. What do you got? Definitely, I would put Tig against almost any 1v3 here, but this is tough. I mean, Elusive has... they have a decent little spread here, and they're holding all different angles for the most part, so Tig's going to really have to work for this, but he might just get a spray there, and that's the first!
Oh, Fizz, really unfortunate jump, just made that so much easier for Tiggleton as he will get that knock and flush, but a beautifully thrown Molly is going to push Tig away, whose health was already a bit low. Sneak Attack getting him down to 24. The boosters lending a hand here. We can see Tig will survive just a bit longer.
He just has bandages.
15 bandages, and that's it.
Yeah, Tig's gonna actually have to spend time. It's unfortunate. I feel like if he had a first aid, he could have definitely, you know, pressed the pace there. But yeah, that's gonna help out a bit. The issue now, though, for Sonics and Tig is that not only is Sneak Attack in there, but we might see another team, potentially Radiance, go for a crash on that building. I feel like they'll most likely wrap around the north as opposed to crashing. That doesn't really fit me as a Radiance style, but you never know.
And now as we kind of factor in what's going on here with 303, we'll be driving on past TAC A. I think Honey Badger once again sending it just ahead of the game, trying to help out. Looks like Voxix taking some shots. Honey Badger will get out Lush, and that means that TAC 8 is no longer a problem. So the West is 303's. You still need to be mindful of that position from Oath, and way off in the distance. Radiant still holding the high ground on the edge. So 7 teams, 18 players left alive. A true Millie compound finish is what we look like we're getting out of this.
If 303 can... Ooh, nice little wheelie there. If 303 can get on the west side of the bunker that's completely open, that would be a ridiculously strong position for them to take. And it looks like that's actually exactly where they're going.
D-Rich full sending right now with Voxic and Toe. Nice little 2-2 split going with them for right now as we see Landoon continuing to hold anchor as the rest of the teams move on.
Oh, yeah.
Honey Badger, I think, might be next onto this. Yep, there he goes. Is he picking up Landoon? No, he's going to leave Landoon behind. He's still working on healing. But look at this. Shots out from Oath. Relo is actually going to get that knock on Landoon. He was left behind.
I think Dune was trying... I think he was trying to lay down some cover fire so that he can get across, and they are going to, it looks like, sacrifice Dune, which is okay because they can also see that the next bunker is clean, and this is such a strong position for 303. And the way that they meticulously, I really feel like, took their time and scouted it, this is what I'm talking about, man. 303 has been super impressive in PCS2.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team that we've always said had a lot of potential that we would sometimes unfortunately fall a bit short. And with the addition of Honey Badger, just seems to have beautiful chemistry. Honey Badger really lends himself well to that style of play. We've seen him stay up late, long for their team, and now 13 kills for them here on this match as they've climbed themselves up to 8th place with 174 points so far.
I feel like when Honey Badger was on Wildcard, I honestly believe that, and I could be wrong, but I believe that there was just a lot of pressure for him to perform on a roster with such big names. People that have been established, some of the best fraggers we've ever seen in PUBG, and I think because of that, he couldn't really shine or play the way that, you know, maybe he wanted to. I think 303 was a perfect fit for him. I really think he's starting to become kind of like the star of the show with D-Rich. And I just really love him on this roster. He's really been able to you know, play and again shine the way that I didn't see him on his previous roster in the previous team.
Now the circle has moved again, and we see McCoy has already scouted out a very nice position for Radiance to move as the rest of the team starts to send it there to match. Meanwhile, Leda is laying a little bit low, trying to keep quiet there for Zenith. I'm not sure if Radiance realizes exactly where his positioning is, and that could be a bit of an advantage to Leda if he wants to do something with this. As well, now as 303 do need to send it in from their positions, we can take a look at the minimap, start to see that movement. So for 17 players left alive, this is going to be, as you said earlier, quite claustrophobic and a lot of these buildings. But again, now you kind of have really what's left to work with. Maybe if that phase 8 goes down south and stays on this building, or if it goes back up towards Radiance and it's out in the open. So you've got all four teams in this compound now that are going to have to kind of fight it out from each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to get very heated very quickly. I think that the powder keg will explode on the next shift. I mean, no one really has to move right now. Everyone, as you said, is just kind of trying to get a lay of the land to see exactly where the other teams are hiding. Obviously, they have an idea of where everyone is, but I think this next shift is really going to be a bloodbath.
And we kind of as well take an overview look at the teams. 303 down to 3 players, Oath down to 3 players, Elusive down to 3 players, Tiggleton last up for Sonics, Orion in 3, and Radiance at 3. So we don't even have a full 4-man squad at this point.
I hate this. I hate this ending. I hate this type of circle,
it's a lot of waiting.
It's not only is it a lot of waiting, but it's too chaotic. Like from a perspective, when I was a player, I really hated chaos. I liked to be able to control the situation, and it's really hard to kind of do that in this building because there's so many variables. Radiance actually, I think Radiance or Orion should have a decent end game here, just depending if it doesn't enter that building, because they can actually just wait and see if the circle pushes out smokestack, that they can just kind of pick everyone else coming off and then eventually fight themselves if that is the ending we're going to see. This shift is going to tell us everything.
Oh, that shift is
and it
not
tells
going
us
to
that,
aid this a whole lot.
yeah.
I mean, I think the best thing here is that the very end of the game is going to end right outside of the compound where we see Elusive at presently. Honey Badger kind of going out of the building, extending himself to get information onto Orion, could put him into a really good position as well for that later circle. The other issue, of course, comes at hand is Radiance out to the east, as we see them continuing to exchange fire right now with Oath. So that said, 17 seconds till this blue zone closes. Doesn't have too far to go. Most of the teams don't really need to move too far. And then, of course, when we get to that phase 9, Blue's just going to slowly push everybody in together. So Elusive, Sonics, 303 Oath will eventually need to resolve this fight here in the next 2 minutes. As we see now, D-Rich has actually been spotted out by Snakers. So a bit of back and forth picking. But like you said, I think we're going to blink, and I think it's just going to be a huge bloodbath. We're going to go from 16 alive to 3.
That is absolutely correct. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, D-Rich actually got knocked in a really interesting little area here up top. But the circle right now is favoring Elusive as far as their position. That center dot is going to be just right around them, which means that obviously on the edges here, 303, Radiance, and Orion are going to have to move. And it's really just, I'm curious to see how Elusive is really going to play this, especially with Oath potentially moving in closer on them, because Tig is still right on their nose. He's right underneath their nose. Tig has survived. He's still there. He's still an issue, and Sonics are still, in this.
Yeah, I mean, Elusive threw that Molotov onto Tiggleton, got him down low, and the thing that you and I kind of talked about is that the only thing that Tig had at the time was bandages, so he did have to pull back away from that fight, recover best he could with the utility that he had on hand, and now he's still in a really good position to catch Elusive on their migration as the circle moves. We've got 5 seconds till Phase 9 starts to close. We can see Orion is inched as far forward as they can. I love Gwen Stacy right on the edge of the blue. And so now with Orion has all of that open space ahead of them. Smokes are coming out, but you've got Radiance 303 all with eyes on this. And wherever Orion pushes forward, the safest position for them is the compound. So I don't know. Here we go. As he said, here we go. Smokes are out. Oath is first to take a movement. 303 is actually going to leave the compound entirely and push onto the open ground. Honey Badger got a lot of information that he could on both Orion and Radiance. This Radiance member was taking some shots onto Oath. And so 303 sitting on 13 kills. Oh, this is really good position to put some playing aggressive to the zone.
Yeah, they're playing aggressive on Orion's own smokes. I really love this.
Honey Badger getting that knock onto Potato. Looking for another angle. I love Gwen Stacy, though, getting him down to 2 health. Hasn't found the knock just yet. D-Rich, meanwhile, will get the flush onto Potato as they're using Orion's own smokes against them here. Good coverage here. D-Rich trying to get another one, but Honey Badger actually gets taken out by a nade thrown by Ranger. D-Rich very low. I love Gwen Stacy gets them here. Another knock, unfortunately, for 303. I've lost 2 players in this push. Voxic's last one still up. Now, meanwhile, Radiance has managed to get across and push just to the outside of the building. But you still got Tig and Elusive.
Voxic coming out
kind of push right up back on the back of that.
For 303 as this Molly comes out, and it's still Ranger. But as you said, Radiance has been able to kind of just chill. They've stuck their way in. They didn't have to deal with that because 303 and Orion, took all the action and really all the attention away from themselves, and now we have to deal with this fight that's inside, and this is so claustrophobic.
Ooh, there you go. Flashbang is out for Tiggleton, but it may have bounced just too far. We'll get a little bit more damage onto Elusive here. Hasn't found the flush just yet, but you can hear Oath making that push. Relo finds Tiggs. That's unfortunate for Sonics as they go out in 6, but now strong and heavy push coming in from Oath as they're looking to clean up Elusive here. We can see Fizzle trying to stay ahead, of the Molotovs. GLD unfortunately running right in the Molotovs. Didn't see it through the smoke. As you can see him start to bleed out there, and Orion, meanwhile, is eliminated. Voxic actually gets the last knock, so 4 teams, 10 players left alive. As we said, a complete bloodbath. Molotovs ahoy. Elusive falls now down to 3 teams, 7 left alive. Honey Badger falls down again. Voxic, meanwhile, getting a knock onto McCoy. Radiance falls here as well. Coming around the corner, Voxic fights a second one. Gaxi, all that's left, and look how close this circle is getting. 18 kills right now for 303.
Oh, right in front of you. You can't see the smoke.
Smoked. Nobody can see what's going on.
Can he get the other one?
Finds a second one. Oath eliminated in 3rd place, and it is a heal off Gaxi trying to stay alive above Voxic, but unfortunately the bullets for Oath were just too much. Radiance wins it in the end. That was insane.
That is one of the best performances I have seen from Voxic in a long while, and what a way to come alive at the end. I know Radiance won that game, the way that they played that, the way that they used the other teams, really paying attention to each other to move in and secure that position, especially on the dot. Hats off to them, but really, 303 was absolutely bonkers in that match. I have nothing but praise for 3. That was insanity.
303 looked beautiful that entire game.
Good.
This is the team that we've been wanting to see. Honey Badger, 7 kills. D-Rich and Voxic, 6 apiece. Landoon going out, unfortunately, a little bit early, but did get 1 kill to his name as well. 303 is not at risk of relegation, but again, just on the cusp of getting that chicken dinner that we want to see them have so badly. This is why we see them so high on the leaderboard, even without getting those wins.
Yeah, and a chicken still eludes them. Still don't have a dinner, but with performances like that, honestly, who cares? It's crazy how much this team has changed from PCS1 to now PCS2. Again, without a dinner, they're surviving on kill points, and they are racking them up as well. Everything from their rotation to the way that they had employed scouting practices to move into that circle, the way that they've really come into their own and controlling the edge of zone. What a freaking team, man. 303 has come to blow away my expectations of what I thought they were going to do in PCS2 comparative to what they did in PCS1. So I love it. I love this roster. Voxic, man, welcome back. You've been really quiet. Honestly, I think he's been really quiet over the past couple months, but that is what I remember. That is Knights Voxic that I remember. So well played, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic for them. That said, guys, we're going to go ahead and send this back to the host desk, see what they had to say about that match, if they are just as blown away as we are. And that said, we'll be back just a bit. So take it away, guys.
Ask any farmer and they'll tell you you can't catch a chicken without ruffling a few feathers. And I would say 303 ruffled an awful lot of feathers in that fight, but they still were unable to get their hands around the neck of that chicken. I will say, though, it was a heck of an end. A lot of fun. It's rare that we get to see two players in a heel-off. It's been a while since I think I've seen that, IPOC.
It's been years, I would say. I can't remember the last time we actually had two players divided by a wall in it. There was a Sandhawk game, I think, at some point. Recently, not recently, but within the last 6 to 9 months. But Godspeed, absolutely right. The victory still eludes them, but by God, I mean, they get the victory in that game on points alone. Obviously, 20 kills, first time in a long time we've seen somebody hit 20 as well. But this kind of speaks to, I was saying yesterday during the cast with Godspeed, how I've been really impressed with how active 303 are in terms of splitting in the mid game, taking control of ground, third-partying fights, and taking 2 separate fights as well, as part of that 2-2 split. And I mean, it's fantastic to finally get a chance to see, a team utilize those Erangel 2.0 changes on the runway. But they were all over the place. And I say that actually in the best way. Usually that's a negative way to say something, but they were everywhere. They were taking fights and they were cleaning them up confidently.
I'm going to pull up the recap of that last game, Poro, so you can walk us through some of the crazy stuff that happened. Time for some highlights.
Yeah. No, I think 303 finally, we're starting to see some payoff for all that time spent watching Korean team VODs. I mean, this is where it started, right? The awesome bridge camp, and then they end up picking off a couple off of, or at least one off of Tactical 8 before Tactical 8 just had to send it to the middle. I'm not sure where they were intending to go at the beginning, but they took the scenic route.
I like how they leave no man behind, though. They take the body with them on rotation.
Exactly. Look, hey, Radiance had a hell of a game for themselves as well. And obviously, want to give 303 as much gas as we possibly can, but in the end, Elusive also having a good game for themselves there. I mean, they only get a couple of kills, but they get the placement points, and now they find themselves tied with the Ho, I believe.
This was so crazy.
Absolutely nuts. Voxic with the ears of an actual jackrabbit. Look at him.
I mean, the question, though, Hypoc, is it the ears of a jackrabbit, or did he just, because of where the circle was, know that there was no, like, he just basically was like, well, I'm firing everywhere that I'm not, because there wasn't a lot of other options, right?
Well, I mean, it's deceiving there, obviously, with the Observer UI, but there was smoke covering that initially, but I think it was Snakers took a tick or two of blue there, kind of put the favor towards Voxic a little bit, but can't take anything away from them in that they fought all the way from the south side of the road. They were all the way down the south coast, got themselves over to the runway, and just literally destroying anybody in their path. I mean, to be at the end of Circle 3 and have 10 kills, you're doing something right.
That was wild. And to the credit of Snakers and the boys, they knew. They had a player inside, so all they had to do was hit whoever was out there once or twice. So that you lose the heal off, and it's a win for the game. So good on them. Let's pull up the leaderboard from that match and take a look at how it fell out. I think we all know who the big winners were here, Poro. We talk about the 16K club. They didn't get.
That looks incorrect.
That looks very wrong.
That's game one.
Yeah, we'll get you guys game 2 in just a minute because we know for a fact that they got a copious amount of kills. But 20, is that what you guys said? 20K at the end of that bad boy?
I think they ended on 20, right, with the 2 kills on Oath, I'm pretty sure. Unless there was a Blue Zone credit in there that I didn't see, I'm pretty sure they hit 20.
Still, though, like, we joke about 16 because that's, like, a significant, like, 1/4 of the lobby. To wipe out 20, potentially, is absolutely shocking in terms of that level of play. So,
do you think there was any people in the chat that were reminding us that the final 2 came down to Voxic and Gaxi? Any EU fans in the chat?
I wasn't going to bring it up, but I mean,
Tell us more about why that's interesting, Foro.
They
go on, Foro.
both players, former EU players that are now playing in North America, not playing in EU. How about that?
How about that? So we're going to double check those leaderboards and make sure everything syncs up correctly. And we're back to just us while we fill that time. So that said, it wasn't just you'd think 303 won by the way that we have verbally worshipped them since the end of that match. But the reality is Radiance came out on top with another well-executed game. It was a unique end. Hypoc, I don't think I've seen an end in that spot.
Did you know,
Ever?
Joe, I was thinking about it so whilst we were watching that,
Yeah.
and the last time we saw a game end, I guess in that 100-meter square would have been PGI Burbank qualifiers.
Wow,
At least in NA. I remember it as like it was yesterday. It came down to the God Squad win at PGI Burbank. So a little bit reminiscent that Pat Cap's got himself into the end game there. But Oath, fantastic utility management there. They were farming kills on the inside with Molotovs. I think it was Relo putting down just an absolute blaze to stop anybody from leaving the room as it got cut out in the circle.
Yeah. I will say it was
gosh.
kind of big sad for me, though, because that elusive versus Tiggleton fight of, like, whatever was happening in there had been going on for easily 8 to 10 minutes at this point. And I was
feel
waiting.
like-
Eons.
I feel like Tig got like 7 knocks whilst
Yeah.
he was in that warehouse, and he just couldn't convert a kill. But I'd be interested to see his damage output from that game, actually, because it seemed like everybody kept peeking him, and they were like, "Tig's in there. Let's go to the next room. Let's not peek that again."
He's a solo. He's by himself. What harm could he do?
Well, I mean, that we were joking as we watched about PubTig, right? But, like, that fight was, like, geared towards a man who's dropped it military more times than he can count and solo fought squad on squad on squad because he was peeking, like, that spot where he laid down after getting the first knock to sort of, like, peek underneath the pipes into a corner where they were sitting. Like,
That's
showed
pub
just
experience.
Yes, that's map
pub
knowledge, bro.
experience, yeah.
Like, that's not something you ever use at competitive unless, of course, Elusive was camping your entire team. Which, by the way, we give campers a hard time, right? 2020 is the year of the rat. But I will say, they executed that trap flawlessly. The way that they came out, they knew mine was going to follow. Like, they did a great job. Do you still respect the rat trap? Is that, or do you still judge them even though they executed it correctly?
If that's one of the strongest aspects of your playbook, by all means employ it as often as possible.
Yeah. No, I mean,
You got to embrace the rat, man.
You do what you got to do to win. Get your points. Get your money, no matter how you got to do it. Don't listen to the haters. Everybody's going to call you a snake and a rat and all this, that, and the other. Who cares? Who cares? Just go get your points.
And I think that's the moral of PUBG. And honestly, that's kind of why I fell in love with it in the first place. Some of you guys, you two might know that I didn't come from FPSs. I came from, top-down MOBAs, and I loved PUBG because there were so many different ways to win, different strategies to execute. You don't always have to be Rumbler level fraggers. You can be elusive level trappers, and sometimes it works out. So it does lend a lot to that. When you guys play, Hypoc, when you find yourself in those situations playing pubs, for those guys who are watching at home, what strategies do you find work the most to sort of push you up to the top? Do you guys play hyper aggressive? Do you tend to use a little more of a pro style?
I mean, in terms of pub level play, it's all about the fragging. But
Fair.
I mean, there's very few opportunities where raw fragging ability is going to carry you in competitive. So we might don the term rat strats, but if PUBG is like chess, if you can bait somebody into a position and then capitalize on it, like by all means, like I said, employ that as often as you can because those are going to be the easiest kills you pick up.
Fair enough. So we don't have the board at the moment. I think they're still trying to work on it. We may have to go to the next game without seeing it, which is a little bit unfortunate because I really wanted to see Tig's damage potentially. But we'll update you guys as I think the players are already starting to pile into the lobby. Thinking back on that game, rotations were tough to go to military. We saw a lot of teams sort of struggle with how do we even get in. Tactical 8's a great example of a team that needed to get some points and tried so hard to get to military, but just couldn't do it. That, you know what? I asked I'm setting up a question, but it doesn't matter because the game is ready to go.
That's good. Get into the game.
Godspeed can answer it. There you
It's
go.
time. It's time for us to sit back and watch, along with you guys, as Godspeed and Clover settle in for the last Erangel match of the day.
Thanks, guys. You know what? I will say I think camping is a legitimate strategy. Godspeed.
Well, let me just tell you this. Toffees talks about that because Toffees is a rat. You know what I mean? He's definitely a rat player. He knows it. He admits it. I'm not really throwing shade anywhere. But yes, Toffees is saying that because he himself is a rat. So.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, I can't say anything, right? I'm definitely a rat.
Listen,
I'm a cautious player.
We had this conversation before the cast, where Toffees is like, he himself admitted, he will say this. He's like, look, mechanically, I'm not great, so I got to use my brain. You know, I got to be sneaky. I got to trap people. I can't just go out there and go for the 1v1 duels because he won't win those. And I respect that. He knows that about himself, and so because of that, you know, he plays like a rat. But sometimes ratting will get you the win. Sometimes it won't. In any case, I think that was just an insane performance from 303. They talked about it. We talked about it. And I want to talk about it again. I mean, that was just absolute madness.
I mean, it really was. And, you know, we talked a lot at length about Honey Badger, right? And the utility that he's brought. We saw numerous times him scouting out, gathering a lot of information. But, you know, he's not the only person on this. Voxic D-Rich really just did so much that last game. Yeah, and Landoon as well, right?
Well, Landoon unfortunately went down. But, yeah, Landoon has done a lot for them in other games, yeah.
Yeah, and oh my God, Godspeed. Look at this.
Perfect.
We have been gifted. This is the second time I think that you and I have had two Erangel circles in a day. Is this us? Are we the ones that are cursed with the amazing circles? I think it's us.
The immortal words of whoever started it. You hate to see it, you know? You just hate to see it. I love you know, I mean, we love to see it. This is going to be another battle, though. 303 also find themselves, I mean, obviously in a great position for the circle as well. So I'm curious to see how they play it this time around. I know they were South Edge last game. We'll see how they want to approach this time. Radiance, on the other hand, winners of last game, are going to be in Yas. So they're going to be looting Yasnaya Polyanya. You know, I think I butchered that. But they are going to have a little bit of rotation to go. If I know Los and Little Waldini, I feel like they're going to loot fairly quick here and look to rotate a little early.
Yeah, and now, of course, I think what we've seen a lot of times rotations when the circle goes melee for their position is that they will kind of push into that Mill to Power Peninsula, which Oath actually opted to drop this time, right? Oath went melee to the spot that we saw T8 earlier on when we looked at the map. Now, when you've got some of these teams that are up to the north, this time with a lot less of the island into play, then I think it's very imperative that, once again, we catch those rotations a bit earlier. Now, Liberate, they really struggled on that rotation, but shout out to Simply Matt, because he did manage to survive, and he survived actually for, I think, 2 additional phases beyond that. As remember, they were caught out in the water after they're having their boat exploded by 303, who did pick up 3 of the kills onto that as well. So Liberate, another team that we've really been seeing a lot from. We've been singing their praise.
Come on!
Guys, you got to know that we are watching you at all times. If you can, give us a backflip. But, shout out to Liberate, right? They made the best with what they had. Unfortunately, what they had was not the best situation. Elusive kind of is that team now that we're, I think, starting to get a little bit frustrated with. They did great. They did really great in that military compound, holding their own, kind of winning out a couple of kills from Sonics, but ultimately, you know, as that circle shifted and everybody died very quickly, fell apart to Oath in the end of that match.
I mean, I'm not surprised in the sense that they didn't move. They just, you know, Tig was really giving them a hard time getting knock after knock, and because of that, they were hesitant to really either go look for Tig or branch out and get a better lay of that what was going on in that building. And because of that, I mean, they just basically got cornered and kind of flushed out like rats. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They got mollied to death. And so, yeah, that's kind of the story of Elusive last game. And, you know, that's kind of all I have to say about that, I guess.
Now, Duel, we actually saw Duel and Zenith battle this exact rotation last match, as Zenith is once again going to drive right in front of Duel. Shots out by Willie and Sherry. Hasn't found the knock onto here just yet, but Willie, a bit of damage here. Can he find one more? Mystery's a little bit low. Will get that knock on Mystery. Cherry picks that one up, and Willie gets the flush. So Zenith managed to rotate for free last time. Will lose one onto this. We saw Zenith put down last match when we had the melee circle again here in the crossroads, but now with the circle kind of leaning itself more towards the west, they're going to continue onward. And now, as well, right, if you're a team and you just played a melee circle, you're getting it a second time, are you going to play this more aggressively than you might have previously? Oh.
Well, it's just
Ryan.
Destinator actually gets the knock on Honey, even coming out on fire. That was something out of a movie, but they are going to be able to get him down. A nice little res onto Honey Badger. As far as the question you asked, do you play it more aggressively? It's a different circle. You know, it's definitely a different circle. There was a lot more towards the north. There was a lot more to play, I feel like, on the east side of the island than there is now. This one is definitely catered towards, you know, Fairy Pier Prim. So I'm not really sure. It depends on the position that you take. It depends on how early you get onto the island, and also what you can scout out and see where the teams are ahead of you. So it's kind of it's a difficult question to answer.
Now 3 of 3, Artie Howard sitting on 2 kills, and we can see Ranger, the last player for Orion, moving his way on to safety, looking for a place to put down. The airplane graveyard, you know, got a lot of action yesterday, and already as we kind of see that the circle is starting to favor a bit of the west, teams kind of setting up into these positions across all of these compounds a bit on the high ground. We see Comets kind of off in range as Dips Free and TAC 8 set up along this road. If you're one of these teams and you're coming in late to a rotation like to this, where is a place that you're thinking of putting down, or are you going to try and fight for one of these compounds, or do you think you want to sit on the edge?
Well, I mean, for this circle specifically, I mean, the new it's just referred to as new compound, which is the one that right up the road from where we are right now, going north towards that west bridge. That is probably one of the strongest positions that you can be in this specific military zone. But it's also very heavily contested. Teams generally will kind of set up for anyone trying to crash or drive by. It's a difficult position to retake depending on which side you're on. So I think a lot of these guys will potentially just kind of play out the edge again, kind of do what 303 did last game. They'll figure out where the other teams are in relation to themselves, and then they'll kind of carve out their path that way.
I know, kind of another team, right, that we've talked about quite at length today, Yahoo. As we start to get through the halfway point, Yahoo closing in just a bit onto Elusive. They're 2 points behind, but they're still in 19th place. And that's kind of looking, I mean, it's not impossible, right, for them to make it into the top 20. They don't need that much more to put down, but they haven't been putting as many points per match that we've been wanting to see to know that they could do it comfortably. This could come down to game 5 or 6 for them if they're not careful. And I think that kind of comes to the point where we're all sitting on edge and biting our nails just a bit, is this a team that can kind of get it together up through the end?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that if Yahoo does make it, it will indeed come down to game 5, you know, like the last game. So, well, I mean, we'll have to see. They're not too far off. As we see, they're currently in 19th with 115 points, and right now the current cutoff is 134. So, you know, realistically, they have a shot. You know, they're only about 19 points behind. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, that also depends on, you know, Elusive and potentially, you know, Ryan and how they do with the points spread. But I believe in Yahoo. We'll just see if they can make it happen. They have this game plus 2 more left, so 3 games. We'll see. We'll just have to see.
Now, kind of back, I guess, right at the game at hand, we do have Liberate here on the eastern side. Cherry, we can see right up at the top, you know, towards tower. The rest of duels spread out between ATC and kind of even working the randomility base. And you've got Oath coming in from Nova after transitioning off of the Milta Peninsula. So as the circle kind of closes out and you've got all these teams spread to the east, potential to kind of walk in on each other and, Oh, that is a very interesting circle shift. Look how much water is still in play.
Yeah, did you want to ask me how to play the circle again?
Yeah, there you go.
Because I don't have an answer. I feel like my answer earlier was pretty good. What in God's name is that shit?
You just see everybody driving for the zone right now. Even Gravity picking up pace there in the blue because, you know...
Honestly, with a really scuffed circle like this, I think it's more than worth it to just drive for the game-winning position. You know, for instance, like Hilltop to the west of New Compound, like that would probably be one of the best positions to fight for, because otherwise you're going to be caught in a very awkward position on the circle, and it's probably not going to end well. You're probably not going to be able to get too many kills. So I think with a scuffed circle like this, you just go for the team fight that you know is going to nab you one of the best positions, and you just hope that you win it, because otherwise you're going to be basically grasping the straws.
Yeah, and you know, as you said, right, we've got a lot of teams that are kind of in a good position. We've got Sonics, Comets that do you have the high ground with both of those hills already inside the circle. Duel, though, you know, working a little bit of wonders. Wooly actually did get a seat swap knock and then get a vehicle run over onto Leda there for Zenith. And now we're going to see Carnage, or actually just kind of full send it, 4-man on a squad for a crate, because why not? I mean, this far down is still in the zone with so much water into play.
I mean, technically they're in a good position in the circle, so you can't really knock them. I mean, going for that crate, I don't even think is very dangerous. I think they're fine to do this, and they're going to get level 3 helmet. You know, they're going to get probably a pretty decent gun out of that as well, and a nice vest, and they're going to be fine. On the other side of things, though, you know, Veritas deciding to come in late potentially to get a nice camp here. I don't know if Sharp is trying to bait or what he's doing, but this is an interesting play from these guys.
I mean, no doubt. I think that they did hear gravity and kind of the thought, well, let's stop this team. Let's get 4 points. Let's pick something out of this. But with the position of the zone, sitting in the blue for this long, for the potential of maybe not even getting much of a payout, is a risk, because even if they are able to get all 4 of these kills, they're going to come in a little bit limping, right? And you're not going to have any information of where the other 14 teams are inside the zone because of how far away that circle is. I mean, most of the zone is in water, and so it's the entire west coast of the military circle, and that's really unfortunate for Veritas, right?
It's like a 2017 circle. I mean, it's it's exactly what this is, back when you could med in water. I mean, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. And obviously this cuts out quite a bit of area to play, and I think these teams are going to have to run into each other much sooner rather than later than they would want. And so that's why I believe that going for that position, you know, taking the one team fight that's going to put you in one of the best positions on the map is worth it, rather than try to snake around.
Gaxi with sight on Yahoo will get a nice headshot there onto Poonage, finds the knock, looking for the flush. He's got it. And we can see the rest of Yahoo working their way in. And Radiance, I mean, again, you and I have kind of been singing their praise. It's just been another team that has really grown and looked beautiful through this PCS2 series.
To be fair, I did think that Radiance was going to potentially rotate in early, but then, you know, with that circle and seeing that shift, it doesn't surprise me at all that they have opted to actually play in late. This is something that Los would like to choose to do. You know, when I was on the team playing with them, is sometimes if we were just too far from the circle and we knew no matter how early we would leave, it wouldn't matter. We would just come in late. You know what I mean? And oftentimes we found success that way. So this is not a surprising play for me at all for Radiance, and I don't think it's a bad play at all either.
No, and then, you know, as we see, they are going to be able to get across the bridge unscathed. They're going to position themselves now to kind of gatekeep and wait for Yahoo. But now, on the flip side of things, we've got Oath crashing into Duel's compound. We see Danny G very low on health. And now Snakers, as well as Wooly, with vehicles out, trying to find better angles onto this. Snakers actually is just going to full send it into the zone to scout ahead. Now, this compound is not in the circle. And Oath has
Fight
kind
is
of
not
been
really worth it.
No, I mean, it hasn't, right? We've seen Oath kind of at this point where, you know, okay, we've talked a bit about kills, we've talked about Snakers, talked a bit about how Oath's in second place. But that said, I mean, there's no real reason to waste time with some of this, especially, you know, in a situation on the edge of zone, outside of zone. Now, Pat Caps has not really been able to do much. This is his first day back. He was actually going to get a knock and flush there onto Danny G. So, you know, my point being, I guess, with Pat Caps is that he's been out of practice. He hasn't had power for 5 days. And so if you're Pat Caps, you've got to be really antsy for some of this action, because you just haven't really been on your computer for a week.
Well, to be honest, this is such a Pat Caps thing to do, like staying behind when the team has gone forward. Like, I'm not surprised by that play coming out of Pat at all.
There you go, 8 HP.
Oh,
Oh,
so
lamp a
close to
lot.
getting out, but nope.
It didn't take much
and
to get it here.
Wooly!
Wooly will actually flush that out with the vehicle. And so, unfortunately, Pat Caps is going to fall. Meanwhile, we kind of talked again about Radiance, right? Coming across the bridge early and setting themselves up to gatekeep Yahoo. Wolf is down, and Shinboy trying to get in safely is going to get found out by Gaxi. Nice headshot again.
Yeah, Gaxi's on fire. And then also to my previous Pat Caps point, it's also possible he just got trapped and he just told them to go. But yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like a Pat Caps thing to me. And I love
Either
Pat
way,
Caps,
Oaks
so.
still with 3 players up and continuing this fight out with duels. You see Balefrost take shots at Wooly. Good opportunity at some revenge there for your teammates. Couple hits, but here comes the throwable as well as Balefrost not taking any damage of that, falling just short. And we can even see, look how many teams are rotating in right now. Gravity driving through the thick of this, as well as Veritas. Now, actually, Keenan landing a shot onto Balefrost from range. Oath eliminated. Reload found by 303. And it is so chaotic on the edge right now, as 303 split right now in a fight between Gravity. We see Honey Badger pick it back up to help land a hand. Voxic goes down. Pankill is very lone. Landoon making the push onto this. Landoon actually getting Pankilled down with a molly, and all that's left still up is Inland. As we can see, is actually not even at the end of this compound. He's a little bit further north, facing Dips Free.
Yeah, and you know, you could argue 303 started on Millie base, so they had a good in on the island because they were already there. But even still, they've already racked up 5 kills. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are just they're playing with so much confidence, and it is a delight to watch.
Yeah, and it's confidence, not cockiness, because that is a thing that can hurt some teams, right?
Agree.
Playing overly confident and
Agreed.
maybe taking plays or pushes that you shouldn't, that really puts you or your team at a bad risk. That's not at all the case that we're seeing for 303. We're seeing confident in their abilities, in their mechanics. And there we have it. Honey Badger getting a knock onto Pintalol now as Veritas finds themselves next in the crosshairs here of 303. Duel trying to send it on the backside of this. Cherry and Lampalot looking to capitalize right on the cusp of Jazza sharing that smoke. At now 303 trying to get this out. Honey Badger actually gets the knock and flush onto Pintalo, but Cherry getting Jazza. We can just see the kill feed lighting up left and right. Landoon taking out Cherry and Lamp. Sharp shot falls to Badger. And Duel finds themselves eliminated. Full on killing spree. 10 kills now for 303.
I was gonna say too, Duel kind of put themselves in an unfortunate position because obviously I think they were trying to third party or just trying to get in because they were on the edge, and that was just kind of wrong place, wrong time because 303 was cresting over and really pouring it onto Veritas, and I think Duel just kind of got caught in the crossfire. That was very unfortunate for them. But again, 303 just taking. I don't think they're being cocky. I just think they're playing with confidence. They're not biting off more than they can chew, but they're also testing themselves and pushing forward on teams. And they're not taking steps backwards. And sometimes that does catch them off guard. But other than that, I mean, they are killing it. And Liberate as well, just destroying Carnage Gaming.
Guabi right now on fire. See Carnage down to Ripper and Maji. Still taking shots over towards Comets. Liberate right now's biggest issue is 303 as they're trying to take a push for this. It looks like D-Rich and Honey Badger are just going to full send it. They want this high ground and this cover. And D-Rich is going to try to drive right past Guabi. We'll get to the knock and flush onto this. And Voxic now coming back into this as well. Getting D-Rich down. Oh, here we go. Actually, Liberate is going to lose another one. Guabi falls here, gets knocked and flushed. Soup, by the way, gets the original knock, but 303 picks up the kill. It's Soup, by the way, found out by Landoon as well. So Dips Free kind of finding themselves amidst of this. Liberate is going to find themselves eliminated. But now with only Voxic still standing for 303. Yes, 12 kills, 10 teams left alive. This is kind of what we talked about with 303 a little bit, right? Is sometimes they just find themselves going out a little bit early. But this time, I mean, so much to show for it.
Yeah, but
they're in 6th place.
The thing is yes, they. So I want to 303 last phase. I feel like would just send it and die all the time. Like they would just send it somewhere. What I'm seeing from 303 now is again not only that edge control we're talking about, but even if they are going into an unfavorable fight, they're at least coming out with the kills because they're putting themselves in a better position to deal with that, which is I think was their biggest issue before. And so, I mean, again, 13 kills for these guys, and Voxic is still alive. Still potentially getting them another placement.
The circle is going to close, and that's not going to be too difficult for 303 to work with, as they still got the edge of zone. We can see Voxic continue to take shots there towards Soup, by the way, and Infamous for Dips Free. So it looks like, Dips free, kudos to them, are still not pulling back away from this. But as Infamous comes out of the smoke, Voxic getting quite a bit of damage into him, switching back to the DMR, trying to get them knocked down with the SKS.
Those are hard shots. Those are hard shots to land with that smoke, too.
But still plenty of damage. You can see just how low Dips free is. Infamous getting Voxic down to 27 HP, though. It's not going to take too much. Here comes the peak. Voxic getting Infamous down, but Soup, by the way, landing a headshot there, and Dips free attempting a res now. But we can see on the minimap, you've got Elusive starting to come in the backside of this, as they're going to pull away from TAC 8, and T-Sock might be able to spot this out, as looks like Elusive still, unfortunately, taking some fire from range at TAC 8 as well.
I mean, they have a golden opportunity here to backstab, Dips free and really get a nice foothold in the circle, but their window is slowly closing. The issue is they're also getting shot from afar, so it's making this cross even more difficult for Elusive. And now Dips free, I'm sure, is they're going to find that out. Infamous going to take down T-Sock, and now it's only 2 members left for Elusive.
Yeah, and we're in phase 5. The blue is starting to close, so these teams have no choice but to push into the zone. And as we see, Elusive is kind of running out of options where to rotate into the zone. Infamous, meanwhile, is kind of pushed just a bit further ahead, slightly low on health, so Fizzle could stand a chance to try to push through this, but back over on the other side of the zone, Radiance on the high grounds up against Sonics, playing right now for I think is one of the probably stronger positions in this current zone.
Yeah, Sonics definitely have Sonics could have a good position if Radiance wasn't here to just ruin it for them. They could have a nice little wrap, and that goes to the decision making on both of these teams. Is they know this is a strong position to play from, and this wrap is good, but now they're gonna have to deal with each other. Comet's just kind of chilling, overlooking everything as we go into this fight with Radiance and Sonics, and we'll see how this one plays out. Oh, come on, Waldini.
Waldo taking more shots at Mime, but nice hit from Shrimzy. Headshot onto Waldo is going to push them back and allow Sonics just a bit of breathing room to try and restructure themselves safely into the zone. But we see Radiance not letting go of the pressure here, continuing the heat on. Shrimzy, though, was knocked down. Tiggleton very low on health. Back again across the way. Comets, Dips free. Fizzle somehow still alive there for Elusive, trying to hold on to the south. So 8 teams, 21 left alive onto this, and spoke too soon. Fizzle was found. Dips free are going to get that elimination.
7 teams, 20 alive.
Yeah. But look at this. I mean, you've got 2 players down for Sonics now. Mime is actually going to get that res off and Shrimzy right as I say it, but Tiggleton, unfortunately, not in a really healthy position. As you see Los pushing for the flush, trying to get that out. I think Sonics going to do what they can with 2 up. There you have it. Los getting the final little kill there on. Taking a look at the circle, I mean, this kind of shows the strength of Radiant's position, right? They've got more than half the zone here, but their ability now is going to have to come. Can they hold this? Is I think TAC 8 starting to work in to crash this.
They do have a good position in the zone, but they're not completely set, just because there's a lot of angles they could potentially get backstab from. One of which is TAC 8, which is what we're seeing right now, and they do have an anchor to kind of receive that. The issue is that they're still dealing with Sonics in front of them.
And Zealot T8 is going to fall down there. And now we can see Los continuing the pressure here onto Sonics. Nice use of throwables at Mime. Trying to pick up Shrimzy again. It looks like that next nade is going to land very close to it. Los looking for the angle, trying to find Mime. A bit of poor guns on us. Mime is going to get down, Los down to 29, but falls himself. Sonics eliminated into 7th place.
And that's big, because now they can, shift their focus to basically to the north. Meanwhile, on the south side, it looks like Comets is just slowly picking apart Dips free, and this seems very methodical for Comets. I mean, 4 kills for them. They've had one of the best positions on this current circle pretty much for the last 3 phases, if not 4, and so they're chilling. Comets is just having a good time right now. However, if this does shift north again towards the position of TAC 8 and Radiance, then it's going to be a little tricky to get off this this mountain without taking some damage or potentially going down. But they do have a couple vehicles, so we'll see how it plays out.
I know you and I have always talked about, especially when we cast Miramar, is the deadly aspects of roads in these late games with so much open area and crossing the street, and what that can mean for teams. But another team right now that I'm a little bit concerned about is Zenith. You've got Radiance, they're kind of sending Los down to investigate, but Comets have an angle at every part of this house, and so it's going to make it really difficult for Zenith to pull away. Right now they're on the edge of the zone, and so it's going to be kind of a lot of luck, I think, if the circle continues to hold on to that corner. So, but back kind of up to the north again, right? TAC 8 taking this push onto Radiance, have managed to keep 3-man up here. Nice hit from Steezy onto Comets, as well as, gets the knock
Nice
onto
shots.
Monty.
Okay, Steezy.
So,
I see you.
There you go, T8. You know, you even said last match, right? T8 needed to try something new because we know that they're going to go down to challengers at this point. They're sitting in 22nd place. Learn what you can and see what does and doesn't work because, you know, what do you have to lose at this point?
I just want to see T8 get aggressive and get in a lot more fights. That's really what it is. I feel like most of the time we're watching T8 go down, it's either in rotations or you know, trying to get out of a fight instead of, you know, just trying to take it head on and see what they can do. So that's just kind of my whole thing with T8. I obviously love these guys. I've known Steezy forever. I think he's a great dude. You know, like I like this team. I like these players. It's just I want to see something from them, please. Anything.
Ooh, it looks like a nade is out. It will land onto Waldo.
That's
Finds
something.
the knock onto this as well. Steezy has the barrel back out. Waldo has been flushed already by Lush, and so Radiance is now down to 2 players. T8 still keeping 3 up, but Zenith Esports eliminated. Los did push that compound, got the final flush, so Los can now turn his attention back to help out McCoy with this T8 situation as the circle continuing to work its way just a little bit further south to this. So these teams right now have been kind of working on the backside of this hill, need to finish out this fight, and then move themselves kind of forward on, right? So as Radiance has managed to wrap around, T8 kind of continuing this pressure onto them.
Yep, and honestly, this is what I wanted to see from T8. You know what I mean? Like playing aggressive, controlling their edge, you know, taking the fight. But McCoy being unlucky for Lush.
I mean, Lush, you know, obviously lost out there from McCoy. As you said, McCoy being McCoy is going to manage to hit those shots, but Los XG actually from afar is going to get hit out from the Comets. We're down to 4 teams, 9 players left alive. Orion still has Ranger alive, who has been lying low there at the very south part of the circle. So T8 down to 2 players onto this, but, you know, that was a little more aggressive, and they did have something to show from this. However, D-Treats, Comets, this is another story of this series. Have been near the top of the leaderboard all along, and right now looking very good in this circle. 4 players still up, as Victor, Yaxley, Monty sent it to the center, having D-Traits anchored on at the compounds with the high ground onto this. And right now trying to extend themselves to spot out TAC A. I think the biggest issue for Comets right now is they don't know Orion still has 1 left alive.
Yep, Orion has been kind of up in the back, and this may just seem like a potential... Actually, no, they should know. T8 should absolutely know because the math, if you look at how many players are alive, you should know that there's at least one other snake somewhere out there.
Oh, I think I meant more like Comets, right?
Comets,
Comets might
yeah,
be
they
overextending
sure.
onto this fight for T8, thinking that that might be it. But now as they did get that knock onto Weem, Steezy right now trying to get the res on us. We can see Comets just pushing this from every angle, trying to maybe get the flush onto this. Yaxley's going to get it there. T8 is eliminated. They're going to see that kill feed and realize there's only 1 left alive, and immediately turning back around to realize we've got a snake in our midst. Somewhere is a rat, and we need to spot them out. But Ranger, I think, realizing the situation at hand as well, is already picked up his guns, rotating around for safely. Has been spotted out by D-Treats. Remember, stayed anchored back behind to the high ground, getting Ranger down to 23 HP. Nades are out. I think at this point, Ranger kind of knows what's coming. Down to 1 HP, trying to heal it out, but Monty in the end. Comets with 12 kills are going to take home another chicken dinner for the series.
Not necessarily the most shocking ending there. I mean, it was pretty safe to say that Comets was gonna take that one and win that game. But again, Comets just came out. Same thing with 303. I love seeing both of those teams just absolutely on fire. Just like as you can see, the sun, I can't turn it off, is just glaring into my room. But yeah, I love what we are seeing from the teams that did struggle, that we had a lot of hope for last phase. You know, there was definitely some disappointment there. But I have to give all the credit in the world to not only 303, not only Comets, but Radiance, the team that we had talked about, harped on, you know, kind of not playing to their potential, and other teams as well. And so that's what I love to see. The weird thing is we've actually seen, you know, a team that we expected to do well, Sonics, be a little disappointing, which is, you know, take what you will from that, especially, you know, bringing in Tig and changing things up. But I have faith that they'll do really well in the grand finals. Overall, though, man, this I think PCS2, as far as the group stages, has been way more exciting, except for SDK. Thank you for ruining that for us, by the way. But everything else has been super exciting to see these teams level up and really come to this, you know, just to come to to this phase with such ferocity, man. It's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of growth, right? PCS2 has by no means been a repeat of PCS1. We've seen really strong PCS1's teams struggle just a bit. Really kind of mid-range, lackluster teams from PCS1 come back with a vengeance into PCS2, as was the story, of course, with Comets that only took home the chicken dinner for this match, but with 12 kills, 3 of 3, right? They went out in 10th place, but they put down quite a bit of kills, 13, for that as well. And so by no means not getting placement points isn't going to hurt them at all for that. And that, I think, kind of spells the beauty of what we've seen from this, is their ability now in the 3 weeks of group stages to show what they've learned during the break, what they're capable of. And the story, of course, comes to what we're going to start to see for teams that are going to go on to the grand finals, as well as the teams like TAC 8 or Dips Free that might be too far down the leaderboard to get that chance. We'll go down to the challengers and what they're going to be able to bring going into that next weekend. So...
yeah, I mean, I'm excited. It's been great. That's been it for us. Unfortunately, Clever, that's going to be it for us, not only in today, but also the group stages. But we still have a lot of great PUBG. Still have 2 more games. Let's go ahead and head back to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you very much, guys. And we are going to bid adieu to you, and we're going to miss you significantly as you're gone. But hey, they'll be back. We got grand finals coming. We got the big show, and they'll be there. I guarantee you that. And we'll have, I think, Cameron and Matron jumping in for the last 2 matches of the day. That said, the Comets come up with a victory. Poro, I'm going to start with you because I know that you have some strong opinions about the Comets and their style of play. Have they lived up to the hype that we sort of built in after the first weekend or so of their performance?
I will say this. I was not on the Comets train. I thought that you guys were maybe hyping them up a little bit too much after the first weekend. I thought, we've seen it a ton of times where teams that are, they're usually kind of that mid-range team, the average teams that have good games and have good weekends, but typically over the course of a run of a league, you see it kind of level out to where they're right in the same mid-range spot. But man, I'm completely fine being proven wrong here. I think it's great. It's fantastic. I think they've been playing at a fantastic pace all through this entire split. I mean, you look back, week 1. They got 72 points total. They come out in the first game or first day of week 2, get 73 points. And they've been consistently very, very good. Now, they did have one slip up, which was yesterday, where they only got 14 points. But today they come right back in there, right back in the saddle.
Hypoc, do you want to talk about Comets, or do you want to go straight to the 303? Because those guys, even though they went out, what did they go out in? Like, was it 6? 10.
Yeah.
But still with a good kill count. Like, they're putting up points when you got to put points up.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're blessed. You can use that term how you like, to have another military circle. And,
yeah, come on.
Hey, but that's true, though.
Maybe they just, I guess wanted to. If you drop a 20-kill second place, you're going to want to come out and win the next one, obviously. Yeah. Especially with it being a military circle, a little bit of variance, I guess, with this one shifting over towards the west. But just to come back to Comets, for me, it's not really something we've talked about for, I guess, a week or so since he's dropped off a little bit. But Dietrich has been absolutely huge for that team. It's great to see you actually top the kill stats there in that previous game. But obviously, with the roster changing now, I think this is a refreshing change. It's definitely a different Comets we've seen. They were very, very stagnant previously. I mean, they were just on the cusp of 16th place in PCS1 group stages, just literally scraping through in the last game, I think. I think we've seen a completely different Comets this time around. And I mean, Clover even harped on it, talk about the development and how things are kind of improving phase on phase here. Comets is definitely one of the standout success stories.
They started strong. They came in today in 4th place. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We got the highlights coming up for you guys in a second, so we'll show you what happened in the last match. And I'm also going to drop this on you. You're not going to get the match leaderboard from the last game. The API is updated. We just don't have the ability to show it to you, so I apologize for that. And I mostly apologize to 303 because I know that every fan in the chat was ready to screenshot it.
It's their fault. They broke the API.
They broke it. They caused. They
said,
legitimately caused a 303 error. Like that's on them.
They literally said the API is not used to seeing through it. No, I'm joking. But yeah, this again, Oath for me, Oath and Veritas, the two we just saw on screen. There was one that I was going to talk about, and I mean, I'm glad that Erangel is over because Oath are head and shoulders the best performing team on Miramar. But the way they've started off today, I mean, other than the previous one that ended in the warehouse where they got the third place, they've been slow. They've been lacking on Erangel, and it's a recurring theme now.
I will say it's been military circles and a tough rotation for them through that side of the island. Go ahead, Poro.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of what I was going to say, right? It's 2 military circles in a row, and not to mention the fact that this last military circle was just absolutely brutal with the hard shift over to the West Coast. I think a lot of teams ended up kind of suffering for that, but yeah,
cut them too much slack.
But at the end of the day, if you're a team that's trying to put yourself up there and say that you're deserving to be fighting for this top spot, that's the kind of circle you got to be able to handle. You got to have a plan for that.
It's true.
I mean, it was only a couple of months ago where Oath was saying they were the best team in NA. So again,
SDK handles that circle.
Roster change aside, like to see them. I mean, they're at 12.58 for Miramar, and they're at 4.8 for Erangel. So that for me is actually kind of shocking, to be honest with you.
Shows you. Let's also talk about
just quickly though. PCS1 was one where there was a lot of discussion with Oath and Mil to Power circles, right? So that's one thing you never want to see develop as I guess a storyline with a team where we're safe if we get Mil to Power, otherwise we don't really pick up many points on Erangel. And again, military circles are bad, but I don't know, if you're a Mil to Power team, I don't think you should be struggling that much.
Yeah,
true. And 303 is in danger of the same conversation. They've had some amazing back-to-back games, but that said, that they dropped literally on that side of the island where it ended. So if they go to Miramar and they have another, banana of a match with a circle that doesn't favor them, that makes a really strong statement for that they've got it in line. Because we hear that what the coaches are saying. I think even in chat earlier, we found our rhythm. Like, this is what we're going to do in the next round. I want to see that proved when it's not a military circle. That said, Poro, Yaho and Tactical 8 also both are trained, experienced droppers on military and still can't seem to rub 2 quarters together here.
Man, they're making this thing interesting, aren't they? Tactical 8. I mean, it's just been a story, the same problems they've been having all year long, or all split long, really. It's just that early to mid game rotation, that circle 2, circle 3, it just seems to get them every single time, and hopefully they can find something to kind of figure out on Miramar, change things up a bit, because Erangel was just not there for it. But that being said, Elusive, they're still in it. Yoho, they're still in it. It's a little bit more difficult now.
I have a surprise for you.
Hey, what's that?
It's a leaderboard.
Oh my god, let's get it.
Comets, 22 points on that match. So that is a reawakening of the Comets that we saw earlier in the previous weekends. Radiant in second place, another team that has really shown. When we talked about today, teams that have to chase SDK, Radiant and Oath have proven that they are up for second best. So to see Radiant have another good game is encouraging. What were you oohing and awing at?
Well, I actually now, after seeing that, it completely slipped my mind. Actually, I thought about it whilst we were watching the game, but Radiant's having another really good game. I think actually now puts them comfortably ahead of Oath. It might only be 10 points or so, but that's quick math, by the way, for anyone wondering. But
English
again,
math,
Oath kind of letting off the gas a bit now was meant that Radiants were able to pass them, and that gap was pretty big coming into, was it Friday's games? So that's actually really interesting. Radiant's really, really heating up towards the end of the group stages.
Dude,
they had
Radiance. They had 66 points on their first day.
Exactly.
And now they've got 37 through 3 games.
Well, and we even talked a little bit, I think, on a desk earlier this week about McCoy seems to be waking back up, and we saw his name in the last game popping up over and over again. So good stuff. Let's take a look at the match kills and see if it pops up there. They did have 10 kill points, so there's a high chance. Kill leaderboards, it is not. It is going to be Yaxley with 6. Coming in as the sick MVP. And here's another one, Honey Badger. Guys, I think you were talking about him between games as we were watching that. that he's really come alive.
Yeah, for sure. Honey Badger and Voxic, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, especially these last two games, but you know, even just this split in general. I mean, we're starting to see Voxic show up in the kill feed all the time, and it's not something that we were really accustomed to seeing during PCS1. So, but man, Honey Badger is just seeming to come into his own, though. Hypoc.
Yeah, he really has, and I mean, I'm loving it. Okay. Wow.
Jeez.
Dietrich's the man I was just talking about earlier. This is the first time in I want to say 10 matches or so where we've seen comments that we've been able to talk about it, but that is an absolutely insane stat line for competitive PUBG. Yeah.
Wow.
And again, we didn't see him correct me if I'm wrong. Yaxley was on
fifth
6
kill
kills
leader.
and
He had 4 kills.
Okay. So, you know, Yaxley actually just, you know, feasting off that. Well done,
Yeah,
Yaxley.
I guess so. Yeah, way to go, Yaxley. Good job.
Dietrich's enabling Yaxley. There you go.
Yeah, it's like that little fish that's attached to the shark, and it's like, I'll go clean up for you, buddy. Dietrich's putting in some serious work, though. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. It's here. Ignore
Radiance.
Ignore STK. Okay. Radiance does jump Frog.
It's
Leap
11
Frog.
points.
That's pretty impressive.
That is. And actually, I think Radiance are coming into the last 2 games, if they get 17 more points, which I think they're perfectly capable of doing with the way they've been playing on Miramar, they're actually going to have a better week than SDK. SDK managed 120 across their games this weekend, and Radiance currently sit at 103. So that's actually insane.
I want to talk about 16 before this falls off, though, guys. I know, but here's the reality. Fable, Gang's out. Fabled is not playing. Elusive, Yahoo, and Orion are within 10 points of each other. And they're all basically competing, I think, for that last spot, because Liberate will continue to gain Poro. You can make your point, Poro. I'm sorry, but I wanted to point this out while it was on screen, because it's important.
Absolutely. No, I mean, that's what's left to fight for, really, is Fable just sits there with a handkerchief pressed up against the forehead, sweating. But yeah, I mean, look, I'll tell you one thing. Elusive, Yahoo, Orion, they did not have a fantastic day on Erangel. Now, Elusive did. But Elusive they're not killing anybody. They're staying alive. They're getting the late game, but they're just not finding the points. So, you know, right now they look like they have the best shot, but who knows how things are going to look once we get over to Miramar.
I feel like Yahoo's got a decent lead potential coming onto Miramar, so we'll see how that goes. Speaking of lead potential, Purdy Curdy, 55, still on top for the kills. We thought Snakers would have passed him by now, but it looks like Honey Badger said, hey, I'm tired of everyone pretending that we don't stand a chance of taking the bounty, and he comes out of nowhere.
Honey Badger, man, he just don't care.
Honey Badger don't care.
I know, that's a
yeah, he really don't give.
I knew it was coming.
You've been waiting to use that thing.
God bless it. Well, at least Snakers took over the damage charts there as he jumps over Luke. And look, Honey Badger coming up in that as well. Look, man, obviously 303 just got 2 of the most gifted military circles of all time. They actually did something with it, though. Yep. Now, whether or not, if they get some love on Miramar here, we might see Honey Badger and 303 make a run there for those top spots.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Snake has only put up 1 kill today, and he's still clawed back the damage lead. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
Let's look at Nox. Also, I wish we had the camera up so we could have seen Hypoc's face when he was able to hit, like, when the perfectly aligned moment to use that.
Production saw it. It's all good.
It had to have been the giant, like a massive
bulb
grid.
going off over
Yeah, exactly. Honey Badger, top of Nox. Like, so when we had our conversation earlier today about who's going to take home all the bounties, I was talking Snakers. You know, maybe Lowe's is in the mix. Honey Badger was not part of that conversation this morning when we all sort of rolled up to work. Now, I mean, 55 Nox is a significant lead, and I think we're going to have a hard time catching that today.
Yeah, no, I mean, the boy's popping off. What can you say?
He really is.
I mean, he took advantage of the situation that was placed in front of him, and you can't fault him for it at all. And, you know, a lot of times on military circles, the teams that loot Military Island, you see them, they'll get great position. They won't really get anything else to go with it. You know, they get the curse of the compound, as it were. But, man, that's not been the case for 303 today.
Assists, Luke 12 up on top with 39. It looks like this may be one of the few categories SDK is able to hold on to potentially, as I think Tiggleton's the closest hunter today. but it's been kind of a quiet one for them. So that's your assist. This is the board, guys, yesterday that I think SDK had all 4 of their members on at the end of the day. So, we won't talk about them a ton today because they've already qualified and won as far as I'm pretty much concerned.
I'm sick of hearing about it.
This shows why, though. This shows why. It's a good board for them. Team players, everyone. All right, so it's back to us. That was fun. First 3 are done. Erangel, we got 2 Miramar matches. We got a short break coming up where everyone gets to meet with their coach and try to get their headspace right. Real quick, put yourself in the role of the coach for whatever team you want and give me your example of like a 15 to 20 second pep talk you would give them to get your team up and running right now. Take a second. I'm going to start with Poro.
All right, if I'm the coach for Elusive, I'm saying, guys, we're doing a great job keeping 4 up into the late game right now, but we got to start being proactive. We need to get these points, and we've run out of time. We have no more time left to sit here and wait for the points to come to us. We have to go out and take the game into our own hands now and try to collect that stuff and get into that top 16.
Well, I'm fired up. That was good. All right, Hypoc, let me hear yours.
I mean, if I'm your hose coach, I'm getting them all in a Discord call. I'm setting up a remote desktop connection. I'm unbinding S from all of their keyboards, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to just go balls to the wall here because it's definitely doable. They've got to pull 20 points overall to clear Fabled. Obviously, Liberate, we're going to expect that to pull away a little bit, but I think right now we talk about leaving things too late. It's definitely doable here, but they need to be decisive and they need to come out swinging.
I think that is 100% true. I do want to. I'm going to give the edge to Poro on the excitement of that talk. But yours,
mine's no nonsense. Mine's like, I ain't going to beat about the bush. You guys just need to do something, basically.
I like it.
Stop doing what you were doing before.
Mine's simple. It's a hey, here comes the break. We'll be back in 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Toffee's out.
This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tookshai. Just look at him go. But Sanhok wasn't always the pinnacle of Battlegrounds locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battlegrounds rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these 2 contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those 2 could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, Arcade Mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Smart pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
A new season has begun, and brings with it loads of new content, including the newly remastered island of Sanhok. For the last 2 years, Sanhok has provided players with a more compact way to experience Battle Royale. And as one of our older maps, we felt it was time to rough up the place and add some fun new elements. From the ruins to the cave, Sanhok has been rebuilt from the ground up to update its visuals, balance, and performance. A number of familiar locations have been reworked to strengthen what's fun about them, while mitigating some of the pain points. And a couple are completely new to this updated vision of Sanhok. You can check out a full list of changed areas in our patch notes. Driving the lonely roads of Sanhok is a brand new way for players to gear up. The new loot truck spawns in one of several garages around the island, and travels random roads until taken down. Players persistent enough to pierce its heavy armor will be rewarded with loot boxes that drop from it, and the lucky few who can disable the truck will be rewarded with its full cache of gear. Gear includes level 3 equipment, basic weapons with attachments already slotted, and even specially kitted weapons skinned from Sanhok's past. The loot truck isn't easy to stop though, so be ready to hit it with all you've got when the opportunity arises. To help take down the loot truck, the Panzerfaust can now be found on Sanhok, in world loot and care packages. You'll also have the chance to find the motor glider at the new airfield location. Add some fire to your fuel with improved gas cans, making their revised debut this update. On top of fixing the functionality that delayed them, we've also touched up the fuel puddle visuals to make them more realistic. Pour out gas to set a fiery trap, or just toss the whole thing at an enemy and light it up. Accompanying the updated map is Survivor Pass Payback, giving you tons of great new skins to earn as you explore the Forgotten Paradise. As always, your missions earn you XP towards completing your Survivor Pass collection, and this season you can earn even more XP just by playing the game. A new season of Ranked mode also starts with this update. You'll start by completing your placement matches once again to determine your initial Season 8 rank before your climb begins. One more addition to Ranked mode this season. Vikendi has been added to the random map rotation, giving players an additional island to explore while earning their RP. That about does it for this patch report, but you can check out the patch notes to see everything in more detail. Season 8 is just getting started, so drop in today and check out everything new. Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Level 3 vests and helmets with the...
What the f? 이렇게? 아치! 좀 많은데 저거.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? Oh! No!
Yeah, baby!
Whoa!
It's time for PUBG Season 8. Wow! Wow! Wow!
Welcome back, guys. It's time for the last 2 games of the day, and I know the first thing I have to say is I promised you 5 minutes, but I took 11. So I definitely owe you 6, and I apologize for that. So at some point, I'll just publish a video of me sitting quietly in a corner for 6 minutes to make it up to you. That said, let's talk a little bit about the format, just as a reminder for those of you who maybe joined us a little bit late about what it is that we're playing and what we are playing for. First 3 games are done and dusted. That's Erangel in the books. The last 2 matches on Miramar are getting ready to start up. 10 points for first, going down from there, and 1 kill equals 1 point. And that may actually come into play today as the 3 teams that are hunting to take that 16th spot are all with 10 points of each other. So everything will very likely matter in these next 2 games. The breakdown of the prizes, 50,000 total, 5,000 for first. Congratulations, STK, most likely. Everyone else fighting for second through 16th at this point. If you don't get 16th, Everything below that is a whole lot of nada, and you have to defend your position. We also have a bonus prize, 500 each to the players with the highest kills, assists, knocks, and damage, 500 to the team with the most chicken dinners, and of course, 500 to the tournament's MVP that will be determined by popular vote. You guys are going to have your chance to get involved with that shortly. After the last game today, you can hop on Twitter at PUBG Esports and vote for the best of the best. My name's Tavies. I am joined here for the rest of the day by Porosaurus and Hypoc, and I also want to remind both of you and the rest of everyone watching to join us. As soon as games are over today, we're going to log on because PUBG Season 8 is in play. We've got quests to finish, we've got skins to earn, and it's just a good time. So if you're like me and you hashtag live to survive, make sure you get on and get your time to play. All right, that is sort of taking care of some business for those of you who got here a little late. But you know what? You got here at the right time. Gentlemen, 2 games to go. First is pretty much locked up at this point, but it could very much be a bit of a barn burner when it comes down to who gets in the top 16, Poro.
Indeed it could. Indeed it could. Right now, 16th place is being held by Fabled with 134 points, but you've got Elusive, Yahoo.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up so they can see it while you talk about it.
Yeah, let's do that. Orion. That all are within, they're all within striking distance right now. Now, so far today, Yahoo, Orion both have 14 points apiece. Elusive, despite getting to late game or getting into the late stages of the game, only have 11 so far. So we'll have to see if they can turn things around here on Miramar. But you know, it's funny that when you're chasing a spot and you had that hard line to chase. And they just had 3 Erangel games that just kind of went pretty poorly. But 2 military circles, man, I guess will do that to you.
Hypoc, any thoughts on this before we go into that penultimate game?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking a little bit. I know how much everybody hates me talking about numbers, but Yahoo and Elusive basically have to more than double their average points per game to make this. And that's a tall order, especially considering the way the first 3 games have gone. I absolutely agree with Poro. Elusive have kind of been, you know, creeping into the end game, but not really converting from that at all, and that's a worry. It's got to be if you're an Elusive fan out there. Yahoo, I mean, what can you say about it? They haven't really got anything going throughout PCS2. I'm still rooting for them, like I said before the show went live today. I definitely think out of the 2 we're talking about, they're the more capable. But I mean, it's going to come down to Miramar here, and like I said, they've got mountains to climb in terms of their group stage performance so far.
But that's the time, right? Yahoo, it's off to work they go. It doesn't matter if it's going to be hand grenades or razor blades. It's time to go. Like, they got to make this happen, and this is their last chance to do it. I also want to put out a little side bet that's going on right now. SDK and Comets both are tied, I believe, with 5 chicken dinners, which means that if either of them can win one more, that is a bonus. So they're going to make a little bit extra money, actually a lot of extra money, for whichever those 2 can possibly pull that off. So Comets would love, obviously SDK can't, Comets would love to make that pass and take a little extra cash off of STK as well. So the game is just about to get started, guys. We're looking, just as a reminder, Elusive, Yahoo, Liberate is in the mix right now, and I think Tactical 8. Is that probably fair to say, guys, that those are the teams that we should be focused on as we go into this match?
I mean, if we're going to include Tactical 8 in that, yes. That one's a little more unlikely, I'm going to be honest. And
I agree.
That's not to say, you know, that week 1 performance was something we kind of drilled down on pretty hard. They did pretty well last week, to be honest with you. This week, kind of tracking along the same trajectory. But I think at this point, week 1 was the problem, and they've just got too much to claw back at this point.
I agree with that.
You still got Orion in there, too. I'm not
yeah,
sure
that's a good point.
I'm not sure if you mentioned that one or not. I mean, they're sitting just above Tactical 8. So I mean, you've got 4 teams really that are all chasing that one spot, while Fabled is just desperately clinging and hoping for the best while they sit here and watch this.
Imagine being Fabled at home right now.
Oh my god! 3 games in, you're like.
I will say that the Tactical 8, and now that they've kind of put the Miramar nonsense behind themselves, do have a good opportunity. But it's a big point deficit, and I'm saying that just looking at the numbers. It's a tall order to say they're going to be able to make up, 30 points in 2 maps. I mean, that's got to be back-to-back chicken dinners, right?
That's absolutely, yeah. No, it'd be a huge order. It's a long shot. I will say when the day started, I think that Fabled probably didn't expect to maybe advance to the top 16. But the more that this goes, the closer they get. So let's see if they continue to be scared or if they feel good after this. The second to last match of the day with your casters, Matchroom and the Cammy D. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. And here we are moving into the last two rounds with everything going on. We've got the mountain in Miramar and we've got STK at the top of the mountain on the leaderboard. But there's still a lot of things in contention right now in these last two rounds, Cam.
There are a lot of things that don't include STK at the top because at this rate, it will have to be, what, like 40 kill games? 2 40 kill games in a row for Oath to make it happen, which I suppose is possible. But really what we're going to be looking at in these final couple of games is if, as the desk said, Yahoo and Elusive, and then maybe even Orion, can they step up their game from what we've seen earlier today and pass Fabled? It's even... Actually, no, the numbers are totally wrong. Only one of them can do it, and so if both of them, or two of the three, or maybe even all three step up, it could be... We could get something. I don't know. Point is, it's going to be a long shot, I think, for either of them, judging at their performance so far.
Well, there's two different 15-point gaps that I've got my eyes set on. But let's go ahead and start moving into game itself. So, plane is already up and in the air. We're going to be starting over Puerto Paraíso and ending up next to La Carrera. But my two 15-point gaps I've got my eyes on are Radiance at 235, Oath at 224, and then Comets at 220 right now. So we still have a contestant coming up, what we could be looking for in second place. But then, like you were talking about a second ago, it's Fabled. We got Elusive back behind them, 15 points themselves, trying to chase after. Also, Cam, I feel kind of bad for the poor 303 boys. Like, they just don't get to have any chicken dinners. They've got to be starving. They're just having to live off the flesh of the players because it's only kills. It's all kills right now today for them. And I just want to know, are they ever going to actually get the round win?
Listen, I think they're okay eating flesh off of their victims because the way that they're playing, they're very, very bloodthirsty. And it definitely reads as full-on cannibals. Full-on Hannibal level nonsense over in that camp.
I could see it. They're all so bloodthirsty inside there. All right, so this is what you tune into, guys. You're going to get all the cannibal jokes from here on out. But you can see, it's Miramar. It's a pretty easy playing path. Yeah, I know. It was kind of directed in dark. We're just starting off. This is what happens when we get to sit back and just meme for a couple of hours. Circle's going to pop, and it's going to be over there next to El Pozo, Crater Fields. We've seen this happen quite a bit, so keep your eye on the positions next to Crater Fields and specifically back over towards the east. But with the plane path coming in, look at all the teams back down towards the southeast. A lot of these guys are going to need to be rotating very early, or at least going to be facing a firefight as they make an approach on the circle.
Yeah, and they're all going to have to come from the same direction, which is a real issue. Right? You saw Wolf in the very beginning take a couple of shots at parachuting players because Yahoo just wanted to get on the ground as quickly as possible, and it looks like many of these teams did because the west side essentially is completely vacant. And this first circle, I mean, that there's going to be a bunch of rotations coming into it. Are they going to be from the same direction? Are we going to see a lot of fights? And how many of these teams on the southeast, especially on the far coast, are going to take their time looting up, take their time rotating in? But that comes with its own concerns because that means scouting ahead is very, very difficult. I don't know. I feel like a number of these teams might end up being very uncomfortable because of the way that the plane path and the circle have paired up.
Yeah, we've got Oath and Sonics both right on the edge of the safe zone moving in. But they're also going to have to contend with that cliff facing that's just north of Picado and a real problem, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of these teams rotate out and away from that. But if you're a 303 fan, you heard the desk talking about a second ago, they've been getting a little bit of circle love, but they've been making sure to get a lot of kills to go with it. This is actually a very good circle for them as they're one of the few teams that are already in a good position.
Yeah, the position that they're currently in right now actually isn't the greatest, but they have priority on getting like the best position in the circle. There's no one clear definitive answer to what position that would be because if you remember, there's that whole mountain just to the east of El Pozo, this like ridge line, and there's a lot of spots on there that count as unplayable land. And so there's no way to guarantee that your position is going to be favorable throughout the game just because of the circle shifts from phase 3 to phase 4. However, they have so much space around them, they can easily set up shop on any sort of high ground area that they want to and really start to gain control of their immediate surroundings.
Well, we did see Elusive cutting all the way back down around the south. They're going to be going from kind of close to Puerto Paraíso. They were just a little bit west of that. and they're going to be making their way over next to Valdemar and then kind of cutting up north. So don't be surprised if we see them sneak into that El Pozo area and see if they can manage to collect the points that they so desperately need. Meanwhile, haven't had a chance to talk about these guys a lot so far today. It's been kind of quiet coming out from them.
I mean,
I would say that. Now we just got to talk about Carnage instead. We don't, just forget it. We're not even going to talk about them at all.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really given us much to talk about, Veritas, if I'm being honest. They won that first game, but then they went right back down into the the mysterious quiet type that they seem to really like to LARP as during PCS2. I will say, they're qualified for the top 16, and we'll see what happens, because that squad did sort of come out of nowhere during the grand finals of PCS1. But yeah, I don't think I'm alone in saying that it's not exactly the best look for them. Carnage here, it's a pretty good look on the final day. We had some questions about them, about their own qualifications into the grand finals here, just because I think the past couple of days for them were a little mediocre. But back on the Veritas Jazz, taking a couple of shots onto Orion. Orion, one of the teams that we'd mentioned, have a possibility if they can have 2 amazing games on Miramar, and so I'm sure that they're a little uncomfortable having shots taken at them so early on in the game.
Yeah, but you kind of have to expect it from this position. You see this being very popular with a lot of teams to rotate over into this point. See, a lot of our teams still getting ready for their rotation phase are very slowly opting into it. Elusive that we were talking about a second ago, way back down towards the south, but a cluster all moving back over towards the east and specifically over towards the north. That road that's going to be running over there next to Puerto Priso all the way up next to Al-Zahar looks like it's going to be very popular and could lead to a couple of teams bumping into each other. Specifically, we've seen a very violent duel in the early stages of the game that could bump into a couple of teams, so we'll have to see if anything happens with that, as Carnage taking a couple of pot shots as rotations are happening around them as well.
Yeah, Orion's still taking a couple of shots, but I like the area that they're setting up in, as well as Carnage. See, you can just see everyone is sort of jonesing for these high ground positions. A couple of choke points, I suppose, but actually Comets, that's not a good look. Radiant's dealing some massive damage to them already early on in the game.
Yeah, and that's the trouble whenever you have one of these hardships coming in. That action was happening in the middle of a rotation popping off, so Radiant's playing back over towards the west of Los Leones, bumping into a couple of members that were rotating out for Comets trying to leave Los Leones. Just to the north of their position, it's going to be a Ho that's going to be rotating as well, but Radiant should be able to regroup fairly quickly and start making a path. Most of our teams have opted in that area that we were talking about a second ago, that Crater's Fields, a little bit east of Crater Fields, you know, those hillsides. That gives you a lot of vision to work with. So early rotations are going to be very powerful because of the amount of range and the line of sight that's going to be capable of being influenced on the rest of this round.
If it does end up going towards the northeast, as you mentioned, northwest, west of Crater Fields, that's a very interesting area to play around the 303 currently set up shop. We've only seen it a couple of times before, but I don't want to sort of see too far into the future because literally anything can happen, obviously. And so Zenith, anything can happen to them as they're rotating. And we're still seeing a lot of people have to make their way inside the zone, and the blue is it's over halfway closed, actually. And Elusive, you called out earlier how they rotated down on the South Highway through Valdemar, and they're only just now finding their way in. And I assume that's because, I wasn't actually looking, I assume it's because they stopped to loot up and find even more loot, which is definitely a good call, I think, because if they want to have a big game, you want to have as much utility, as much resources as you can find, and they seem pretty confident with the correct call that it's an open area on the west side of the circle that their entrance is at.
Yeah, they've got space for days over there. Nobody's really playing around next to El Pozo yet, so Elusive should be able to find themselves a home. Simply Matt rolling up the hillside in what always just tilts me. Look at how slow that bus slowly makes it up, but luckily Oath didn't really want to bite off a fight yet, and instead going to rotate around and could possibly put themselves in the sights of the other part of Liberate. Duel still continuing their rotation as well. They're very far back over towards the east and have a little bit of space to work with, just now making it inside the safe zone, but they've got about 700 meters before they bump into anybody. The closest team to them will be Zenith, who they were rotating next to earlier. A lot of this is breaking down in what we talked about a second ago, with this kind of being 303's territory that they were playing from. 303 was running a very wide one-person split across almost a kilometer of space, and is now in the process of regrouping what looks like maybe into a 2-1-1 or maybe a 2-2 split. This means the fact that the western part of the circle is going to be entirely theirs to work with, as long as they can get to these different points where they can get a little bit of vision to work with. And that's why you see they're trying to make sure that where they're positioning at, they can see each other. That way they can provide some support in case anybody tries to crash back over towards their position.
I mean, it's all just a rotational game at this point. We saw a little bit of action coming out from Radiance and Comets, but other than that, there really hasn't been anything more than a couple of poke battles, which is to be expected on Miramar. But generally, that's what you expect from just a central circle. No one really wants to break out into a fight just yet, and because the Southeast teams all had to rotate in. None of them wanted to get into an engagement when the blue was closing and the phase 2 shift comes through. And we're going to see where that goes right now. And then the fighting potentially could start to pop off. Miramar is still so big that you never really know.
Yeah, a lot of teams still outside the blue. No rush to make their way over here. The new circle has popped. Pretty centered on what we were looking at just a second ago. Not a lot of our team's going to have to be moving, just the ones back over towards the southeast. But we still have Gravity that's on the outside of everything. Dips free back down towards the south. Radiance cutting a path back over towards the west, following up what we saw Elusive doing just a second ago. But really, it's just going to be a little bit more contention back over towards center. With Zenith feeling like they've got enough space that they can rotate over, they're trying to move a little bit more aggressively back over towards Crater Fields, which means that we're going to see a lot of hillside fighting. These guys are going to be taking long-range pot shots at each other back and forth. Not potentially going to see a lot of flushes coming in just quite yet, but it's going to be a lot of damage and downs. Really, a bad rotation is going to spell catastrophe for a team at this point, just how close these teams are stacked.
I mean, welcome to Miramar. You basically just described the difference between this map and Erangel, more or less. And the fact that the center of this circle is still this peak of high ground means that whoever got there first is going to have a lot of control. In fact, I'm looking at Orion specifically able to put some shots down to a number of other teams, and that team's going to be Veritas, actually. Nade's going to come in onto Ranger's position. They're going to flush him out.
Playing this a little bit slow. I like this. Get an idea on what's all happening in the location next to you. Do you note the fact that it is a 2-2 split that's coming up for Orion, so the other ones can't provide support just quite yet? Jazza and Sharpshot are trying to figure out how they want to handle this, but the high ground advantage is going to go back over towards Orion. When they take a step back out of there, they could find themselves in a little bit of problem spot. That's why they're trying to make sure to get those people in the high ground spots to reposition. Get the snipers off of their back, so that way they can maybe play this a little bit more aggressively, go for a breach off of it, but they have to be super cautious still. They can hear rotations that are happening around them, so they have to be careful on how they move. The step out comes over towards Jazza. He takes a lot of damage. Quick spin back around. Sharpshot's going to be instantly dropped and flush. Pentalol does go down in the exchange as well, so now Jazz has found himself in a very awkward position, caught around a lot of different team members, and now just one other person that can provide him any form of support.
Actually, Destinator was trying to come in. It's a little bit of a sloppy send in, but he's going to make it anyway while Potato does get taken out. So that was probably part retreat, part engagement onto Veritas, and Jazza now going down is only going to make this even worse.
Oh, nice.
Oh, but a double
for Keenan. I like that coming up, turning the odds back over towards VTS for just a second. Now have to be a little bit more careful with this. He knows where Jazz is at, trying to make the play back over. Remember, we already saw Rez come back out for VTS, so they know that they've got control over this territory right now, and Penta's still just trying to make sure to provide a little bit of support. Yoho hears what's going on and is giving it a little bit of breathing room. It doesn't look like they're going to end up crashing. Instead, maybe try to make a play back over towards that high ground that's right next to position.
I don't dislike the idea, but the struggle is real for Wolf as his car is going to spin out, and he's dodging all the shots. Sonics aren't able to land them. It is a very long distance, but Wolf still standing is, I don't want to say it was a miracle, but it's not a miracle, I have to say. But Yahoo taking that position away. Orion's dreams may be dashed, but I think with that position, Yahoo's might be alive and well if they can continue to make this game the one that they need. Over here, though, Radiance, you said that they're in contention for second place. 303 are trying to make this very, very difficult.
I mean, 303, if they continue having great games, they can potentially climb into that position. We're only talking about 40 points, and we've seen them put up massive numbers that are close to that inside of one game. Picking up almost 30, well, I was 30 points inside one round. Playing this aggressive, trying to go back out next to Radiance. Voxic is going to go down, and he has been a big factor for that team, but let's not forget about Honey Badger. We've been seeing the damage that this guy can put out. He's got the range. He's trying to harass just a little bit, but remember, this is a fight 303 wanted. They moved aggressively back over towards Radiance, but it should be noted, while this rotation's going on, just to the west where we're seeing the circle at, it's not onside the map that we just saw. DF is also coming up along a similar path, but Radiance is now trapped outside and in the blue and has to figure out some way to move forward. DF could be a little bit of a contender off to the side of this and can harass both of these teams, depending on how aggressively they move. Speaking of aggressive moves, Liberate, you got to be a little bit careful. You're about to run in right next to Zenith. Robbie jumps out, narrowly avoids that. Never mind, gets taken down, and a quick flush to boot. Now Liberate has to figure out what they're going to do next.
I guess they're just going to send it. I don't know if that's the decision, especially for a team that is seeming to struggle on the final day. They haven't quite given up their qualification spot, but if your Ho can have a good game, and if they all just send and die here, who knows? Might be cutting it a little close. But at least they're able, the other three remaining members are able to make their way inside the warehouse just fine. Guab just sent it a little too far inside this base here and ran directly into Zenith. But hey, I mean, that's information gathering, right?
they're content with the information they got off of it. You know, you lose a member, he calls out what's going on, and the rest of the team says, okay, well, we'll just stop a little bit earlier. No surprise coming into play with that one. But Yoho still has a lot of control up on this high ground, but it looks like they're a little bit hesitant to use it because every single time they take a shot back over at anybody that's around them, the third-party shots come in. We know the fact that this is a very popular place to play, and all the other players do as well. So every single time they step out, they have to be very cautious, specifically of the Sonics that are down right below them. You can see he's just trying to survey, get a little bit more information. While all this is going on, the 303 Radiance fight did break apart just a little bit, with both of them now trying to make their way over towards the circle, so they did manage to separate out. Still 15 teams and 53 alive, but this is getting a little bit more clustered, just due to the nature of all of these mountains right around the center of the circle. It makes it very hard for everybody to have vision on what's happening around them.
With this circle shift, it's phase 4. It's going to go off of unplayable land, and there's a big chunk of that Yoho is standing on right now, which is why you could see a little bit of emphasis onto trying to clear out crater fields. They weren't able to get a knock on that Sonics member. I believe it was H-Win, but they could definitely take out the tires, I suppose, of that truck, but I don't know what real good that's going to do for them having to retreat off the mountain that they seem to be worried that they're going to have to, and I definitely see that perspective. Looking back over Duel, though, 303 rotating away from the Radiance engagement that they just fully, both squads disengaged from, but have to get into another fight.
Duel's got to play a little bit careful with this one. You can see Lampalot's trying to figure out how he wants to handle what's going on. 303 catches him out. That was a stuck buggy off of position, I believe, so Lampalot couldn't get out of that point. That's a quick flush going back over. 2 kills already coming up for 303 in this position. Now looking back over towards Duel, seeing where the reinforcements are at. Good quick tap coming back over from Landoon to get a little bit more space for the rest of his team. Feed that information over, but you can see the circle is about to pop, and it's going to move a little bit east of the position that we're presently sitting at. Everybody that was playing back over to the western part and the southern part of Crater Field's now going to have to move.
Ooh, yeah, this is going to be a lot of teams retreating from that hill they Yoho are on, retreating from Crater Fields. But 303, they have a pretty simple task ahead of them. I don't want to say it's easy because pushing across a field like that might it's a little hairy at times unless they can get a couple of knocks onto Duel. But the Sonic Send is coming through. Veritas not far behind, and Crawfish from Carnage. Ooh. I guess trying to get a little bit of damage, tossing a couple of grenades out, a couple of mollies. Sonics want to take this compound.
I think that was just saying, please don't come over here. Leave me alone. Sonics come in with a little bit more fire and gusto. They've got Carnage right over in their face. Should be able to creep up back behind them, but not before Tig gets flushed out. Shrimsy has to reposition away from the rest of the damage that's coming out, but Veritas says, hey, Sonics, you want to take a couple of members? We'll just go ahead and take out the other side of it. They crash back over. Now Ripper and Maji, the last two up, have to figure out how they want to handle two different teams collapsing on them at the same time. And it looks like they're just going to step away and just give up position. They're still inside the safe zone, but they don't want to overreach now, knowing numbers are not in their favor.
I saw Carnage employ a 2-2 split from the very beginning of the game, and I think they just tried to hold on to that control a little too long. The minute the shift came up in this direction, they all should have regrouped in the exact same spot, expecting a send like this from a number of different teams, because even though the position in this field isn't really strong, it's for a number of the teams, it's the only ones available for them to even attempt to take. Elusive here, getting ready for a send of their own through Crater Fields, and that might be another fight for Carnage. But on top, Radiance and Tactical 8, they don't seem to have the luxury of vehicles.
We've got the fight for second. Meanwhile, we have the survival of trying to make it into the top 16 happening with the rotation. Radiance is trying to fight off T8 based off the position. One of the members for T8 is already inside the safe zone, so trying to make sure that they carve out a little bit of a section to work with. But Radiance is hot on T8's heels right now, trying to find out what maybe they can find some type of approach to work with. Elusive did manage to complete their rotation, but they do have pretty close location to where we just saw Carnage a second ago. So Radiance now making their rush up and forward. You can see the throwables are coming out, trying to see if maybe they can catch a grenade, but T8 has already given way too much space off of that one. You can see Radiance is hoping that maybe somebody was clustered around that point. Meanwhile, Yoho has left their high ground, going to roll back over here next to where we see Liberate and Zenith playing just a second ago, but instead going to take the low ground on it, hoping the fact that that might buy them a little bit more safety so that way they can step up the sides of this and then try to get information, but every single peak is going to be a little bit hazardous.
Yeah, I actually was hoping that Yoho would do a rotation like this, coming counterclockwise away from the hilltop that they're in, and they're not in an awful position. But leaving that spot, I think, is going to be bad for any of the teams involved. And okay, I guess I'm looking at the kill feed now. We pulled away from Yoho, and they're just getting absolutely deleted.
Yeah, this is not going well for them. Yahoo goes out, and we were talking about the fact that they needed some good games to try to pass over Elusive or maybe try to contest up next to Fabled, but that's already going to be it for this round. Now, everything relies on them in this the very last round that's going to be popping up. Radiance still on the chase after T8 right now. Looks like they're going to be getting a little bit of support off in the distance, potentially from DF, depending on how we see this. I think that they're a little bit too far away and don't have the sight lines to work with. Radiance still sitting on those 3 kills, looking back down. Gaxi has gone down inside this fight, but Los might find himself with a very interesting angle to play this off of. Meanwhile, Zenith Liberate still caught up into a little bit of their skirmish, looking back and forth and up on the hillside. Got a couple of friends that might want to take a couple of pot shots as well.
Yeah, actually, it's Gravity peeking over that hilltop. Liberate are holding the position that they essentially just stole from Yahoo when they got deleted off screen. And Zenith are aware of this, and they're trying to hold the line because they know they can keep Liberate closer towards the edge. The circle shift, it's pretty center. It's, I guess, a little bit towards the southeast. But Liberate are still going to want to climb through while they can. Low Stage D, though, pushing forward, comes into contact with Tactical 8. There's a knock against Weem that Steezy is trying to stick on. Oh, when the Molly comes through, it is going to miss him.
This is a very dangerous peak. Los instead is just trying to buy attention, draw all the aggro back over towards him, so maybe they might be able to reposition back over for a res, but he's going to have to buy a little bit more spaces. It looks like T8's getting a little bit more aggressive in their positioning. Instead, opting to playing back near the low area, seeing if they are going to be able to get the res off on this, pick up a little bit of loot, and now we're going to have time for McCoy to maybe be able to get some meds off. It looks like he's going to have the space to do it, as T8 isn't holding the angle that Radiance is trying to approach from. But it doesn't matter whenever Steezy can just hit the shots right over towards Waldo and rip his head off. Now it's going to come down to this flank position from Los, trying to get back behind everything that's going to be happening, but it looks like he's already been spotted out. Teammates now coming up back behind him. Los gets spotted out, but it's going to be a quick shot coming up from McCoy. Now staying just ahead of the blue, has to look back over towards where T8 is playing from. At least going to get to flush at 5 kills, but he's all by his lonesome, and he knows that he could have a couple of members for T8 back behind him. Instead, has to retreat back up the hillside. It's going to be the third party stopping him in his tracks, and Cherry's going to pick that one up to take Radiance off the board.
Yeah, McCoy got shot at duel, and there really wasn't much for him to do at that point. I kind of would like to see him try and take that 1v1 instead of just running out in the open in that way. But it's a hard position to play in, no matter which way you cut it. Elusive, they found a position in Crater Fields where Carnage were previously playing, but they're going to have to move once again now through Veritas. And Duel also sending it onto the hillside, coming to contact with Dips Free.
What the hell is happening? Everybody is condensing down to this same point. We've got Duel positioned up over here. Dips Free, 303 is running a little bit of a 2-split back over here. Danny G gets quick dropped off of this, but notice Cherry's off to the side, trying to get a little bit of harass damage on it. But Landoon might find himself with a little bit of vision to work with, trying to spray back down in this. Gonna take a lot of damage, has to step back away from it, but it's gonna be support off to the side as Honey Badger just destroys DF.
Listen, he waves the flag, but it's his teammates that deal the killing blow to Dips Free. Very good double team there. Now they have full control of this northwest side. In fact, I think they have D-Rich alive, and he's all the way up on the northeast, so they may have full control of just the north. And this,
yeah.
Where's the next shift going to go to, though? They have a nice ridge line to play upon. They can overlook a number of different teams.
Oh, this is pop back over towards the no man's land. That means a lot of people are going to be clinging to the edge, though, Cam. 303 should be able to get back over there. Gravity's going to have themselves a little bit of a rough spot, but Liberate finally has to leave their home and push back over next to where Zenith is holding down point at. The last remaining member for Elusive is also kind of clinging to life and not inside the safe zone. Is going to have to deal with Veritas and Sonics, who are both presently taking shots at him.
Yeah, he's got to move through a field still. It's not a good look for Elusive right now. They're just hoping that either Sonics or Veritas leave him be, and I don't think that's happening because both those teams are qualified, but they still want the points where they can get them. Zenith right now still staring down, still holding off Liberate. They've backed up a little bit. They don't want to get charged down by Liberate. By the way,
can you make it, Fizzle?
Running away from the
no
blue.
Tire. No tire on the front of the vehicle, just trying to see if maybe he can get to safety. Down to 15 life. Not going to be able to get away with it, as it's going to be Veritas Jazz that takes him down. Elusive goes down. Still not managing to touch that 16th place position. Zenith Esports has got a little bit of trouble, though. 2 of their members already down. Liberate's coming in with a lot of control into this position. I like Ice Tech moving up to the hillside and looking back through. Mystery's trying to go for reposition to counter move for Zenith, but that might reveal Kickstart. They have to play this very carefully. Kickstart's got the high ground. Should be aware that Liberate's playing down next to the low points on this. Now, anybody going to be able to spot him out? trying to get the peek back over. Nice spray coming out from that one to quickly take down Simply Matt. Spots out the next one, looking for the backpack off of it. Can't quite connect. Gonna have to retreat just a little bit, wants to regroup. Now aware of the fact that they might be surrounded. Kickstart's trying to make his way back around through this, but now it's going to be Liberate having to make a choice. Do they continue the hunt or do they go back down for the res? And it looks like they're going to go for the call, maybe for the res, or it's a little bit back and forth coming out from at it.
It's a good call from Kickstart to back off there. He wasn't able to get the second frag, the second knock immediately, and he knew that the flank was coming around because of his teammates on the south side got taken out. And so a good retreat. It does call Liberate back into making the full reset, but it still puts them in a better position with the crossfire that Kickstart has set up with Mystery. They are in a disadvantaged situation. It's a 2 versus 3 or maybe even a 2 versus 4. No, it's just a 2 versus 3. But they have the line holding out from the circle.
Gravity was wanting to participate in third party into this, but they have 303 that's aggressing over towards them. So you can see on the mini-map that touch of orange was Gravity trying to move back over here, but they really can't do it. Gravity's also kind of caught out in a point where they're not inside the safe zone and about to have to reveal themselves at the top of this hill. Liberate really can't contest with this as we've got a standoff at this point. Both of these teams are inside the safe zone, so neither one wants to aggress just quite yet. Until 10 seconds have passed, they see where the next safe zone is, and then see if they want to take the fight. For right now, it's just defensive lines and trying to get information on where the other ones have moved to.
Circle going to be dead center, and you called it as no man's land. And I think the fact that no one is there says something about it. 303 still aggressing onto Gravity. Pan kill is fully confirmed. It's just Zovrin there trying to stay alive, trying to keep his head ducked down, but Liberate pushing ever further forward, taking the high ground above Kickstart, but he's holding the angle. Not able to get the knock. That was a free one.
Oh, now he has to be careful. Here's the steps up above him. Manages to pick up that one. Quick switch back over. Kickstart, we know that this guy can destroy teams by himself, and he is putting work back into Liberate right now. Looks like Simply Matt's trying to get a little bit of love back over towards the guy that rezzed him just a second ago. Going to move back over into this point, fairly safe off of it, and do note the fact that Mystery is trying to get a little bit more support, but we have to keep an eye on how the repositions are going to come back through this. Ice Tech might find himself a nice angle to work with as Kickstart's playing this aggressive. Steps up, gets another knock, trying to go for the flush onto it, but now there's a little bit of a fight happening on the other side. Zenith is taking a two-front war and has to play this very cautiously. Ice Tech wins the other side of it, and now you can see Liberate knows it's just Kickstart, but he has been putting in so much work, they're hesitant to play back around this. And it's looking for the angle, trying to feed information back over towards his teammate. Can he spot him out? Does see him running back down the hillside, but doesn't have the angle to work with. Instead, going to retreat back around over this. Kickstart now finds himself pincered between two different players on the same team and doesn't have a lot of options to work with. He has to win the fight off of it. Icy Tech does get flushed out. Sorry, I missed the fact that Icy Tech did go down inside that, so now it is just a 1v1 right on the edge of the safe zone.
Oh, bit tricky there because Added does have the high ground, but Kickstart has been playing this position very, very well. Didn't allow the revive to stay up there for long. And 303, they're going to send it in, but Veritas holding the line. Now they have the ridge, and they have the man advantage considering they have more than one player, because what is this? That's a 3v1 left for the top 6 left alive. Veritas should be able to win this, but can Kickstart get the last kill on Deliberate, or is Attic going to come out on top?
And this could be huge for Veritas right now. Nice throw coming out from there. Still trying to spot him out. You can see he knows exactly where he is, but can't quite find the angle to work with just yet. And it's playing this a little bit more aggressive. Looking back over, gets the spray back down just a bit, as you can see from Jazz's angle, as he hears what's going on. Looks back over there. Has to play this pretty carefully, though. 10 kills sitting up for Veritas, and a couple more points is going to move them up 2 to 3 positions, depending on how many points they can walk away with inside this round. The circle does pop back over towards Veritas. Everything is coming up in their favor, and now it's just the remnants of other teams looking back this direction, trying to figure out, do they contend with each other, or do they maybe take a couple of shots back over towards Veritas?
I mean, this is basically player unknown saying, yeah, Veritas win, let's speed this up. I don't think he's very happy about Kickstart and Addit playing this as slow as they are. But then again, there's not much Kickstart can do behind that truck. A nade does go out, Addit holding the angle.
They all have so many throwables. You can see Addit still sitting on 10 smokes right now, so he can make himself a path if he can do anything. But Pentalol now harassing that high ground point. Addit couldn't manage to hit with it, but it feels like the backpacks were just entirely made of things to be thrown. Kickstart's trying to reposition, get away from that high ground because he knows it's a little bit problematic for him. Doesn't look like Addit has spotted out the smoke just yet, but Veritas is moving aggressive. They know the fact that they can do the math on this. They know that this is where most of the people are at. There's just going to be these 2 remnants that are up in front of him. Grenade's going to go ahead and land, take down Liberate, and third, so Kickstart has managed to buy himself at least second place. But can he find any of the Veritas members to work with? And no, he cannot. That's going to be Veritas walking away with a ton of points, picking up 13 kills and a round victory.
Yeah, definitely a good finish for them. That's the second win of the day, which is interesting because it sort of balanced out the fact that their other two games on Erangel were not very successful. They were both military-based circles in a row, so you got to take that a little bit of grain of salt. This is definitely a better-looking Veritas than we've seen so far in PCS2, which is, I don't want to say it's a good thing that it's better. It's not necessarily a good thing that they're coming up from being mediocre, but at least they're prepping themselves to peak at the right time, which is during the grand finals.
Well, we're seeing a lot of that today. These teams that are now realizing, okay, we're starting to feel comfortable in position. Let's start playing more of what we've been wanting to play instead of, I don't want to say playing afraid, but playing more passive. They've been playing very defensive. And now you can see these players that we know want to play aggressive starting to find more and more success. The problem is it's in the last day. But that does mean that the grand finals look to be extremely spicy if these guys can continue to play like this.
I mean, not much more to say than that. And I really hope that it's going to be a fight there because I don't want to see SDK run away with it with the manner that they have been because, I don't know, there's going to be a little anticlimactic if they do so. I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm pretty sure that they'll be happy with it. But if you want to, I'd like an actual challenge going into the grand finals.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, we've talked about this a lot. Whenever you look at the lobby system and the way it's set up where we take 8 teams and spread them across 3 different groups and then have them fight, that's what's great. Whenever we look back over towards the grand finals, it's just the best of the best. And that's whenever the lobby gets a little bit more spicy because whenever you have shoot to kill, like that's not playing today, that's allowing a lot more opportunities for some of these other teams to try to make something work inside of this. So whenever we're looking at this
the next game and I completely missed what you said.
That's okay. That's the problem. See, there's struggles for us guys. Casters just don't talk. We've got to make sure that we get into the other games. We're following everything, trying to track everything that's happening, that's going on right now. So with everything that's going on, it feels like the fight for second is getting a little bit more contested as we see teams like 303 that are continuing to amass points and trying to close that gap up towards the top of it.
Yeah, that's honestly what it is. And talk about peaking at the right time. 303 are looking like a completely different 303 than what I'm personally used to. I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that this is the best roster 303 has ever fielded. I don't want to say in the history of PUBG because if you go back far enough, maybe you'll probably find something that can contradict me. But at least in the past couple of phases of North American PUBG, they're looking very, very strong. Honey Badger's looking great. Voxic is looking great as well. And so as far as teams that I expected to challenge STK, not just during league play, but also once you hit the grand finals, I don't think I would have put 303 up there, but they're definitely on my radar now alongside Radiance and Comets. But Comets is a little, we'll have to see.
All right, guys. Well, we've been breaking down things like all intellectually and not giving you fun graphics or anything else like that. The analysts got a ton of those, so we're going to go ahead and let them break through everything that happened inside that last round.
Hey, guys. Intellectual graphics coming your way right now from Toffees and Poro. How about that last match, Porosaurus? How about that last match?
Well, how about it? I'm just happy. I get to actually say some things now. My God, this British guy that was standing next to me was taking up all the time.
Elbow room. There's so much space.
Room for activities in here.
I know.
But yeah, look. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously we're most concerned with the fight for 16th, right? And Elusive once again, they get themselves to a good position towards the late game. Just no kills to really be found for. They get 4 points out of it, and it seems like Elusive is going for the strategy of trying to keep 4 up and get to the late game and see what they can do there from that point on. So they're playing like kind of super passively in the mid game, just trying to survive and do what they can. Whereas Yahoo, it feels like they're going out there and they're taking every fight that they can probably try to get. They're just not winning them, I mean, it's just the bottom line right now. You know, I really had high hopes for Yahoo. Coming to this game, I thought they were going to make the top 16. That was my prediction. And you know, it's close. It's still close. It's still doable, Toffees. But man, they really haven't given us a whole lot to feel good about today.
I'll tell you what. As we look at the highlights, though, I do want to say they haven't given us a lot, but they are at least putting the work in, right? Like they're trying to make it work. I don't think that they have that much trouble coming back from relegation rounds if they, if they stay together. So the reality for me is, I guess that's good. I'd rather see a team go down shooting than sort of fade into nothingness. So that bodes well to me that they're at least trying. Whereas, like you said, Elusive is getting deep in these rounds, but they're not getting the points required to sort of advance potentially. So then you argue, well, which one's better, fireworks or passivity? And I think we're going to see. That said, all of the teams who are sort of in the hunt right now that we talked about, none of them would have what I would call an epic game. Veritas and Zenith, however, did make it deep into that match. I was very happy to see that, Poro, as both, particularly Veritas, has been pretty disappointing for me in terms of what I would expect by looking at their roster. And Zenith. We've seen Zenith put up huge days last PCS as well as the start of this one. And then we see them follow these big weekends with like 2 days to 3 days of pure whimper. So having them come back and get this performance in this one, the second place, was good. So I'm pretty happy with that. And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, Liberate was in third as well. So a good shout out to them. Another team that I think, if we talk about teams that I look at with a ton of potential upside to the future of North American PUBG, Liberate has been showing me some of the biggest sparks, Poro.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, and I don't know how much of this is because of, I know they recently picked up their coach in Walt Jr. And I don't know how much of this is saying, look, we've had 2 bad weeks to start off with. Let's just say screw it. Week 3, let's just do whatever we want. Let's be hyper aggressive. Let's see what we can get away with. And yesterday they got away with a lot, and they looked really damn good doing it. They get 50 points. So far today, it hadn't been obviously that as good as yesterday, but I mean, when you did so well yesterday, it's kind of a tough comparison, right? But they're still showing they're still looking way better than they did in the first 2 weeks.
And I'm sure he's giving them. I'm sure he's giving them a perception. We're gonna pull the match leader board up here in a second. Perception of like how it works at the pro level. Like there's a tale of 2 entries into the pro level, right? We have like Oxymoron and NPL, where they came in, they played very passive for a season, and they really struggled to sort of be on the boards and not get a relegation. And then you had like Player One Esports the first time they came to the NPL, and they gave 0 Fs about anything, played their game, and put up some really good numbers when they first showed up. So I think maybe they're learning from that lesson of just come out and play your game. They tried to play passive the first week. It didn't work. That said, this leaderboard, 23 total points for Veritas. A lovely wake-up call. Good to see. Liberate gets 10. Zenith gets 10. And 303 is having a heck of a day.
Yeah. And that's, obviously it's not really applicable to first place for the group stages here. Obviously, STK's got that pretty much wrapped up.
Yep.
But when you start looking ahead, right, and this is kind of what Cammy was touching on, when you start looking ahead to the grand finals, it's just like the playoffs in any sport, right? You're not just looking at the best team in the league overall. You're looking at who is hot going into those grand finals. And right now, Liberate is hot, 303 is hot, Radiance is hot. So it's not just the STK show anymore. Obviously STK dominant, and they're by far the favorite for group finals. But I don't think that it's going to be as easy now that we're starting from scratch going into the grand finals as a lot of people might think it will be.
And I'll tell you who's ecstatic right now. Fabled is ecstatic because the threats that we named at the start of that last game, we said watch Elusive, watch Yahoo, watch Orion, watch Tactical 8, and not one of those teams, Poro, finished above 10th. So if you're Fabled, you're sitting there and you are now, what started the day with maybe encouraging you to go for a hike and not think about it. We probably won't make it, but hey, maybe there's a shot. They're all at their computers right now, calling each other, saying, oh my gosh, this might actually happen. We could be going to the $200,000 playoffs.
I mean, it's like a 3 or 4 way throw almost at this point. Like, that's how it feels, honestly. And I don't know if it's just the pressure of saying you have X amount of points that you need, and now it's just hard to get. As I understand, we do have a former pro of certain notoriety that's back on the desk with us right now.
The
sir.
Brit
Is
has
Godspeed here?
There he
Oh,
is.
it's Pac.
There
Hey,
he is.
Pac.
Oh, it's Pac. You see,
the one or the other, isn't it? Yeah,
You see how he did you?
I'm gone for 5 minutes, and look at the ego of this guy.
Oh, man. It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. But, you know, hey, Pac, you've been in these situations before where you're like kind of right on that cusp of looking to either make it or not make it. And
thanks for reminding me.
Not a problem. I'd love to do it every time I get. But, you know, if you were coming into a last day and you had a cut line of Fabled at 134, and you knew that was your cut line, that was your goal, and all 4 teams, man, it seems like nobody can put it together.
I mean, it's good, and I said this earlier, to have the bar set and then have the advantage. Obviously, in this 3-group system that we're playing for the group stages, it's nice to know what you have to get to, because sometimes it's like, well, we have to outperform this team, and this other team is only 20 points behind. If they gain 10 on us, we've got another 13 to make up, and yada, yada, yada. As far as I'm concerned, Elusive, Yahoo, Tactical 8, Orion, whoever you want to put under that umbrella, they knew what they had to do today. And right now, I mean, we're coming down to the last game, and in my eyes, Elusive is the only one now that has a chance of doing that. Yeah. But they need to do what they haven't done yet and probably win a game, because it's an 11-point deficit. They can maybe, I don't know, scrape out a second, third place with some kills, but again, they're not getting kills in the end game.
Is there an English phrase for like dropped the ball or an American phrase like that? I'm just curious because it feels like that's.
There was a baseball, I guess, phrase I used a few weeks ago, which I used in perfect context, I think, Poro.
Of course it was. I don't know. It's a baseball phrase, though.
Fair enough. Well, it feels like those teams have dropped the ball so far. Overall kills, Purdy still in the lead. Alo in second. Honey Badger is on the climb, though. Drop the wait, what? What? Drop the football.
Oh my God, Honey Badger.
My English accent's terrible. Honey Badger is literally about to pull this off, which is fascinating to me. He's been playing out of his mind, and honestly, 303 is having. I think Cameron said it. They're peaking at the right time. They're having an amazing day that will give them a confidence boost going into the overall, like the grand finals.
No, for sure. And you know, there's something to be said about teams that are getting hot at the right time. You know, and we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier before Hypoc rejoined us. I mean, Hypoc, going into the tournaments, are you more scared of the team that was dominant the whole time and got first place off of something else, or are you more scared of the team that's playing out of their minds right now?
You've always got to consider a team that has the ability on paper to pop off. That's always the one that will sneak up on you. If you don't think about it, then they're the one that creeps up on you on the leaderboard. And again, we've talked about X Factor teams all the time. Those are the ones that you want to be scared of, because at any given time you can't say, well, they're averaging 4 points a game, but they're an insane team. We haven't got they're not performing to that standard. If it's a team that's capable of dropping a 20-kill win, they've always got to be present in your mind.
Well, it's one of those things, too, because they may not win the tournament with that 20-kill win game or whatever, but they very well may end your chances to win a tournament with that 20-kill game. And I think that's the reality. That's why we often, like, when we talk about those features in every match, we're like, well, here's who stood out. Here's the underdog. We do X Factor because the wild card is a massive thing. And I think Liberate is a good example of that. Poro, this is a team that had nothing to lose yesterday, came out, and caused some problems for some people who I think are maybe not going to qualify because they had to bounce off of Liberate yesterday. That said, though, once you get ahead, you can't let off that gas. Liberate's let off the gas.
I mean, it's been some weird circles today for sure.
That's
I mean,
true.
You got to keep in mind the 2 military circles. Regardless, I mean that has to have some impact on this final day. But that being said, I think Liberate has probably earned the right now to where teams like SDK or Sonics or Veritas Comets, any of those teams that are like usually the ones that try to allegedly hunt down the bottom of the lobby kind of teams, I don't think they're looking at Liberate now and seeing easy kills.
And I think that's the reality of it, right? Like, I remember when I was young, and probably shouldn't say this out loud, but my father always told me, if you're going to hit someone, hit them so hard they'd never come back, right? And I think that's the nature of Liberate. Is Liberate finally stood up for themselves, and they said, stop, you're not going to push us around. You're not going to take free points. We're going to punch you in the mouth. And I've seen more respect out of the other teams because of that. And I think that's a lesson for any of the teams and challengers who are making their way up is, sometimes it's worth losing to win in the end, to make them never want to deal with the bloodbath of fighting you again. And that is a takeaway, especially in a game like PUBG where 16 teams drop every time, Hypoc.
Yeah, and it's just coming back to what we were talking about a moment ago, that those teams that have the ability to pop off in any one game, it's usually those are the ones that are middle of the pack, but they can upset things like top 3 placements. They can upset things like, another team contesting for maybe qualification spot. And they might be sat in 8th and 9th place. It doesn't affect them, but they're not the ones that you want to allow to creep up on you in game. And I think, Clover said it earlier, in terms of development of some of these teams, we're seeing now where we talk about not leaving things too late. If you can quietly do work and then have 1 or 2 games where you pop off, it makes a huge difference when we get to the final day when it's this close.
Absolutely. I also think that this is something where, like, there will be teams who don't make it in. They're going to go to relegation. They go Ryan, very likely at this point. Tactical 8, both heading down there. And again, we talked about both of those teams earlier today as being the opposite of each other to a certain extent. Great moments of brilliance versus great macro. This is a time where, get a coach in during the downtime. Sort of look at how do we fix the base. Like, there's a part of the puzzle missing. But I think Orion has a huge upside. I think that their potential is really good, as is Tactical 8's, if they can get a captain who knows how to get them through the macro phase. So I think that's a big part of it, too, is learn these lessons. And for me, that's it. Is like, I don't want to judge the teams that don't make top 16 because a lot of them are kind of breaking into the pro scene for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a couple of these teams, Yahoo in particular, I think is a team that just needs to get their swag back. And honestly, like, what better way to do that than to go into a Challenger Cup where,
frag out.
Let's be real, like the Challenger scene produced maybe I'm going to say realistically 3 to 5 teams that are coming from the Challenger series have a shot at kind of getting into this PCS3. But you're fighting for the top 8 spots, right? And so I think that Yahoo definitely could be there. I think Elusive could be there. Gang. It's just you need to get into one of those lobbies where you can come in there and just, like Hypoc said, dominate. And that might be the thing that triggers the turn, and you come into the PCS with confidence.
Well, I think it's a wake-up call because they're going to go back and play the guys they used to play. I think they'll do better because they've been training against the best of the best, and they'll know when they come back that they're strong. That said, let's go back strong to the last game of the day. It is Miramar, it is Matchroom, and it is Cammy D. Let's do this thing.
Cam, how is it as a One Piece fan it's taken me this long to realize that you technically would have the middle initial D? It makes me super sad that I've never put 2 and 2 together about this. And see, and now I'm even talking about something you don't even know. But we got one more game to go through, and the question that I have for you, Cam.
What?
What, do you know? I know, I just went all anime just for 1 second.
What is going on? I come into this, and I'm just incredibly confused. Great way to start off the final game.
Is Snakers going to get the kills? We said yesterday that, Snakers is obviously going to get first in kills, and it hasn't happened yet. What is going on?
And it's not even that Oath have been playing terribly. It's just, I don't know, maybe the rest of Oath have really started to pick it up and not letting Snakers be in the one-man army. But it's also, the other point is that 303 Honey Badger, they have so many kills every single game. 303 just picking them up time and time again. And now it's between Honey Badger and Snakers. Who is going to pass Pretty Curdy for that kill? Not exactly MVP. What is it? Is kill leader? Kill leader. That's what it's called. That's what we're going to keep like that.
Kill bonus, whatever you want to call it. Either one of those two. But you can see playing path is pretty similar to the last round. Just a little bit more, I guess, vertical coming into play. Trying to push back up towards the north just a little bit. Last time it dropped off next to La Carrera, so let's see if maybe this time it plays a little bit closer towards center, or maybe even back down towards the south. We've been seeing some pretty cruel circles on Miramar the last couple of days, so the last one was just kind of polite. Let's see if maybe we can get something mean to end this one on.
There's a lot more teams, even more than last game on the East Coast. Like, there was not even 303 who was up north of El Pozo. But the circle is going to be quite friendly for all most of the squads here. Sorry, Matt, you're not getting your mean circle that you really
I
wanted.
know. I wanted it, but let's be real. If we're going to be doing the last game, we want to make it as friendly and nice for the players. So, all right, I'll let it be a
Boo!
thing.
We just
I'll
had
be
2
mad.
military islands in a row.
Yeah, I gotta keep it rolling through here. But the big eye right now is on Elusive. Can they pull it together and have themselves the match that they so desperately need right now? They are so close to managing to make it up into that top 16 and playing in the grand finals. They just need to make themselves 11 points. Meanwhile, back behind that, a little bit harder of a task is going to be coming away with Yahoo. That's going to have to make more than that. Let's say like somewhere around 15, a little bit, maybe
17,
around that
I
range.
think.
I'm not going to do caster math on it. I'm just going to say estimates somewhere around that location there. So we'll have to see if either one of these guys can pull it together and really get the big game whenever it matters.
And Highbuck said, if you look at a roster, especially on your host caliber, you know that there's gunners on that team. Even though they are maybe not living up to the expectations, there could still be this game, that they do pop off and really start to rack up those kills. And we already saw they grabbed one. I didn't see on who it was on. I just saw it in the bottom left that they got a kill from, I think, someone dropping in the early game. Maybe it was Wolf. We saw him taking some shots on the parachuting players previously, at the start of last Miramar. But over here on the 303, they don't have that luxury of having that early kill, but they do have the luxury, once again, of being in a more isolated area. Unfortunately, this time, they're going to have to come back down to where all of the congestion is.
Well, Dips Free, we have pretty much established, is probably going to be playing inside of the Challenger Series. This is a roster that should be stronger than I feel like what we're seeing come out from them. But, strong play coming out over from Tiggleton, moving aggressively, especially with a little bit of reinforcements coming out from Mime. Going to force Ice Tech to step back away from this one. He's just going to have to cluster back down and cling to the side of that cliff facing, and maybe a little bit of a road going down there, but they still don't know exactly where he's gone. They're still listening for footsteps. I like that. Pull the pin on the grenade and see if you hear anybody trying to move away from a window. It doesn't look like he heard anything, so pulls the grenade back, and is just going to play this a little bit more patiently and see if they can maybe spot him out.
Ooh, he wants to get on that roof. Missed the jump the first time around, but he has backup, so I guess they're just going to try and double peek it. They know there's only one person in this area. Once they clear it out, they should know that Isaac just dropped below that ridge. And he's taking this opportunity to move away. I don't know if it's because he heard the door open. He probably heard that flash. And so he knows they're currently clearing the barreling, which gives him the opportunity to retreat. I mean, you say run, but run to. Like, where to? Can he run?
Yeah, his teammates are on the other side of Sonics, away from everything that's happening right now. You can see that it's going to be Radiance as the other yellow off in the distance. That's not reinforcements. All of his friends are back over towards the La Bandita area, so hopefully right now we'll see how well he could pretend to be a tree or a bush. Maybe Sonics might overlook them, but rotation's now coming in back over for Carnage and the rest of the crew. Looks like they're going to firmly regroup. No surprise, everybody's making their way back over towards Center, which is going to be that area a little bit east of Bacado, specifically over more towards La Benditas. Finally going to spot out one of them. That's going to be Ice Tech. Does manage to get a flush back over onto it, down onto it, but doesn't manage to get the flush before he goes down.
He's good for him to get the knock and a fair bit of damage onto Tiggleton. That looked for a split second that it could have been a lot worse. And man, picking up 1 or even 2 kills off of Sonics, a really good nab for someone in as problematic of a position that he was in. But luckily for Sonics, they're able to reset off of this. Position is still pretty good in the circle. I don't think we're going to see a lot more action outside of that, of a lone player just being called out. When I say that, Ranger also does get knocked by Carnage.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit interesting here as Orion's got one of their members down. The space away from it shouldn't be a lot of reinforcements coming in. They might be able to circle back around through Carnage. You saw the car off in the distance, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just leave that one be. This would be a very desperate play coming out from Orion if they opt into going for it. But it looks like the call's coming out that he might be safe, but Veritas tossing a couple of taps onto this one. So can we see Gwen Stacy make it back over towards Ranger, who does have that rock in front of him? But the problem is going to be getting away from this situation, as Carnage should be able to have a decent view, especially if they're trying to regroup. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Orion. Yeah, there it is. The rest of Orion just commits to circling back around, and that was just a giant bait to see if maybe they could pick up Gwen Stacy, but he should be able to make it over the hillside. Elusive, though, on the hunt for their big game, has got to be careful because they're getting really close to Oath.
It's an alright ridge that they're, I guess, making a pit stop in before they push in even further. But yeah, they're right next to Oath. Billfrost should have spotted this out if he didn't hear it, and he's going to back away a little bit. I don't know the information that Elusive have, though, if they know that there's a player here or not. They might have their eyes set on it, but no, it's going to be an approaching Pat Caps that's going to pull their attention. T-Sock sending the vehicle in, but that could be a trap for the rest of Oath.
Oh, this could be bad. Elusive's trying to figure out how maneuvering through this one. Starting to creep off to the side of it. Got to be careful on these peaks. This is where you start assuming somebody's at. Does spot out the butt of somebody. Yeah, it's like, hey, wait, yeah, that's somebody I actually want to kill. He goes for the spray back over, but oh, Sock's going to go down as well. Pat Caps does get flushed on it, but here comes Elusive playing this aggressively. Pat Caps still got a little bit of territory to work with. Going to counterflank around the outside of the building. Actually, sorry, Balefrost off of that one. So let's see if he has the angle to work with. Should be able to see Elusive knowing how this is going to come through, but Quick Tap's going to come over for Snakers. Talk about the fact that he needs kills, but is it going to come at the cost of Elusive? Elusive is now playing this one back on the tail end of it, hunkering down inside of the building. Balefrost has got a little bit of breathing room to work with. Oath coming in, providing those very necessary reinforcements, and a very important kill for Snakers. If he can pick up a couple more, he might be able to walk away with that #1 spot.
That's ultimately what it's about. It's getting Snakers those kills. And because you don't steal kills from the teammates, he has to be one to get the knocks as well. But Balefrost, he's, I don't know if it's a late race for the finish line or just trying to take Elusive out of this game. Gets a good grenade onto Sneak Attack.
This is not good for Elusive. They've just got Jay all day. Spots out a little bit more, but here comes the aggression. Oath has got the angles to work with, got the reinforcements coming in, but look, there's another squad that's wanting to join in on the backside of this. It's Zenith that's taking a couple of shots. Kickstart's now moved into a high ground point. If Balefrost goes for a peek onto this one, he might be able to spot it out, but it's not going to matter. That was a beautiful peek coming out from Balefrost. A little bit of damage going to come back over to him, but Elusive is out and done.
Yeah, that's their run cut short. It would have had to been a big game. And maybe taking a fight against Oath was a way to start it off, to start racking up those kills, but they're not going to be successful. But now Zenith have taken over that position, previously held by Elusive, to try and stare down Oath. And I'm a big fan of how aggressive Zenith went onto this. Kickstart pushing up this ridge, or rather down. Rather, it depends on if you're talking compass directions or actual latitude height. Either way, taking some shots. Balefrost starting to run away. Save me, Matt.
All right, looks like Oath is trying to reconvene together. Gonna hop on the back of the motorcycle together. And a lot of that vision's going to be lost for members of Zenith. Just a couple more should be able to spot it out. So trying to make sure that they get the use of the hills, but got to be careful with it. Kickstart connects over onto Snakers, but I think that we should be able to see a res come through. Unless Zenith plays this aggressive still, they're moving back over towards vehicles. Are they going to continue the bloodbath? And it looks like they are. They want to stop Snakers. They're trying to deny this boy getting the #1 kills, and it looks like he's going to have to play this very carefully. He's still low on life. Balefrost moving aggressive off to the side. Going to get a little bit of damage back over towards it, but you can see Zenith very aware of how this is going to come through. Snakers trying to get the meds back off, but Zenith still very quickly maneuvering through these different points. Has to be careful off to the side of it. It's going to be a peek that does take down Roth. Kickstart still just trying to play a little bit defensive for it. Try to protect his teammate, but now he has to take a pick. He knows that Snakers off is on one side of it, but Balefrost is on the other. Going to be a Molotov being thrown on the other side of it. Balefrost, what are you going to do? How are you going to counterplay what's happening in front of you?
A couple of shots coming from Snakers, trying to get his attention. A little bit of damage onto Kickstart that has yet to go forward and get the revive onto Roth. The rest of Zenith have grouped up, and so Leta's going to rush forward, try and take that position. A good nade doesn't actually knock Kickstart. Now Balefrost is just hiding, waiting for someone to peek him once again. There's only so much that Oath can do in this 2v4 situation.
This is going to be dangerous. Balefrost looks like he's getting ready for a throwable. Might throw it just a touch too far, but the flash does connect. Still trying to get the meds back up, but up to 4 members. Creeping around the side of this one. Starting to get a little bit of throwables in their own back on the other side. Starting to move forward. Balefrost looks like he's on fire, but manages to connect on a couple of shots to it. Trying to get the flush over. Are going to get it. Leta is down, but Snakers hasn't managed to get into a good position yet, and he's just going to head for the hills.
Very good push there by Zenith. It was against a wounded team, and Oath are down to 2. And trying to retreat on the back of a buggy is, of course, not the safest option, which is when we saw Snakers get dropped. But this is a much better Zenith already today, even just the last couple of maps, than we've seen past couple of weeks.
Yeah, this is going to make it a little bit problematic for a couple of these teams. You can see Liberate now very close back over towards an encroaching Comets. Comet's still also trying to continue a run back up towards the leaderboard, still within touching distance of Oath that's just ahead of them, who's having a rough game. If Comets is paying attention to the kill feed right now, they should have an idea on what's going on. Rob has a little bit of an angle, gets a quick spray back over to one, almost gets down Victor as well, but now has to be very careful off this. Addict's got a little bit of an angle that he can play as well, but now Comet's trying to find some type of aggression. Not gonna find it at all, as that's gonna be a nice crossfire, and by God, the truck bed of that really saved his life. It's going to deny a little bit of the shots coming through. Now just one member up for Comets as the flushes are starting to come out from Liberate. They've only got 2 members alive, but they don't care. It's going to be Rez's trying to come out from the other side of it as Monty's trying to get the Rez back over towards Yaxley. We're just going to see Liberate continuing to push through. They know exactly where the Rez should be coming from. Doing a quick peek around the side, goes for the spray, and Comets are now out. It looks like they're going to be stuck at 4th place unless 303 has a big game for them. 303, though, in a little bit of trouble, caught in a fight with Radiance right on the edge of this, now caught outside in the blue.
Oh, and McCoy on the flank as well. You can see cutting them down. It's up to Voxic now. Tries to get the angle, but McCoy's going to have it in the end for Radiance. And so 303, you called their name, and they answered. Unfortunately, it was at the door was, of course, death and destruction.
Now this is big for Sonic.
In the form of Radiance.
Yeah, Radiance doing a little bit of work. I'm kind of curious. Do you think that Shoot to Kill is trying to pay off Zenith to go take out everybody that's going on with Oates? That way they get more money.
I wasn't going to say it. It's possible.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's a possibility. There's a lot of aggression. I'm kidding.
Hey, can we have someone look into this?
Zenith just wants to have a good game for themselves, and they know that there was a weakened team over there. But I already know you guys are going to be like, oh my God, why is everybody going after Snakers?
It was a joke. Yes, please, audience. That was absolutely a joke. I was going to mention the idea that even though there are these teams that we know should be better than their performance, Veritas, Sonics, etc., the fact that they're not playing to that level is problematic despite the potential, because SDK, they are like getting the best practice ever by competing. And yes, you do learn more by losing than doing well. My only concern is if these teams, once they qualified, these other top teams were just, whatever, we're in the top 16, we're fine. Zenith are trying to take these last couple of rounds, really practice their executions, and really get prepared for the grand finals that are coming in 2 weeks, alongside a number of these other top teams like Radiance, 303, etc. But Tactical 8, that's 2 squads they're fighting.
Yeah, Tactical 8 being very an interesting position. Williams kind of caught in between. Does manage to take out one of them. Now looking back over the remaining duo. Doing a little bit of peek back and forth. You can see Carnage is going to be rotating through. Does hear the firefight, but not wanting to involve themselves. Doesn't feel like a very Carnage thing. Usually they hear a fight and they want to be a part of it. But T8 sitting on 3 kills right now and actually in a very firm position just to the west of Minas Generalis. If they can continue to herd Orion out of this spot, who only has 2 members up and alive, they're going to have a lot of control over the north, really being the only team back over towards the north. Meanwhile, Carnage, still pretty close to them, would be their closest contenders for any viable, depending on how we see a circle shift come into play.
The problem is, this next phase, there is a touch of unplayable on the northeast, if I'm not mistaken, around Minas Generalis, which means that there's the high chance that Tactical 8, they might still be in the next circle, but they should all but guarantee that they're going to be on the edge of that next circle, if not. So them doing a good job of clearing the space around them is going to make their next rotations that much easier. Sonics here, though, they're in a much better position for where the circle is likely to shift towards. Holding down a compound as well is certainly going to make it even easier.
It should be noted, if Sonics have themselves a huge game, walk away with something like 13 kills and a victory, they can jump up several positions on this. And remember, we're at the tail end of this, so whatever you end the day on is going to be where you're going to be walking away with that money. T8 playing a little bit more aggressive back over towards Orion, firmly aware of where they're at now, starting to get the throwables in, forcing them to retreat just a little bit. Potato's finding himself in a very hot spot right now, as he's got the Molotovs coming through, as well as grenades. Detonator's trying to get a little bit more defense out, getting a couple of shots back over. William does go down inside of the exchange, but can't quite manage to take down either one of these members who have entrenched themselves just quite yet.
Look at all the utility that they're throwing at Potato, and he's still not knocked. At least Zealot's Molly does land on Detonator, and he's trying to peek out the window where they know Potato is hiding in. But this is still a lot of resources, and he's still not dead!
Finally, we see it get cleared out. Orion does go down inside 12th. Circle's going to pop, and it looks like we're moving back over towards La Bendita. We see this kind of often whenever we're at these qualifying rounds for the very last spot, ending up at La Bendita. If you remember all the way back to last year in November, we saw some pretty spicy games that are happening over here. So, Things to be noted right now is we still have Yahoo holding down a very strong spot on the southern part of La Bandita. If they can pick up kills, that's going to be huge for them. They only need 13 points, and they still have all of their members up, and they have a very viable control point to play from. Meanwhile, Veritas still continuing to make their rotations through. Got to be very careful as they're just running through quite a few teams right now, but if they can manage to make it through, the East is by far a lot more open, and they can have a lot of space to work with.
Trying to make it. A lot of teams are trying to make it actually into the circle from this rotation. Veritas, an interesting spot, but Radiance in a less good of one. Infamous on the high ground is going to knock Gaxi, but he's going to get revived like that. 5 kills for Radiance, all 4 still remaining, and they are coming in from the edge. But it's actually not an awful position if they can hold off from potential push from other teams. I think I see someone pulling up.
Well, can Gravity get 1 point is my question, because really if they just get 1, they can creep up above Dips free, and that could just be good for morale at this point. But, never mind. Gaxi spotted him out. Gravity's going to go out, so we're starting to see everything down towards the bottom of the leaderboard settling down. It's just T8 and Yahoo trying to contest for that 16th spot and see how close that they can get to it, because I feel like Carnage is starting to get pretty comfortable with their lead over that position.
Yeah, it's really all about chasing Fabled, and 3 kills on Yahoo. It's a good start. It's not a great run for Sonics here. They're able to get out of the vehicle, and H-Twin's able to find a rock to hide behind, but they lose 2, all going towards Zenith, whose compound, well, vastly superior to Sonics, it seems, mostly because it's inside the play zone. Back down here over towards Radiance. Once they cleared out Gravity, they're able to stretch out their legs, stretch out their control, and I use control a little liberally because it's all on the low ground and I don't exactly know how much that they can see, but McCoy trying to climb to the top of the ridge. Yahoo is just letting that happen because there's not much that they can do to stop it in their current position.
I just want to know who pissed off Zenith before this round, because they're running around and trying to take every fight that's happening with them. Now Carnage is rolling up next to them, hearing the firefight that's happening. Looks like they want to join in on the fun. So this time around, Zenith having all of the troubles come to them instead of being the aggressors. Dragod already down for Carnage. Got to play this a little bit careful. We've already seen how well these guys can go for these peak shots around these positions. Now it's going to be the 3, having to play around all the Molotovs, but get a quick spray back over to take down 1. Carnage still just trying to jump from position point to position point. Do get the flush back over towards Leda. Now it's going to be the high ground points that we see that Zenith is trying to defend from. Quick response coming out from Ripper, trying to drop back down behind this. As firmly regrouping, Zenith is going to start trying to hold all of the angles. Maji's got to get his meds back up, but Crawfresh is just holding the defensive line, trying to corner Zenith back in. But remember, Zenith have a lot of ways that they can leave that second story. It's going to be on Crawfresh, just trying to relay the footsteps as he hears them to see if anybody tries to go for a cheeky peek on the outside, maybe jump out from the windows. And you can see that's where they're starting to try to get a little bit more information to work with.
Ripper taking that side building, that open floor design could have been good if he wasn't spotted to toss some grenades into the second story, but once he was spotted out, had to retreat, and you can already see the nades coming in from Kickstart, trying to flush him out of that area, turn the entire thing into a blaze. And Roth, I've never seen this position before, and it gets a little bit, but he's immediately traded.
Oh, and Kickstart tries to go for the play, but he's going to get spotted out as well, and that's going to be the end of Zenith's run, going down in 9th place. But their overall leaderboard is going to be putting them around 10th, depending on how we see the rest of this shake out. So, when we're seeing the way that the circle's playing through, most of the teams being able to get into a pretty safe spot. And what was that explosion coming out there? But looks like T8 is one of the few teams that needs to make their way back into the safe zone, as well as Liberate having their 1 member still alive, trying to figure out how they're going to want to approach, as it's just continuing to condense down around La Bandita. Keep in mind, that crater you can see raised up is just kind of cutting it off and bisecting everything that's happening. Nobody is playing back over towards the center. Everybody is playing around the outer edge of the crater itself. And that means line of sight is really hinged upon how well you rotate through. So don't be surprised if we start to see people just push all the way around the outside of this trying to pick up kills.
Issue is that there's always a possibility of someone to peek you. If you're on the inside, you can get peeked from above, and if you're on the outside ridge, you can get peeked by a number of the teams that are even holding further outside of that, currently just barely on the edge of the play zone. But Tactical Aid have to find their own way inside still. And Yahoo still holding strong in their position, trying to rely on placements and pick up the kills that they need at the very end. It's a bit risky of a play, but I feel like they just don't feel the opportunity for kills, reliable kills right now is available. So it's the ones they're going to go with. Tactical 8, they're pushing in. Veritas let them, but they're trading back some damage now. Jazza gets a knock onto CZ.
This is a very weird defensive setup coming up from Veritas. They've got one member very close, another one back near the shack, and another one playing very close to the side of the crater itself. So T8 has to be very careful in how they play around these angles because damage is going to be capable of coming in from multiple fronts. With not a lot of cover to work with, you can see that's why smokes are coming down, just trying to play this and get a little bit more to work with. Zealot does go down, and a quick shot coming out from Jazza, going to connect with the head. It looks like he's trying to go for the flush. Last remaining member for T8 now finding himself in a little bit of a predicament as Veritas is playing this a little bit more aggressive, moving back over towards the smokes, waiting to see if any of them are going to dissipate, but doesn't want to venture in because they don't want to find themselves getting caught with their pants down and suddenly getting sprayed with somebody that's hiding very close to him. So Lush, now it's just a matter of how much utility you have, and it looks like not enough, as it's going to be Jazza yet again taking him down, and that's going to be Tactical 8 getting eliminated and going out in 20th spot.
Good call by Veritas there, using their ridge behind them to make sure that no other team can third-party their open push. And that's essentially what it was, but they had a couple of knocks, and they had the man advantage. So they were confident that even if they got a couple of knocks against them with that push, they could trade efficiently, trade effectively, and get all four back up and standing. Luckily, they haven't had, sorry, all three. They lost Kickstart earlier. Luckily, they didn't have to do so. But that's good because Duel heard that, sniffing around a little bit. Want to put their nose in some other people's business. But Sharpshot here is ready for it. With the barrel up close, it's the close quarters king.
This is a very interesting situation we've got going on, with the crater still continuing to be the outer edge of what's happening. Back over towards the south, people are going to have to move into the buildings of La Bendita themselves. As you can see, looks like what Yahoo is trying to set up right now. Just going to go ahead and run it straight down. 3-stack inside of the car, but they should be able to be fine. Everybody else is all fighting around the outer edges of it. Dula keeps creeping back and forth between two different ways that they want to go. It's going to be Veritas on one side, and it's going to be Radiance on the other. Radiance has a little bit better of a vision and a bead on what's happening with Duel, so that's why you see Duel continuing to try to stretch back over towards Veritas' position, but Duel knows that they might be in a disadvantaged fight right now, so they're just trying to figure out how that they want to play this, and it looks like they're just going to try to lean into playing a little bit more passive. But with all this fighting happening right on the edge of this crater, everybody has been able to kind of move back down into La Bendita pretty safely.
Yeah, there's actually a number of teams inside. I'm a little surprised. They blinked and there's, three? There's only 3 teams in there. For a second, it looked like 4, but we might see the survivors of the other 3 hand on the east side. It might look a little different. Yo-ho! H1 and Shrimpsy getting 2 knocks against them. Confirms one of them as a kill. This is really bad for your host. Continued push for top 16.
They've got 2 members left, and they need to make another 13 points. This is going to be really rough, especially with the way we've been seeing Radiance play and Veritas having such a phenomenal last round. Veritas is tired of just taking poke damage out from Duel and looks like they're moving a little bit more aggressively back over towards them. This means that Duel is going to have to respond with at least 2 of their members. Meanwhile, it's a bounce back and forth fight that's happening in La Bendita itself. Flashbang's going to buy a lot of space, but H1's still going to go down from some shots from Punaj off to the side of this, who somehow manages to find an angle and makes Carnage's life significantly easier. Shrimsy's going to do a little bit of a dance around the outside of this, still trying to get distance away from Carnage, but he doesn't have a lot to work with right now, so he's just trying to play this as sneaky as he can inside of that building.
Yeah, a little bad, a little unfortunate. Your Ho wasn't able to confirm that kill on H-Twin, stolen by Carnage, which means that they still need to pick up those 13 points. But over here, Veritas, they have points available in the form of Duel. But that's, of course, Duel pushing in through Radiance. This is a one-sided fight.
There's not a lot to work with. Radiance here is everything that's going on, but it is just the continued press coming out from Veritas. We said the fact that don't be surprised if you see one team finally decide to start sweeping through everything. Cherry's got himself a little bit of dip, but he has to contend with the charging Veritas. Jazza holding the low ground, but it's going to be Pentawol playing up top with Sharpshot as well. Pentawol has to be careful on these peaks. It looks like they're pretty aware of where we see Cherry at. He does get spotted out from Jazza, and now it's just Radiance off in the distance as the new circle is about to pop and favors Veritas' position. With that little bit of the cliff facing right there, they can put in so much work on everybody that's having to contend in La Bendita.
Yeah, the worry for them was if they focus too much on trying to get Radiance, trying to get Gaxi out of this, whoever's going to win the actual center of La Bendita, likely Carnage, are going to have free reign to run out in the open, but that's why Veritas are going to pull back. And Carnage, do they want to commit to this fight? Now that Maji is knocked, now that it's not going to be an easy finish onto Shrimsy, that's going to go in the way of Punaj. They're going to need to take time to reset and push through the buildings. Ripper holding an angle might spot Yoho out.
This is huge for Yoho. They keep picking up kill after kill, trying to get a little bit more. And each one of those is stacking up, moving closer and closer towards Fabled right now. That's why they're playing a little bit more aggressive. But oh, Ripper spots out Poonage. That is a quick flush back out. Also knows where Wolf is playing off into the distance of this. Now Wolf is the lone man up. He's holding down a point that he knows is about to be contested because Carnage is going to want to play this. So he hops back down, hides inside of the bush. This might buy him a little bit more space to work with. Are they going to spot out his feet? They're caught up in looking at all of the places they expect him to be, and he is managing to hide this one through. He's just watching everybody dance around next to him, and Carnage doesn't spot it out. They shift away. Somehow Wolf manages to clutch that up and survive for his team. It's a weird way to clutch, but it's a very necessary one right now.
You know, Carnage still aware of his general position. Ripper's looking in his direction. They just didn't want to commit to the blue. They're going to wait for him to move because he's not in the zone. Yeah, back to crouch, back to moving. Should be easily spotted out.
Oh, yeah, he saw the head moving through. Does Wolf know? Ripper's starting to press out the throwables. It's a quick exchange back and forth. I think Wolf's is pretty close. Quick Spray is going to go out and take down Wolf, and with that, the dreams of Yoho making it to the finals are now done, and Fabled should be breathing a sigh of relief because they're going to be able to make their way through. But we still have 3 teams left, Cam, and it's going to be Radiance fighting up there with a very firm control over second place as they're going to go down, and then there were 2, Veritas and Carnage.
Yeah, Gaxu survived a little longer than I would have guessed, but yet again, Veritas in the late game. And they have a decent spread on their position, but it's a 3 versus 3, and Carnage were able to post up a lot more confidently than Veritas' previous opponents in the late game. The shift is going to go north a little bit towards the west side, and I think this favors Veritas strictly because of the crossfires that they have set up. But honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. Ripper there from the south could be huge coming out for Carnage with Crawfresh and Maji playing as the core duo, taking control of the next phase.
Carnage at 8 kills right now. This is much more of what I expected from Carnage, being this aggressive team, especially in the earlier stages of the game. We saw them choosing to take fights, crashing into locations, coming out with a dominant positioning with this. But the present dominant control point is going to be Veritas, who really has a pretty good hold over towards the center of what's going to be the circle right now. And Ripper's still playing on the outside, not yet inside the safe zone. I feel like he's got a pretty good read on what's going to be going on and how Veritas is moving.
Watch this flank. If he continues to push up, wrap up counterclockwise, could come up behind Sharpshot and give Carnage a huge 3 versus 2 advantage. Sharpshot is looking around. He's aware of the possibility of a flank, but will he be looking in the right direction when it comes through? He's actually backing off. I think they've only been counting 2 Carnage players, and they know that there's 6 alive. And so, you know, do simple math here. I know you're bad at math, Matt, but I should hope that these players are at least a little better. Ripper's backing off, not finding an opportunity, and the blue is pushing in, so he's a little unconfident with that continued push.
This is huge game for Veritas. Moving up into the top 5 would be huge for them if they manage to walk away with a victory. Overtaking Sonics, they just need a couple of points. Just the kills back over towards Carnage could get that for him. Meanwhile, Carnage needs themselves a good game as well, but it's going to be much. I don't think that they'll have the capabilities of catching up to Dodge. Trying to do the quick math on that one. Don't judge me either way. We just talked about it a second ago, Cam. We all know I'm bad at math, but it's going to be Ripper that does spot out Pentalol. Going to go ahead and switch back over towards the Molotov, see if managed they connect with anything, but it's all going to be on Carnage fighting out of the containment that Veritas has set up.
Quick prone from Ripper, going to be dodging the shots from Sharpshot. But I think Veritas have all the angles, they have all the information, but the molly, it just tickles him, it toasts him, but he's going to be okay.
Here comes the peek around. You can see Ripper now trying to get a little bit more aggressive over towards this. Does spot out one, throwing out again. It's just constant utility coming out from both sides. Trying to play this one out. Jazza does spot out Ripper, but doesn't get enough damage onto it. It's just a battle back and forth over this hill. If you've got something in your backpack, just throw it out. I like the containment coming out from Veritas. Look how they're just stacking the mollies off to the side of this one. That's forcing Carnage to move back into a firing line that they know how to control. Carnage is now having to move back over towards the smokes, and Jazz is the man on the other side of this one. Depending on how Carnage moves this one, they're just going to have the angle to work with. Jazza picks up one, looks back over, trying to take down Maji, make it 2, and this is all turning up for Veritas. They have the angle to work with. It's going to be Ripper that does manage to take down 1. Going to have to contend with their approach on 2, but not going to get it. Veritas gets them a solid 10 kills and a victory.
3 wins in a single day for Veritas. I do like the decision at the end there for Carnage. Once they were pushed back from Veritas, lay out a bunch of smokes, and then wrap up clockwise and try and take on Jazza. Unfortunately, the way that he was shooting, he didn't give them any opportunity to trade up. Played that anchor position for Veritas. I don't want to say perfectly, but still very, very well done. Just the way that he peeked up and down. Just like whack-a-mole has never been harder.
All right, Veritas. Everybody has been waiting, saying, okay, we know this team is good. We know that they can do some awesome stuff. But a lot of us were like, when are we going to see it? Apparently, it all just has to come down to the last day, because these guys have been the force that has been dictating so much of what's been going on in every part of the games today. And it's just been a constant show from them, and I love to see it. I'm just hoping we continue to see this trend with them, and whenever we move into the grand finals.
They do have a week break before we go into the grand finals, while we have Challengers Cup next weekend. But of course, we know that all these teams, now that they have the confirmed 16, they're going to be scrimming that entire time. And so I really hope that we're going to see this continuation of Veritas, of Zenith. Even Sonics has started to step up a little bit in that final game, especially coming out from H-Win and Shrimzy once they were down to a duo. I don't know about you, but I was worried that it was just going to be the STK show once we hit the grand finals. These past couple of games, even though there is that big points gap on the leaderboard, is making me think that it's going to be a tight race once again.
See, that's the master strategy. It can't be the STK show on the last day if STK doesn't play. So with this,
I bet the grand finals.
I know. I was just making a joke going through here. I know that there's going to be a little bit of heartbreak whenever we move over towards the analyst desk, because one of the predictions that came through, I remember Porosaurus, was the fact that he was saying that it's going to be Yahoo coming through there, going to be able to make it in the top 16, and man, they got so close in that last round. They managed to survive for so long, and it was just that last fight that just did not go their way.
Yeah, honestly, it was just that open push into buildings that Sonics were holding. But nonetheless, that is it from us. We're going to go back to the analyst desk while they close up week number 3.
The bad guy in so many fables has been the big bad wolf, and while he tried with his blessed bush, Carnage acts as the huntsman, and Fable's fairy tale will continue as they advance to the grand finals, surviving in 16th place. A noble effort by Yahoo, who Porosaurus thought would probably be an upset and managed to get into the top 16, unseating Fabled, but it is not to be, though they tried. They tried hard, especially in that last game. Hypoc?
I mean, I'm so glad I didn't double down on the outside prediction there. Just absolute madness from Poro in the pregame. No, but I mean, do you know what? I was actually at one point, we were talking about this obviously whilst we were watching the game there. That play to send it into Bendito is.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand the logic behind it, but you've got to go out and secure your position. Again, and Godspeed made a really good point as well whilst we were watching it back. You send it into Bendita there, hoping that everybody else is going to fight and die. You come out and mop up and get the win. Your win condition needs to be a certain amount of points, and I don't think, there when you have the opportunity to kind of wrap around the edge, I don't know. It's two very different ways to approach the same game, and I never like seeing teams do what Yahoo did there.
Poro, thoughts on the end of that?
Sometimes Yahoo lets you down, and this time is kind of one of those times. Unfortunately, I definitely agree with Godspeed and Hypox, calling basically the decision to crash down into Bendita when they could have maybe wrapped around on Radiance and played the rim. But
it's not a dead cert. That's the thing. Right. It is a big wave.
I mean, it would have been a big commitment for sure, and I think at the point right before they decided to crash down, Shinboy had just been knocked, so they're already just not liking their position.
They're weakened.
They're seeing players go down, and you're thinking, shit, like I'm not liking this. Let's just crash it. But again, it's putting your fate in other people's hands, right, essentially, instead of your own. And at the end of the day, it doesn't come down to that one game. Like you had 5 games today to make up a minimal amount of points, like a reasonable amount of points here. And all the teams, not just Yahoo, but Elusive, TAC 8, Orion, the highest point total that anybody got was Yahoo with 23. And if you're in a position where the cut line, and that this is what you have to do, and that's what you come out with, that's disappointing for real.
All right, so let's go and check out the highlights of the match as we continue to sort of talk about how this went. Elusive, we just watched them going down here to Oath, another team that was in the hunt. And honestly, started the day with a decent option in terms of getting up into that top list. They started at 108 points. They only had to gain it was 28, I think it was, to pass Fabled, and they just could not put it together today, unfortunately.
I mean, at least with that fight, Elusive took the fight to Oak.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Even
Like,
if
they
in
took
execution it didn't work out.
Exactly. Like, they still tried to go out there and try to get their points. Now, I mean, obviously, wait until the last game to do it.
Oh, the blessed
Not
push.
ideal, but look at this, man. We need to go. We need to all chip in and do a Kickstarter.
The three
for
little pigs
Carnage.
are trying to find him, and
Get
I
some
thought he was going to
glasses.
get away with it, but it didn't happen.
It did not. It did not. He pops up there, and Carnage right on top of it. And Jazza, man, can we talk about this kid? 8 kills in the final game?
Yeah,
Veritas
that's
popping
nuts.
off, man.
I mean, let us not forget, this is Jazza after all. Like, Jazza is one of those players in a lot of ways. We've talked about Haxetti a little bit of like, hey, here's a guy who's returning. He's come to the NA game. He's a good player with a big pedigree. Jazza has been around. He's played in multiple regions with top tier teams. He played with Vitality for a little while. I'm sure there was a lot of side stuff that happened there, but I mean, the fact of the matter is
that's the
he's
one
played
you
at the highest
mentioned,
levels.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, he's played with some of the best, and
Yeah.
you can see those moments, and it's. I'm actually a little sad that we've only talked about Jazza a little bit in this series because he hasn't really been the spiritual awakening for that team that I was hoping he would.
No, and I mean, what a poetic finish again for Veritas to get 3 wins on the day in the final day of group stage. Is much the same as the PCS1 finals. That I mean, if they can keep that up, that's a good one to have in your back pocket to pull out on the final day.
All right, I got to say this. You guys have been waiting for it. The time has come. Listen up, players, fans, you guys here on the desk, everyone else at home. It is time to choose the PCS2 North American Group Stage MVP. Go now on Twitter to @PUBG Esports. You only have 24 hours starting right now to get your vote in. So go check it out, see who the nominees are, and see who you want to give the cash to. Now, I don't want to say it's not a popularity contest. You should pick the best player, but hey, who am I to tell you how to vote? Get your vote in now. Also, games are over. Time to hit that button and boot up some PUBG because Season 8 is out now. We've got great skins. We're going to have all kinds of good stuff coming down the pipeline for Grand Finals. It doesn't matter why you play. It only matters that you live to survive. Get in there, get some. And as Fry, the name of the pan, likes to say, use your brain.
I was almost going to hit it with the hard tune there with the
your auto-tune
Live to
button?
survive. There you go.
Nice.
It's been a long time coming, but
It has been a long time coming.
Almost like Doc Disrespect is back.
I was looking at the match leaderboard. We're getting, by the way, we're going to get everything up for you guys. We look at this. We're going to give you the overall, tell you who got what. We're going to tell you who's getting those bonuses, those bounties for amazing play.
Oh, my God, the bounties.
But we'll start here. Team Veritas gets 20 total points. Veritas finally waking up. I mean, the truth is, maybe they're just a late tournament team. Poro?
Late bloomers? Sure.
Late bloomers. Any
Why
late
not?
bloomers in the chat?
Hey, well, I'm sure there are a few. No, I mean, look, hey, Veritas, it doesn't matter when you do it. If you have that, like High Pocket is saying, if you have that ability and that knowledge that in your team, and trust in your team, confidence in your team, that you can come through on the last day and put up big numbers like this, that's a huge, huge thing you got going for you. And, I mean, obviously that's also looking good for Veritas going into the Grand Finals because, once again, man, the hot teams, that's the ones you got to be scared about.
That's a pretty big pickup for them as well. I mean, Radiance, again, looking good. Carnage, did we talk about Carnage yet? Carnage is a team that was not qualified starting today, and they've put up some pretty good games. So I guess
the one team that did what they had to do, right?
It's a good comparison to make. Yeah, they carried on with their game plan because it works for them. They went out hunting kills, and it's paid off for them. Again, credit where credit's due. Some teams it works for, others it doesn't. I just want to see them adapt the other side, the other half of their playbook, and tidy up the rotations, and let's see them win some more games if they're this good when they're team fighting.
Look at all that Jazza, baby. 8 kills. What a massive match for him in particular. And McCoy, I'm going to double down on it. I said yesterday, or maybe it was the day before I came here, it's all the same, that McCoy seemed to be coming alive for the first time in a while. It seems like he's really fitting with this roster. And again, we see him showing up on another game where he's putting in the work.
People sleeping on Radiance, man. They're
Word.
sleeping on Radiance. So, like, hey, Hypoc, take over real quick. I got to do some quick maths.
Okay, yeah, Radiant's great, and I guess now we're going to be moving towards the overall damage. No, this is damage from the previous one.
Yeah.
Shout out to Liz kind of leading me astray there. But the damage from this one, yeah, Jazza, I mean, no surprises. He's at the top. Gaxi showing up there, and shout out to Guapi. Liberate started that game with 3 players, and I mean, this is it's a team that I just want to keep singing their praises. They've really, really impressed me.
My quick math is done. You want to know what I was quick mathing?
Sure.
All right, so everybody's been talking about the great week shoot to kill had, right? 72 points yesterday, 48 on the first day. Radiance with 66 points on their first day, 54 points today. Both teams had 120 points on the weekend. That's nuts.
Okay.
That is nuts. Overall, chicken dinner counts. All of the big leaderboard shoot to kill with the big advance. Radiance takes second, right behind Oath. Look at 4,000 instead of the 4 that I think Oath thought they were going to get their hands on. Comets, who started strong, fell off, ultimately comes back and puts themselves at 220. But here's what I want to talk about real quick, guys. You may notice a bit of a tie. We talked about Comets wanting to win so they could get ahead of STK on the overall chicken count. Well, Veritas, monkey wrench in the system, wins that game, ties across the board. So what I've been told is STK with the most wins, winning tiebreaker comes down to most placement points. STK has 111.
It's not even close.
Yep, Comet's 95. So STK wins the bonus for most chicken dinners. Congratulations to them. And again, it always comes down to these tiebreakers, man. How many ties do we have for these things, stuff in PUBG constantly? It's wild.
I mean, look, if the tiebreaker was kill points, they still win it. So I mean, you know, if it was ever going to come down to a tiebreaker, it was going to be STK's.
All right, let's talk about the bounties. We're going to go over all of them right now. The champion, Purdy Curdy, 55. Snakers can't catch him. Honey Badger can't get there. And the Purd walks away with the big win. That's an IGL, folks. That's an IGL, Hypoc.
Yeah, it is. It's an IGL packing at least 14 nades throughout each game, and I mean they pay off, right? I know it's. Do you know what? Kurt is, in my eyes, in the last 12 months, the most improved player for me. He's literally gone from, you know, a micromanaging role and being that kind of cerebral input for whatever, you know, iteration of the SDK roster we've seen over the last 2 years. But he's absolutely stepped up, and time again, he's delivering numbers in other ways for his team, and that's a huge ask considering the way that SDK perform. I mean, it's crazy to actually think that he's also just that top fragging as well. I mean. Damn, he's really good looking too. That was the most I've ever praised a player, so I might as well throw that one in too.
It will never happen again. All right, overall damage. Snakers does take that one home at 11,350. He's not as far ahead as he was a couple days ago in terms of overall lead, but no one could catch him. Honey Badger tried. Shout out to Honey Badger, but big up to Snakers for taking this one.
And yeah, I mean that's good stuff for Snakers. You love to see it, especially, you know. What is this? 2 phases in a row? Did he get top damage in PCS1? I believe. Well,
Chad, I could not tell you with the conference.
Twitch chat will correct us in 10 minutes. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think it might have been Luke. I can't remember. Either way, I mean, it's still consistency coming out of Snakers.
Yeah.
I got to give props to Honey Badger, man. Honey Badger again. This weekend has just been popping off, and it's also great to see Tiggleton and Los HD up there as well. But big congrats to Snakers for that.
Luke 12 takes the prize for most assists, followed closely by his teammate, followed closely by another teammate. So STK, so far we've got STK winning the chicken dinner reward, the kill reward, and the assist reward, Hypoc.
Yeah, I mean, it's no real surprise considering we look at the way they performed and, you know, numbers wise what they put up on the leaderboard. These guys are active in every single game, and I mean every single one of them is pulling their weight as well. So no real surprises there. It's fantastic to see Luke kind of maintain the assist role for this team. I think PCS1 he was actually was he bottom fragging for SDK, but the highest assist, I can't remember which way around it was. I'm sure I poked fun at Kurt at some point.
I think Civ was, I believe, bottom
okay,
fragging.
No, you're right. Yeah, Civ was the one farming assists.
Yeah, it wasn't by much, but yeah. Once again, now let's take a look at total knocks.
Knox time.
I'm doing toffee job for him.
Knox time.
I don't. You
Knox time. Let's go.
Knox
There you
time.
go.
Oh,
Honey Badger.
Honey Badger. Well, way
The
to step
mayor
up,
of
guy.
Knoxville.
Nice. We should start calling him Johnny. Honey Badger doing some very good work there. Comes in at 56. I'm glad he got something. He put in a lot of work today, Poro. Like,
Definitely
really hustled.
I mean, not just today.
That's true. That's a fair
The whole
point.
split. I mean, it's 303 has been a revelation. You know, with D-Rich and Landoon and Honey Badger. I mean, they've all had their moments. Everybody on that team has had their moments of doing something spectacular. But
It's
Honey
true.
Badger has just been so consistent. And then obviously this last weekend, just really stepping it up here on the last day to find himself up at the top there.
Because he wasn't on any of these. If I remember correctly yesterday, Johnny wasn't on any of these top 5 lists, Hypox. So he really did come out swinging today with his intention of moving up. So very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it crept up on us as well. And, you know, that pop-off game from 303 was definitely highlight of the group stages for me. That was a fantastic game. And like I said, it's not often we see people kind of even reach the 20-kill barrier. It was a shame they couldn't break their curse and get the dinner. But, no,
Only
really
2
impressed with
teams.
303 so far.
Only Fabled and 303 will not be taking any drumsticks with them to the grand finals. That said, they do get to go there. We're going to be back with some more action next week. I'll talk about all that stuff in a minute. But before we go, I want you guys to get a chance to get your last thoughts out. We're looking back on the weekend or maybe the 3 weeks as a whole and forward to the grand final. I'll start with you, Poro. Final thoughts on what has been and what will be.
I think it's great. We're continuing a North American tradition of one team just dominating every single phase. First it was tempo, now it's going to be shoot to kill. We'll see if PCS3 provides us anything else. But shoot to kill, obviously going into the grand finals is a favorite. But man, you said 303, no chicken dinners. You know what that means? They're going in hungry.
Oh,
they're hungry.
Nice.
They're starving.
That was really good.
That was actually really good.
Like
The
that?
lead in was a little weird, but no,
but
I think
he got
nailed
there.
that.
He got there. I wouldn't want to follow that. Hypoc, what do you think?
I don't want to follow it, to be honest. No, I've been really impressed by a couple of teams that I didn't think would impress me so far in the group stages. Again, there's definitely some disappointments, but it's good to see a bit of a change outside of obviously SDK. It's good to see a bit of a power shift in terms of some of these other teams now. Radiant's absolutely stepping up that roster change with Gaxi stepping in as I mean, they didn't do badly in PCS1. That's not what I'm saying at all. But wow, what a difference.
Yeah, and you can feel them getting like Gaxi integrated into the team. It feels like they've sort of risen up as he's got his footing. Remember, playing here is very different than playing in EU, and I think we're seeing some of these EU players who came here recently adjusting on the fly. Well, guys, before we sign out, I want to show you what's happening next weekend. We're not going straight to the grand finals. We have to do the Challenger Series and the relegations. So what that means is Poro and Clover have spent the last couple of weeks letting us know all about how the Challenger teams play. That said, we know who is advancing and who has to deal with them. The top row are the bottom 8 teams from PCS2 who will be defending their positions or their opportunity to play in PCS3 against the teams on the bottom. There are 8 teams down there that are very hungry to make their come up to PCS3, and we're going to see them next weekend. Make sure you tune in. Real quick, Poro, if you had to pick one of those bottom row teams that you think is a for sure advance, who's your guy?
Team Clueless. You got to give it up to Team Clueless. The addition of Hambino. Hambino has been playing out of his mind throughout all 3 weeks of Challengers competition, and I'm excited to see that team come up into the Challenger Cup and play up against these bottom 8 from PCS2. I'd love to see that Ham family come into PCS3.
Let's go, Ham boys. That said, there is more action after that because the grand finals.
The Hamley. Do you know what?
The Hamley.
I'm sorry, I was about to call him out for being a fake ham sub right there. It's the Hamley.
All right. Calm down. Let's take a look at who's playing in the grand finals. This is the real beans here, okay? These are the big guys. They're playing for their share of $200,000 in prizes. That is the top 16 from PCS2. All of them get an automatic bid to PCS3, and over the course of 3 weeks, will be fighting to prove that they are the best in North America. STK, the defending champs, not interested in going back to being a bridesmaid, I can assure you of that, but there are 15 teams who are not interested in letting them win 2 in a row. We in North America have long been comfortable with dynasties ruling North American PUBG. Can someone slay the dragons of STK? We'll find out when we come back for the grand finals. As for now, that is it for us. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus, Hypoc, Matrim, Clover, Godspeed, and Cameron. From all of us, thank you so much for spending your time with us. And until we see you again next weekend, play more PUBG.
PUBG Day.